There's no sense in starting it if you're not going to be on. It doesn't make sense. And my followers will come in rather swiftly if I start one
So
up.
does that mean I'm going to get attacked?
They're not going to be in with you unless you're going to read the chat. It's up to you.
Okay.
If I want them in, I'll link them in. I'll open this for you, so it's just me and you.
Okay.
Then normally they don't attack unless you don't make sense. They attack your logic, not your person.
Okay.
So if you're not used to your logic being attacked, then you shouldn't be on this channel.
I have common sense.
Yeah, common sense is fine as if knowledge goes along with it.
Okay. Well, everybody has differences of opinion, and depending on your upbringing and what you value in your life and your construct, then
Hmm.
one person's um, intellect rings true for some people, but may not ring true for another person.
Okay, you have common sense. Does intellect or opinion matter if you jumped off a 10-story building?
What's the reason for jumping off the 10-story building?
No, if you jump off a 10-story building, the only thing that matters is gravity. Your opinion does not matter.
Well, that's true.
So facts are facts. Either it's true or it's not.
Okay. Well, everybody's truth isn't 100% the truth.
Now, what facts are facts? Okay, the truth is seeing into the facts and what the facts mean to you. That's a difference, but the facts are facts.
Okay. So what my main thing is, because your video popped up on my feed. I don't know why it did, but it did. I've
Mhm.
never been familiar with your channel.
You've been on my channel before.
I have not.
You, you've been on my channel. You would not be on my block list, which I have taken you off if you've never been on my channel before.
Uh, I'm on your block list. I don't understand that.
You were on my block list. I just cleared my block list maybe like 4 weeks ago. Like 3 weeks ago, I cleared my block list. You're on
Okay,
it.
well,
You were on it. So
unless it
you've been
was a
on my channel.
video from a long time ago, I don't know. I don't recall your channel. No.
Okay. Well, I recall your name. Okay,
Okay.
because I had to clear everybody. So
Okay.
I do. So you have been on my channel. I know that for a fact.
Okay. So my main point, because I've heard a lot of these male being giddy and happy about the
Mm-hmm.
ending of uh, public assistance,
Mm-hmm.
Section 8, welfare, food stamps, what have you.
Mm-hmm.
What they don't understand,
But have you
and
asked
I've
them what?
noticed,
Have you asked them why they're giddy?
yes, I have,
Okay. Why did they
and
say they're giddy?
I get no response aside from they're happy that women no longer are going to get assistance. The whole point of this comment is that the assistance isn't meant for them. The assistance is meant for these children. The assistance is meant so that we aren't living in a third world country
Mm-hmm.
where there is no safety net for children.
Okay.
What happens in those countries where there is no safety net
Mm-hmm.
is you have perverted people that go to those countries, be it in Africa, be it in South America, be it in Asian countries, where they use these children, these small children, male and female,
Mm-hmm.
for a sex trade.
Okay. Okay. So
I don't
now
want
so
that to happen in America.
okay, you don't want it to happen in America. So why are they considering doing that in America, in one of the richest countries in the world? Why do they think about not ending the subsidies or ending welfare or even ending Section 8, but cutting it back? Why do you think they're cutting it back?
Are you talking
I'm
to me
asking
about
you.
the
I'm asking
Republican
you.
standpoint?
I'm talking about Republicans have done it. Bill Clinton reduced welfare by 2/3. He's a
Okay,
Democrat. As in '96, he reformed welfare and cut it by 2/3. You can actually look at the charts and see in '96 where it was when he implemented his changes till now. It's down by 2/3. So
yeah, but Bill Clinton also pushed for the three strikes law. I mean, I'm not, I have no.
I understand what he did. What I'm saying is, you're saying Republicans or Democrats. What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter
Both
whether it's a Republican
Republicans and
or
Democrats are
Democrats. So
they're absolutely two sides of the same
I'm
coin.
trying to get you to go somewhere. Why do you think? Why do you think that they're cutting it?
They're cutting it because they're greedy. That's why. It's not because there's no finances for this. And I'm going to tell you why.
Okay,
Because we fund Israel, and we fund other major countries. We give them money. Israel, for one, gets millions and millions of dollars in aid from America. That
Why do you
can be going to American citizens, but it does not.
why do you think
And
that is?
I've got a million reasons why, but I don't even want to touch on
Oh
that.
no, just why do you think that America has such a big military? Why do you think that America has funded Israel?
I honestly don't care why they have their reasons
Be,
for
be,
funding
be, be,
Israel. Because
well,
I feel like this. I feel like this. Honestly, I feel like this.
I asked you a question. Do you know or do you
And
not
I'm
know?
telling you that I don't care what
What if
their
you
reasoning
well,
is.
you would care? You would care if you knew why they did it.
I will tell you what I do know. I'll tell you what I do know. What I do
Okay.
know is I have talked to Israeli citizens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you familiar with what they get?
Well, as far as subsidies, yeah.
Are you familiar with what each of these citizens, doesn't
Yes.
matter where they come, what
Yeah.
economic level they come from in
Yes.
Israel?
Yeah.
They are funded for everything.
Yes.
Housing, they are funded with education,
Mm-hmm.
free education, and free
Mm-hmm.
health care.
Okay.
Every one of those citizens. Who pays for it? We do. The
Why
American citizens.
why do you think America decides to fund Israel so that it can exist?
I honestly don't give a shit why they fund
You
Israel.
should give a shit if
I
you
will
understand.
tell you that when you put
Okay.
Israel
Oh,
before your own citizens in America,
since you do not know, I'm going to tell you why you should care. I'm going to tell you why you should care. Because you don't know. You don't give a shit because you don't know. If they actually came down and told you exactly why you have a big military, why you do certain things in the Middle East, which is one to protect the oil fields, that's number one, but also to protect the petrodollar. Because
don't believe all that. Don't believe all that.
all you have to do is like my
This is
advice.
the thing.
Hold on a second. You don't know. You're giving an opinion. You do not know.
I know what we're doing there. I don't
You don't
agree
know
with any
why.
of it.
You don't have to
I
agree with
don't agree with any of it.
You don't have to agree with it. All you have to do, whether you
So when
disagree. So no,
but I'm
wait a
just
minute.
saying, when
Hold
you
on a
talk
second.
about
Hold
there's
on a
no
second.
money to
Hold.
fund the citizens in the
Where do you
United States,
where do
I'm
you think
telling you that's a crock of shit.
where do you
Because
think?
there is money to
No, there
fund
is
the
not.
citizens in
Where do you
America.
think the money comes from? It doesn't come out of thin air. Where do you think it comes from?
Let me just say this.
No. I asked you a question. Where do you think it comes from?
The money comes from a lot of different sources, but I'm telling you,
Where's the first place? No, where does the first place it comes from? Where do you think it comes from?
you can't bully me into your
I'm
mindset.
asking. No,
I'm
I can't.
telling you. Okay, let's
You
get back. Besides going to Israel and why we give Israel millions and millions of dollars when we feel like
billions, not millions,
billions,
billions of
yes,
dollars.
yes, billions. Why we don't take care of our own citizens?
We do.
I honestly don't care
We do.
what their reasoning, military force for being in Israel.
How the Section 8 program alone is how many billions of dollars? Alone, just the voucher,
I'm not even
just
going
the
to go
voucher,
into I'm not even going to go into your antics about what
no.
the
I
dollar
asked you.
amount is. I'm not going to go there with you. All
Okay.
I'm telling you is that there is money
where?
to fund the citizens in the
Where?
United States. There
Where?
isn't a reason to cut
Where?
women off welfare with their children.
Where?
Okay, so back to the point where you said you had the solution for women on welfare with children.
Mm-hmm.
We're not even talking about the disabled or the elderly. We're not even on that topic right now. We're talking about
because they're not going to be cut.
the men who think it's okay to cut children off of assistance. And I'm asking you, because you did make a comment. You made a comment.
I'm asking you why do you?
But you made a comment. Hold on.
Okay.
You made a comment and you said that these children would go to the father,
right,
or family members.
right.
And I'm telling you that if the family members had the resources, the financial resources to take care of these kids, there wouldn't really be a need for welfare in the first place. But we know that this is a systemic problem, and that the majority of these people that are on welfare, this is a habitual and this is a generational issue with them
So how, okay, so I'm gonna
concerning
ask you a question. I'm
welfare.
gonna ask you a question. How do you solve it?
Oh, how do I solve it?
Hmm.
I asked you and I
Okay,
couldn't get, I
okay,
made a response video.
okay.
Did you listen to my response video?
You want to know how?
I do,
No,
however,
I'm at you.
I think I told you,
You're here on this video
I
live with
believe,
me,
okay, I'm going to
live
tell
with
you what I
me.
believe.
So tell me. So give me the full Monte. I'm gonna give
My,
you.
my point, what I see
I'm gonna
that
mute
needs
my.
to
I'm gonna
happen,
hold on. I'm gonna mute myself, and I'm gonna listen to you until you are finished. You will tell me when I can come in and
you
talk.
don't
Is
have
that
to
fair?
mute yourself. You don't have to mute yourself.
Because when I ask you a question, then you want to talk over me. So I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna mute myself so
You
that you
don't
can have
have
a.
to mute yourself. Okay. So
Was what I'm
you
going to
tell me
do.
who's, you tell me who's talking first, and then you talk
No,
or
no,
I talk, and then
no,
we'll go from
no.
there.
I'm going to let you, since you don't think you're getting your point across, I'm going to shut up so you can get your point across. Go ahead.
Okay. I feel that yes, welfare needs a reform, because as it stands right now, it is not working for anybody. It's not working for the children, and it's not working for the women, because what is taking place is not building children up. It's not creating a generation of children that are that can sustain themselves and that can compete in the world workforce. That's not what we're creating with the welfare system right now, and it is creating a habitual dependency on welfare, which I think is a problem. So to solve those problems, then there needs to be a strong educational structure for these children, not just what is produced in the public school system that is also being cut, the funding is being cut, but there needs to be more money spent on educating these children. There needs to be more money spent on these parents to teach them how to parent, because we can see through a lot of videos such as World Star that these parents aren't doing a good job parenting. Part of the reason why they're not doing a good job parenting is because that's how they were brought up, and the cycle never got broke. So what needs to happen is there needs to be mandatory education within the welfare system, in the welfare structure, towards the parent. Doesn't matter whether it's the mother or the father. I don't care who takes care of the kids.
It's already been done. But
It has not.
Bill Clinton did it back in 1996.
Bill Clinton did not.
Yes, he did.
No, tell me how he did it.
Bill,
How did he do it?
oh, you want? Oh, you're going to let me talk?
Yes.
Do you know anything about the welfare reform in 1996?
I know about the fake form of welfare reform, but I'm talking about going all in.
So basically, Bill Clinton. Why do you think welfare mothers get grants and educational grants? They get what they call it crystal stairs here, but they get.
But I'm not talking about that type of thing.
Are you?
I'm not talking.
Did I interrupt you?
Go ahead.
You asked me a question. Bill Clinton cut welfare down to 3, maximum 4 years. Okay, that's what he did. He made sure he gave them. He made sure that women of all colors had to do what they had to either enroll in school or enroll into a trade program. Like that's why you have all these women that are certified nurses assistants and stuff like that. The third thing he did while he was giving them education, he increased things like WIC, food stamps, and child care. That's what he did. So he built into the welfare program, which is down by 2/3, which is why Black women are now the most educated group of women in the United States, or at least going to school, enrolling in school, is because Bill Clinton did that back over 20 years ago, back in 1996, because I know that for a fact, because I saw a flood of women coming into the workforce after he did it. So he did that back in 1996. It's already written into the law. implemented or not, which some states haven't fully implemented. That's on them, but it has been done.
Can I
Go ahead.
say something about that?
Yeah.
That's not what I'm speaking of.
Okay.
Because you can go and educate a woman in the secular system of society, and still she will not be a good mother, or he will not be a good father. I am talking about other types of mandatory classes taken, parenting classes, nutritional classes, how to feed your children, how to do this, how to do that. And I'm talking about breaking abuse cycles. I'm talking about breaking cycles of sexual abuse, physical abuse, and mental abuse. This type of mandatory classes and mandatory checkups is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about putting more money into making sure that these children progress beyond the welfare structure, so then in the future there isn't going to be a dependency on welfare like it is now. And we have a president who claims he's bringing jobs back to America, and he's full of shit. Nothing is being produced.
He's full of shit for different reasons. He's not
He's full of shit for a lot of reasons. Yes,
I'm talking about full of shit as far as bringing jobs back into America, but that's a different discussion. And
okay.
unless you're aware of the fourth industrial revolution and the universal basic income, it's not even worth it to even begin to even talk about it.
Right. Well, so these women becoming nurses is going to be null and void in the future, because eventually there's not going to be those jobs.
In other words, what you just said about making sure there's a firm educational support as far as parenting classes and all that stuff, that was all provided for back in 1996 under Bill Clinton. Now, you can actually, do you want that tied to their welfare where they have to go, otherwise they don't get their check? Is that what?
Yes, exactly. Mandatory. That this be mandatory education.
Well, then you will agree with Donald Trump and basically Ben Carson is trying to do. It's like I typed in the section, look up Section 3, because that's exactly what they're doing. But what I'm saying is, if you don't Google this stuff and you don't research this stuff, you won't know it. Section 3 is what they're getting ready to do. They're good. In fact, the state of Georgia cut off less than like 9% of their SNAP cards for able-bodied adults. And those are the people they're targeting. If you're young and you're able-bodied, if you want your housing or your whatever, or your welfare has already been done. They're not even targeting welfare. If you want your housing and you want your Section 8 or whatever it is, they're gonna move you. If you're able-bodied, they're gonna move you from Section 8 to Section 3. Section 8, Section 3, you have to be in a work program, and there's certain other things that you have to do if you want your check, if you want your subsidies. If you want food stamps, you have to actually be either be looking for work, or you have to be in some kind of educational program. That's what they're going to.
My question to you on that is, what do you think a woman with children that are like 2 or 3 children under the age of 5 can do, because their children aren't even in school? So she's supposed to pay for daycare and in order to go job hunting.
They already provide that. That's already provided for. That's Bill Clinton did back in 1996. It's already provided for.
No, but there's been cuts. What he did in 1996 is not what's standing today.
Have you ever heard of President Obama's Council on Debt back in 2011?
Refresh my memory.
President Obama, I think it was Simpson. I'm trying to remember the Simpson, Senator Simpson, and was another senator. I can't remember his name offhand. But he formed President Obama had a Republican and a Democrat come together and get all the experts that they could find to actually talk about the debt that was owed from the crash of 2008, 2009.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, at that time, I think the United States was $16 trillion in debt. Okay,
mm-hmm.
A lot of that stuff, even under a Republican Congress, they did not implement all of those steps that council came out of. So now your debt has gone from 16 trillion in 2011 to 22 trillion. And that's the public debt that they're showing. They're not even talking about the private debt, which is probably double that. So you're talking about United States is $40 trillion in debt.
My question,
They have to cut somewhere.
when we're talking about debt, and we're talking about cuts, why are we not cutting aid to other countries such as Israel and start taking care of home?
Do you really want to know?
Yeah, go ahead and tell me.
Okay.
Why is Israel more important?
Do you really want to know?
Go ahead, because we have bases all over the all over the
do you
world.
really
Why specifically Israel?
do you really want to know? Do you know anything about the about a global financial architecture and you being the seniorage dollar? In other words, you being the lead currency. Do you know anything about that and what it entails and what
Okay,
you
continue.
okay? If you want to be the lead currency, which we were under the Bretton Woods system or the pseudo Bretton Woods system after 1971, when France forced us off the gold system, you have to have four things. You have to have the largest store of gold, which we don't anymore.
Well, we did when we had Kennedy.
We have to have the biggest manufacturing base, which we don't anymore. And we have to have the largest balance of payments. In other words, you sent out goods and whatnot, and people owe you money, okay, which we don't anymore. And the last thing is you had to secure trade, to secure this system that you have that happens to be yours. You have to have the biggest blue water navy, okay. Now, since 1971, when President Nixon took us off the gold system, off the Bretton Woods gold exchange system, we have basically been taxing the rest of the world from 10 to 15% every year to run our economy, because we send them dollars, we get back goods and services. They don't get anything back for the dollar. They have the privilege of using it, but as far as balancing out trade, because they always talk about the trade balance and what it is this year, but they don't add it all up. In other words, it's a zero-sum game. If you send dollars, then they should be able to use those dollars to come purchase something, that's a good or service that you have produced. The United States has not done that since the mid-70s. So the only thing that they have left is that the dollar system still allows them to tax the rest of the world 10 to 50%, 10 to 15% a year. And the only thing that keeps that in place is your military. Because once that goes and they no longer have any use for you, what is going to happen to your dollar? All those dollars will come home. You will owe all that money, and you will go from the leader of the free world bound down to second or third. And
well, that's where we're headed already, because
you are headed that
leaving us in that direction.
Because you have no choice but to cut. France is going through the same thing because they have been taxing their 14 African colonies for 60 years. And that's how come they have the best social system in the world, because they're sucking all the wealth from those 14 African colonies to fund it.
That I don't disagree with you with.
The United States, if you can read, you can go to Asia Time and look up Henry C.K. Lou. He's written veritable books on the subject. On the American dollar system and how it's a tax on the rest of the world. It's not new. Everybody knows it. That's how come you are fighting in the Middle East for the last 15 years, not because you're trying to get rid of terrorism. You're trying to keep China from assuming the system and putting you in second place, because your social system will take a heavy hit. You cannot afford to do what you're doing. China does not have a social system. Most countries do not have an advanced social system. The money doesn't come from nowhere. It has to be extracted from other people to you.
Well, one of our major resources, and I think people are forgetting, is these children coming up in this world. And if you start cutting everything pertaining to them, education,
mm-hmm.
good health,
mm-hmm.
and all these things that make them great people,
mm-hmm.
Very highly educated,
mm-hmm.
Being able to compete in the world global market.
Mm-hmm.
When you cut all that out, you might as well, no matter what cuts you make, once you start to cut in those areas, the country is, you're headed down the road for the third world,
You're already there.
as a third world country.
There's
We're
nothing.
going there.
There's nothing that you can do to stop it. The thing is, do you want a slow slide or you want to collapse? Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, because this is if you get rid of the military, you'll get a
I'm
fast
not saying
crash.
getting rid of the
If
military,
you
but
if you
what I'm
if
saying is we
if
go way beyond. We go way
let me finish
beyond
my
having the
statement. Let me
military.
finish what I'm talking about, because you don't know. Okay, if you look at the President's Council on Debt, if you just look at it, and they did this 6-7 years ago, if you just watch the video, they lay it all out: what you owe, why you owe, what cuts you need to make, otherwise certain things going to happen. People, basically, your pension, the old folks, pension money, they've already been stealing.
I know that.
They've been crimping. They've been crimping on Social Security. People have paid into Social Security. They're borrowing money from Social Security and pension plans, basically to fund a lot of this stuff, to keep the debt from going up even higher. At a certain point, the money does run out. The money has run out. So you're going to have to make hard choices. They're not eliminating it; they're cutting it. Everybody's going to have to take a cut. Everybody's going to have to take a haircut. And the last people that you can touch, because one, is illegal to touch it, and plus, because it's supposed to be a lockbox system, and that will actually ruin the faith, basically the faith of the United States, the Social Security system, because it's been their money. It's been their money that has been funding this. It's been old folks' money.
Don't you find it strange that while we're doing all these cuts for the American population, you don't ever see Congress taking a cut. You don't see any of these politicians taking a cut. As a matter of fact, they up their salary. So is this the kind of people that we want representing us, honestly? And I am not for Democrat nor Republican, because they are two sides of the same coin. It's 100% corruption.
Okay.
We have nothing that is sustainable for the American population when it comes to politics.
I am of the opinion, and you probably will disagree, that we should pay them more.
No, I'm not of that opinion.
You know why I'm of that opinion? Because I say pay them more and get rid of the people that come to Capitol Hill and beg for special allowances. Give them all $1 million apiece. Everybody, all congressmen and senators get at least $1 million apiece. But if we catch you with any underhanded deal, or anybody giving anybody special breaks, tax breaks, whatnot, guess what? You will get sent to jail immediately.
And do you think that you can scare them with that? We have a president that has been making deals, underhanded deals, and he has no fear of anything.
They are not your leaders; they are your representatives. If you say this is what we want, enough people say this is what we want, it's going to get done.
I doubt that.
I don't, because it already does. People don't.
I think if you give them $1 million, they're going to want 2 million. If you give them 2 million, they're going to want 3 million. The point is, you're never going to be able to pay them enough.
They give away trillions of dollars.
For them to not be corrupt.
They give away trillions of dollars.
If you have a corrupt mindset and you don't care about representing the people that put you in office, it doesn't matter how much money you give them. They are going to prison.
You give them enough money to where they don't need it.
I think they have enough money right now, and how come they're not going to prison?
Because you don't have laws to send them to prison, because you're not paying them enough. Pay them enough, and then put really, really strict restrictions on them.
How?
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 It's called going to Washington and writing the legislation and say, well, this is what we want. Otherwise, everybody's out. Period. We call everybody.
I think you're living in a fairy tale with that one.
Do you vote?
I do.
Can you recall your politician if you want, if you get enough signatures?
Yes, you can.
You can. So
that doesn't mean anything, though.
the only people that you cannot recall are Supreme Court judges and the President of the United States. Everybody else is at your service. If your people truly believe in it and really want it to happen, it can happen. Trust me, they will do it.
Can you give me an example where that has happened
Where,
recently?
where you get a recall?
Yeah.
Oh, well, hell, it was Governor of California. Um, he got recalled. In fact, there's a few people that get mayors get recalled all the time. I'm trying to think. It was a couple of years ago. There was a congressman that got recalled. You can do it.
And do you
The
think the
laws.
person that stepped into that person's shoes didn't do exactly the same?
If you keep cutting off heads, what's going to happen?
One will keep growing back, and another one will
No,
keep growing back, and another
the,
one will keep growing back. We have a corrupt
okay,
system. I
no,
don't
we
know
have
where you don't see
okay.
that.
If you have a corrupt system, you do like the Chinese do. Okay, if the first guy gets shot in the head, the second guy gets shot in the head, are you going to do? Are you going to? What are you going to do? Said I want to get shot in the head too.
Do you really think we can do that in America?
Sure, you can
Honestly,
do it. Sure, we can do it. If when people stop being sheep.
we have. Okay, let me just say this. Can we really do that? We have a comedian that held up a doll head of Trump, and look
Uh
what she's going
huh.
through.
Of course,
A
when
comedian. She's not even for real. She's joking.
fortunately, that's all. Fortunately, that's all that's going to happen to her.
She got fired. She got all kinds of
That's
stuff happen
she's
to her.
supposed to get fired.
Oh, but why isn't our president
because
being fired?
because regardless of what you
He has
because
incited. We have a
you gonna let me are
president
you
that
gonna
has
let me talk
incited.
or are you gonna let me talk?
Go ahead. Yes. Yes.
The reason is you whether you respect the guy that you elected that was elected by the people, whether you like it or not, whether you respect him or not, you have to respect the office, because if you don't, nobody else will. And there's limits to it. She didn't get killed. Nobody came to her house and drug her off and threw her in the Castile. But
She
the thing
does.
is,
She's had
but
threats though, and who knows if somebody is going to actually peek on it.
you, well, if you went against somebody that people really like, you're going to get death threats. That's part of the biz. This ain't for widows
So
and
this is my question. This is
this
my
ain't for
question.
widows and orphans.
We have a president that split the United States with terroristic statements. He has been very racist towards different groups of people, but especially women. He has done some very foul things.
Okay.
Um, he's done very foul things. He's got these racist white Klansmen and
Mm-hmm.
these racist white
Mm-hmm.
skinheads
Mm-hmm.
doing his bidding,
Mm-hmm.
out there causing havoc, doing terroristic things
Mm-hmm.
under his pro quo,
Mm-hmm.
and nobody is doing anything about what he started.
He didn't start it.
He did start it.
He didn't start it.
He did. He was
This
in his
this
town hall meeting saying all kinds of
this is
stuff to get
remember
stuff provoked.
do you not remember Sarah Palin?
Yes, and I didn't like her as well.
You didn't like her as well.
No.
Why do you think nobody like Sarah Palin got support?
Sarah Palin? Because
Yes.
there's idiots that
They're
follow
not
her.
okay. So basically, whether they're idiots or not, why they have a reason for following her. Why do you think that is?
Because they're low frequency idiots. That's why.
The- those idiots, the low frequency idiots, there's probably 60 million of them that cannot no longer can find work. These low frequency idiots are basically committing suicide at 5 times the rate of the national average.
The problem is
These low frequency
they're taking their frustrations out on the
they,
wrong
they
people.
low
They're
frequency.
taking their
They're low.
frustrations out
It
on the wrong
doesn't.
people
They're
instead of
not.
the
They,
politicians that have caused all this to happen.
they're,
The ones that have pulled jobs out and taken them to China and Taiwan
so
and
so
different places like
so
that.
so what? So if a guy comes up and tells them he's going to reverse all of that, what do you think they're going to do?
Has he reversed it? Has he even attempted to reverse it?
If a guy runs on a platform and tells you the things that he's going to do to reverse it to make your life better, what do you think you're going to do?
I think you need to pay a close attention to what he's saying.
If a guy tells you you're desperate, and a guy tells you if a guy tells you that he's going to reverse all the things that you believe that's affecting your life, and nobody else is, who are you going to vote for?
Let me just say this: if I felt that Hillary Clinton was going to do that, I would have voted for her. I know she is a bullshit artist, the same as he is a bullshit artist. I didn't vote for either of them because I know neither of them have the American citizen, as the American population as a whole,
We're not
in
talking
their
about
best
you.
interest.
We're not talking about you. We're talking about poor, disaffected white people that have had their livelihoods shattered. What do you think they're going to do?
Well, if they're not investigating the truth of what words are being spoken to them, they're going to go for the one that's lying.
Who else was
But
speaking for them?
who else is speaking for them?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about Trump?
I said, who else? Who else even bothered to speak for him? I'm asking you a question.
Let me
Who
just say
else?
this. They're
No, no.
getting what they're getting.
I asked you a question. Answer the question.
Well, I didn't vote for him, and
No,
I
no.
didn't vote for
I
Hillary.
asked a
So I
question.
can't speak for them because I don't think like they do.
Say you don't know.
Okay, then I don't know what they're
Okay, now,
thinking.
okay, you don't know who else is speaking for them. That's the question that I ask. Now
Well,
you know.
I know they think Trump was speaking for them, but Trump is
I
an elitist that doesn't give a shit about them.
I asked who else was speaking for them besides Trump.
I don't know of anybody.
Exactly. That's why they voted for him. Now you continue with what you're talking about.
But that's what I mean. They're still being lied to, no matter what who they thought was going to tell them the
It
truth
does. What we
or
get
feed them a line of shit, and they believed it. It's still not come. It's not coming to pass.
it can't. Well, it can't. It's not coming to pass because it can't come to pass.
Of course not.
And the thing is, these cuts that they're doing are just minor. Okay, these this is not even to the bone. These are flesh wounds.
I
These are
agree.
flesh wounds. These are flesh wounds. These cuts are they haven't even got through Congress. That's number one.
Hmm.
That's number one. What he proposed may or may not get through Congress. But if you know what the budget is, and you know what the budgetary concerns are, you know what kind of debt that you're under, and what fiscally the United States is responsible for, not only inside the United States but outside the United States, you know that the cuts that they're proposing are minor and basically will not do anything. All the cuts are for is that you the uh slow down the rate
The
of the debt.
inevitable.
Inevitable. All you're doing is slowing it down. They have to do this.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but my point to you is, with all of this going on, see, I'm looking to find somebody that is in leadership position that has the best interests of communities and people at heart, and don't just want to see women suffer and their children suffer. What is the solution?
The thing, okay,
What is the
the
solution for
first,
these
okay,
children?
I'm gonna tell you the first thing. First thing, because I'm black, and I see these people all the time. I see women like this all the time, and I know the game. I know the hustle. And the thing is, if you don't start cutting, or at least start attempting to cut, they're not going to take you seriously. So whatever you're going to propose, they're not going to go for it because they don't want to do it anyway because it's a hustle.
I don't care what they're going
I
to
know
go
you
for.
don't care.
All I'm asking is, I don't want to see, because I was in Mexico when I was like 11 years old,
Mm-hmm.
Tijuana,
Mm-hmm.
and when I went there, you had
Mm-hmm.
children literally at your feet, begging,
Yeah.
begging,
Yeah.
begging for some change to feed themselves.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that in
You're
America.
not going to see that in America unless you have a crash, which is something that you don't want to see. So do you want them to take the proper steps to cut a few people so they can reorganize their lives and reorganize into doing something else, or you want them to continue down this speeding train into this wall and have a crash? Which do you want?
I believe there needs to be reform, but I do not believe that children need
What
to be
kind?
cut off
Who says they're cutting them off?
or cut back to where they're hungry
Who said they
or don't have a place to
do,
live
do they
or
do
don't
they
have resources.
do they eat buildings? There's a reason they
So
haven't. The reason they haven't. You are overextended for the food stamps. You're overextended for the SNAP program. The SNAP program, as it was implemented, should have only lasted 5 years. Okay, if you count from
the
2000,
problem with
if you count from
that is
2008 to 2017, they've overextended the SNAP program. They're in debt behind that stuff.
I understand that. My point is, what debt or not, we need to be investing back in the American population, and we don't do that. We don't care. Our politicians do not care about investing back in the people.
Investing for them to do. Okay,
I
okay.
would vote for a politician that wants to truly invest back.
Investing in them to do what?
Well, for one, the way things are going with food stamps and
I asked you a
resources
question.
is not
I
beneficial
asked you
because
a question. Investing in them to do what?
to become
What?
better leaders, people who become scientists, people who become, I won't say politicians because I really don't have a lot of respect for the politicians that are coming up in the game that's being played, but people who are better to lead and produce businesses, corporations, or what have you, that are invested back into the people. So
Invested
that,
back into people to do what?
well, of course, to become a greater nation.
In other, so in other words,
But a reformed nation.
in other words, when I say you need to do your homework, you haven't done your homework. Because if you just listen to my channel, other than the couple of videos that
I told you that I don't
I know,
listen to your channel.
you don't. In other words, what you're asking me to do is re-educate you from the ground up into what's going on in the world. You have a global system that's getting ready to crash. Do you know what a global system?
Yes, I understand that.
Do you understand what a global economic system crash will result in?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell me, enlighten me.
Well, I mean, I can take this biblically because when it talks about the tree of Babylon, Babylon is that established system, that governing system, the boughs that cover the earth, every nation, that is that global system.
I haven't done prophecy in about 30 years. Okay.
I'm not. I used to be a Bible reader and all
If
that
you're a
kind of
Bible
stuff. I
reader,
don't do that
what does the
anymore.
Babylonian system refer to?
It's a governing system.
No, it's not.
Well, it's not a religious system. It was an actual governing
No,
system.
it's not a governing system. It's a financial system. Where do you think
Exactly.
Where do you think
financial governing system?
it's not
Every
a governing?
finance is a governing.
It's not
Yes, it is.
There's two different aspects of governing system and a financial system.
They
Okay.
go hand in hand.
They basically, okay. I would have to teach you all about culture, and we're not going to do that in a hangout. Okay. There's two separate systems. The fractional reserve system was invented by the Babylonians 3,500 years ago. That's how come the Jews are especially adept at banking, because they have been doing it for 3,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
Your Babylonian system is what your banking system is built on. So when you say Babylonian system, they don't mean the governing system, they mean the financial system or the banking system. Those are two separate entities. That's what they're talking about. But that's aside. Do you understand what happens in this global civilization? What happened if we have a crash, financial crash?
Yeah, that we're going to have chaos.
Worse than that, you're gonna have a dieback. I say 40%. Other people say up to 80%. Are you willing to live through that?
No, that's why I'm telling you there needs to be a change.
There is a change coming. But the thing is, you haven't done your homework because you don't understand what it's about.
Honestly, I'm at the point. Let me just tell you where I'm at. I'm at the point where I feel that instead of the system that we have, the governing system we have, I think that the majority of it needs to be scratched, and we need to start all over.
In other words, you haven't done your homework because you don't know about it.
I'm telling you what I feel. Whether
Are
you
you
say I've done my homework or I'm not done my
have,
homework, this is where
have
I'm
you
at.
heard of
Where I'm at,
have you heard of the fourth industrial? In other words, where you're at and what you're trying to tell me is to educate you. That's what you're trying to tell me, but you're not listening. You're trying to tell me how you feel, and I'm trying to teach you. So
well, but what I asked you, what I asked you is, what are you going to do?
do you want to be
What is
taught?
important
Do
to
you
me?
want to
What
be
is important
taught?
to me? What
Do
is
you want to be
important to me
taught?
is what we're going to do with these children.
If you don't correct this, okay, if you let's say you, I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to put you in the center of an example. I love using examples and metaphors.
Mm-hmm.
You're a bus driver. You're a bus driver. You got 100 children on your bus.
Mm-hmm.
Your brakes have gone out.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going 60, 65 miles an hour. Your brakes have gone out. But there's a couple of kids uh, dangling out of the back door. So are you worried about those couple of kids dangling out of the back door? You're worried about trying to stop this bus with 100 kids on it?
So what you're telling me is you feel that a few kids dangling out the back door of this welfare system are expendable? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'm saying is what I'm saying is it's going to be it's going to be
Is that
necessary.
what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me?
In other
You're telling
words,
me that it's okay for those two kids in the back door dangling
I
out of
mean,
the bus
well,
to get
it,
killed
this is
and
this.
to die and to be maimed and to be
Are you familiar
and to
with
be
Star Trek?
yes.
The Kobayashi Maru test. What's your answer?
You have metaphors for metaphors. I'm just asking you
No.
what
I'm
do we
asking.
do what do we do with
In
these
other
kids?
words,
Because we can beat around the bush all day long, and we can
okay.
go
Let's put it
from
this
this
way.
to that to this to
You
that. I'm just asking
you
you what's
you
going to
make
happen to these kids.
you make some major cuts because you have to make the major cuts. Now, if
So
people,
my question to you is one of the answers and
in
is
other
one
words,
of the solutions
if
is
you
one of the
start,
answers and solutions.
if you, okay, well, one solution we always give, but no, everybody's going to ignore it because they don't have, because the people on it don't have to do it.
Which is
My solution is you move them out of the urban areas to cheaper areas. You give them training on how to grow their own food.
I
Number
agree with you.
one.
I'm
Grow
with
their
you
own
on that.
food. You pull them out of the urban areas. You cut this. You make sure that they give them cheaper Section 8. You move them out of the urban areas along with their children and other poor families. You teach them how to garden. You teach them how to grow their own food. You teach them all this other stuff of basic survival.
Okay,
Okay,
I
that's
agree
number
with that.
one.
I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not. I'm not.
okay.
Not on board with that. I am on board with that.
Then what you do, since you have internet. And these women especially will be at home most of the time, and as a community you start basically homeschooling your children through the internet. You may have a small school here or there to actually get them together and actually teach them if you have a teacher, but you start doing that way. You get, not only the mother gets educated, but the children get educated.
I'm for that. And
Okay, that's
how do you get them on board?
well, number one, you can't get them on board until you do what? You make cuts, give them
So,
incentives.
see, I'm with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying, and that is a positive thing. And I can get on board with that. I can get
Hmm.
on that bus going 60 miles an hour with that. My problem is how many men out there are going to be that guideline and be those instigators and initiators of that type of program for these people when those cuts are made, so that there is
You're
not
not going to get
chaos.
in the black community. You're not going to get it until you deal with the women. It's not going to happen because it don't happen that way in the black community. Black men do not lead the community in the black community. They never have.
Well, it's not just the black community that there's fall throughs. Trust me,
Well, I
it's
can't
all over.
I can't speak for the white community because I'm not in it.
Not just the white community. I mean, there's so many different ethnic background communities that are going through exactly the same thing.
My video did not touch on white people or any other ethnic group. It was on my particular group.
That video that I watched, you said women in general. And when
Women,
you say women in general, I take that as all races of women and all races
in
and
other
cultures
words,
of people.
the cuts are going to hit everyone.
Exactly.
And it's gonna hit women in general, and black women in particular. And I use that for, in other words, they're not just targeting cuts by race. They're targeting everybody because the cuts have to come.
I know that. I
It's
know
not a
that.
racial cut.
Right. And
They
black
don't.
women aren't the majority on welfare as what is being pushed.
The Section 8, the Section 8. I've looked at it at the section. Basically, you have Section 8 is broader than just the vouchers that we're talking about. And that particular video was talking about just the vouchers. It was not talking about the whole Section 8 program, which is the project base, which is the elderly support. You know, as far as elderly living, all those elderly elderly not elderly, but
Recipients. They're elderly recipients on Section 8. Yes.
senior citizen
Or housing.
senior citizens housing, apartments and
Yes.
stuff like that. That is under Section 8, even though they don't announce it as Section 8.
I know.
That's under Section 8.
Yeah, and they're going to be affected as well.
The only thing that they're affecting right now is the voucher program. And basically, what they're doing is Obama froze the Section 8 voucher program 4 years ago.
Let me tell you something. I'm not singing his praises either. I voted for him the first time,
understand,
but I did not vote for him the second time.
I understand. So basically, in one of the statistics that I read, the people that have Section 8 vouchers are 83%, or basically single women households, basically 83%. Of that 83% of that total, 45% are black women. In other words, 3 times the rate that they should be.
You might be right when it comes to the vouchers and housing, but when it comes to food stamps, they're not the #1 recipient of food stamps.
No, they're not. And basically in my video, I wasn't talking about them. And in fact, Georgia that's why I mentioned Georgia. With the SNAP program, they're cutting 10% off, but they're cutting off all the able-bodied people. If you're not working and you can't prove that you're working, basically we're cutting your food stamps off.
So I have another question for you. I'm on board with you about the out of the urban areas and growing food and all that. I'm for that because that's that's my thing.
You as a woman, how do you convince women that are ingrained into a certain system, ingrained into an urban environment, actually give up all that where they don't have to do anything and have to move out into the
well, they're going to have to do something because farming and growing gardens doesn't happen.
I'm asking you a question. I know they're going to have to do it. How do you convince them to do it?
God, that's a hard one because I know there are women who have been through very abusive things, and once they've been through extremely abusive things, they're way more open to changing their their original direction and changing down a new path because of it. When it comes to cutting these type of resources, I don't know how that's going to play out. All I know is I don't want to see children suffer.
Okay.
And I do know women can be stubborn.
Put yourself in her boots. If you and your kids are going to be out on the streets, what are you willing to accept?
If I knew that you can, this is the thing. There's trust issues with these women. I know I'm going to get to that. A lot of these women have been sexually abused and abused as children. So when it comes to trusting men and men that they deem can be worthy to guide them and direct them, they're not going to take that guidance. And the reason why they're not going to take that guidance is because they've been so used to being used as young girls, as children,
Okay.
is that they don't trust.
Okay. Okay.
And that's a
Oh,
position
okay.
I wanted
Okay.
to point out to you.
okay. I'm gonna give you that. So we're gonna every woman, single woman that has
Not
babies.
every, but
No, no,
majority.
no.
There's a lot.
Every single woman that can't find a job needs to take care of baby. We're gonna fund them. Okay. But the thing is, where are we gonna get the money from?
I would say that if you can do co-ops and you can get these women to band together and garden and sell and grow their food
Okay.
and sustain themselves,
Okay.
that's some income.
What I'm saying, that's some income. What I'm saying is, we haven't even got to that because you haven't told me how you're gonna convince them to actually do this.
Well, I mean, how are you going to convince them to do this if you don't have any place to take them?
In other words, if you don't start cutting, they're not going to do it because they're not convinced that you're going to cut.
And then this is the point: you're going to cut, and then where do they go? Because you cut the resources, you cut the housing,
they go live with their
and
mama.
there's no place.
They go live with
If
their
you're going to
mother.
try and play Moses, you're the Moses that doesn't have the land of milk and honey. Where is that at? Where where are you taking them?
Or you have to build shelters.
Well, we saw how shelters played out in Louisiana.
It is what
right?
it is. It is what it is. If you're going to be hard, if you're going to be hard-headed, you want to do it your way, then you're going to have to suffer, sweetie. Because we're not playing anymore. Big Daddy government's not playing anymore because it can't play anymore.
So you consider yourself Big Daddy government, but you're okay with this. You're okay with children suffering. You're okay with children becoming victims because this is what's going to happen.
They're already victims.
Oh, they're going to be worse victims.
Well, be that as it may. What do you want?
They're going to be children. Are you? You're okay. Hold on. You're okay.
Do you want to save the 2 or you want to save the 98?
Let me ask you a question. You're okay with children being preyed upon by predators, sexual predators, and things like that, because that's what happens.
They already are.
Even worse. It's going to be worse.
What's worse? You want to
crack? Let me just say this. Let me just say this.
Okay.
I know that every woman who is a mother is not meant to be a mother.
Okay.
That's why I'm for Planned Parenthood. That's why I'm for abortions. That's why if a woman says she is not going to be that mother, she is not going to be forced to be that mother, and she will not, believe her when she tells you.
What you should be doing, if you are really that into doing that, what you really should be doing is not asking for birth control for women. You should be asking for birth control for men.
Oh, both.
No,
both.
I could tell you, women want what? Babies. Men want what?
It depends on the man. Trust me.
Men want sex.
And they talk that baby shit to women.
They talk that baby. I'm a man. They talk that baby shit to get sex. Okay.
Well, whatever the reason, don't be playing. That's what you're gonna get if you talk that baby shit. A baby's gonna pop up.
Not if the baby.
Let me just say this: the mind is a very powerful thing.
Okay.
And so when you plant the seed in a woman's head that is what you're wanting, then her body is going to produce exactly what you're saying what you want, but that is not what you're wanting. Her body is going to produce it.
How can she do it without sperm?
You just got done saying that this is what happens when a woman is asking for sex, or he's asking for sex.
Why did I go down this path?
I have no idea.
In other words,
let me just say this. Women can get pregnant on birth control. So if two people are on birth control, they're less likely to get pregnant.
I'm going to finish my point, if you don't mind. Can I finish my point?
Yes.
In other words, if 95% of the men want sex and not babies, and you give them birth control and give the birth control to the men to where they can't produce babies, you will cut your already woeful fertility rate in half. It's already 1.8. You cut it below 1.
And this is where I say to you, like you said, how do you get those women on board to go out into those taking them out of the urban community and go out into the country? How do you get these men to take that birth control you're talking about?
It's called child
How do you get
support.
them on? How do you get them on board?
It's real easy. I'm gonna tell you exactly how. It's called child support in jail, which they're already doing.
Mm, some people don't care. They'd rather.
If
Let me just say this: some of those men you're talking about will gladly take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month in jail because that is where they're staying. That they don't mind it. So when you can't scare them into child support, then what do you do?
in other words, if what they want is sex, okay, and you give them, he said, if you have the penalties are high enough to where if you have a baby, either you take care of it. If this is you have draconian child support laws, which is why you have MGTOW and MRA and all this shit in the first place, is because men, their
But
birth
those
control.
men complain about paying child support. You don't hear them all the time.
Yes. They complain about it, except for the ones that produce a whole lot of children and don't get sent to jail. It's the ones that are working and are able to get sent to jail.
I have a problem. I have a problem with the child support division in government, in local state government as it is. I have my own issue with that. I know that they are faulty, they are corrupt, and they will take the money from the man and not give it to the woman or give it to the child. I know that whole scenario. I lived that whole scenario. So I am
asked.
not for the child support
You are
division
not
because
a
I know it's
man. I
corrupt
can
too.
tell you what men do and what men want. Because the one I am a man. I have a son. I talk to men all the time about child support and whatnot. Okay, men want sex. If you give them opportunity to not to be able to have sex without having children, more than enough of them will take it. It will cut your fertility rate in half to be below replacement. Well, it's already below replacement, but even it won't even be close to replacement, which the state really doesn't want. Which is why you don't have male birth control. They'll know that you won't have a fertility rate worth speaking of if you give it to them. Women want babies. Men do not necessarily
And
want
so does
babies.
the government wants babies from you
Exactly.
also. And
Except
the
for
reason why they
women.
want babies is because they can use the child support division as a form of
Yes.
bankery
With
and a form of income
you don't understand.
and
You don't
interest
understand.
building income.
You don't understand governments. You don't understand governments. That's not the reason. That is not.
What do you think they do with that
Do
child
you know?
support money?
No, it's not even
Do
about.
you hold on, let me ask you a question. What do you think they do with that child support money before they send it to the mother? They're sitting on that money and they're earning interest off that money.
And how do you
That's bankery.
how do you think welfare and Section 8 gets paid for?
It's not off of the child support, trust me.
It's not going in their pockets. It's going back into the system.
No, I doubt
Where
that.
do you think SNAP cards, welfare, Section 8, and all of the other stuff gets paid for? It's in the system. But that's not the reason governments don't give
Well,
men.
that system, let me just say that system is exactly the same system that Social Security, where the Bushes took the money out of Social Security and
Bushes didn't
bankrupted
do
Social Security. They're
Bush
doing
didn't do it.
exactly the same thing
Bush
with the
didn't do
child
it.
support
Bush
division.
didn't do it. Bush didn't do it.
Okay.
Reagan did it in 83.
Well, they all did.
Reagan did it in 1983.
But the
And
point is they do
everybody
the
said,
same thing to the child support division is just as corrupt.
what I'm saying is you don't understand why governments want children, why the state wants children. It's not because it's not because they want to make money off the men, because there's only so much money you can make off the men. You need children to support the system. Otherwise, you're gonna have a dying society. So you have to have women at least replacement level. That's how come they're willing to fund these babies. That's how come the child support system is so draconian. That's how come they pay welfare. That's how come they support Section 8 and all this stuff, because they want women to produce babies. Women have been broodmares for the state for the last 60 years.
I can agree with that.
So the thing is, until the money runs out, and the money has run out, they know what's going to happen. They've already talked about they've known what's going to happen for the last 20 years. That's how come Obama didn't take the suggestions that the Council on Debt came up with. And neither did the Republicans, because on both sides you're going to have to give up something. America's going to take a hit when they do either side. Way, if you take it from the military, you're going to take a hit. If you take it from the domestic system, you're gonna take a hit. It's where do you want to take your hits? And everybody has different ideas of where they're gonna take their hits.
Oh, I know where to take the hit from. And it's
Okay.
not from us and not from within. It needs to be from without.
Okay. In other words, if you take it from without, you will delay the effect. You will delay the effect, but that effect will come home unless you want to work and live like Chinese people. If that's what you want to do.
Well, so besides the building and growing your own garden type thing, you want to take these women out. What else besides that?
Well, then, okay, the big picture is what's gonna happen. The big picture is what's gonna happen, which I said that's why I know you didn't do your homework. The big picture is what's gonna happen is that you have something like 200 quadrillion uh, payments or debts that are outstanding that can't be rectified. In other words, capitalism and capitalism finance as we know it is a wreck, and it's going to crash and burn, possibly ending with the starvation and slow death of about, let's say, at least 3 or 4 billion people. So if you do not want to do that, now you have to convince all these countries and all these people to accept something that has never been tried before, ever in human existence, and they have no idea whether it's going to work. That is, go ahead and let the automation run wild. Let automation take 90% of your job. See if you can extract enough value from that said automation and take enough jobs to give people a basic income. Give these people access to the technologies where they can actually find their own jobs and form their own little communities around co-ops or whatever they think they can actually go out into the marketplace and actually become buyers and sellers of. That's what's going to happen. And nobody has any idea that it's going to work. And you're going to have a whole lot of resistance from a whole lot of people, billions of
Well, there's
people that.
already resistance for anything new. We have scientists creating all these different um, free energy, low energy cost, renewable energy, and we aren't going in that direction. There's the tons and tons of jobs to be taken from those industries, but we aren't creating them. We have people in power that want to still continue on as if we've been still in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, and we aren't there anymore.
But they already know they're not there anymore. The thing
Well,
is,
they don't know that because
yes,
they're
they
trying to
do.
push it back into the
Yes,
direction, that
no,
same direction.
yes, they do. Is this most people are going to be resistant to? They already know. That's like I'm and say you haven't done your homework. You don't. If you haven't heard of the fourth industrial revolution, which has been around since that been kicked around since 2014, or the universal basic income that has been kicked around for the last since 2015, when the World Economic Forum announced that they were going in that direction. They publish books, papers, they give speeches on it, and everybody who's anybody that's connected with government already knows it's coming. Now, how are they
And
going to get
what is that industry you're talking about? Technology?
the fourth industrial revolution? Do you want me to explain it to you?
Yes, please. Let's hear it.
Okay. The basis of the fourth industrial revolution is for one or two things. One, that nobody can figure out who owes what because there's too much paper that's all stacked up and nobody wants to take the hit, the financial hit with their economy and their domestic programs to
So
actually.
basically, like drawing straws.
Well, basically, after 2008, 2009, when they found the America banks cheating and sucking value out of the system and selling
Yeah.
these toxic products all over the world, the G20 was formed because they need to do what? Deleverage all this paper, unwind all this paper that's all stacked up all over the world evenly, so that everybody takes an even amount of hits. But human beings, being human beings, what do?
Greedy by nature.
They cheat.
Yes.
I want you to
Corrupt.
take the hit, but not me. because my people will riot or my people will protest and I don't want to hear it. So I'm not going to implement it. I'm going to find a way around it so that I don't delay it as far as possible. They have delayed it as far as possible. So either the whole system crashes or they replace it with something. And the ideas they came up with to replace it with something is this. That's number one. And number two, the reason is Mr. Edward Snowden. Western Europe and the United States and developing countries like that had tons and tons and tons of technology and automation technology. It was all locked up to where they could actually parcel it out a little bit at a time. When one, it was profitable. Two, that society was able to handle it because they were in control over it. But because of the NSA has backdoor keys into everything, electronic, all the databases where all this stuff is stored. When Mr. Edward Snowden got on a plane to China and Russia, guess what he brought with him? He came bearing gifts, keys to all those back doors, right? So all that technology that you have been sitting on for 25 and 30 years is open to who now?
Russia
and China. So it basically is who gets to market it first, right? If you, in other words, if you have listened to any of my subs, any of my hangouts, there's the margin call. There's a very good scene in Margin Call where Jeremy Irons says there's three rules, three ways to make money in this business. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Margin Call.
No.
He said 3 ways to make money in this business. You be first, you be smarter, or you cheat.
And of course they cheat.
Okay, what is it best to do out of those 3 scenarios?
Well, one is to be smarter.
No, be first. Get it to market first.
You can get stuff to market first, and it's still not going to. You're not going to get the results you're looking for.
Which is better? Be first, be smarter, or cheat?
I would say be smarter.
Well, you would be wrong. Be first. It's always be able to innovate and get it to market first, because you will take the new products first. What you're going to take the iPhone or the iPhone copy? You're going to take what's first. And then somebody has to be a whole lot smarter than you to overcome your market. It's better to be first. So now you have a technological arms race. All this technology, people are racing to put it to market because other people are going to beat them to it. And you might not even be second. You might be third or fourth using your technology. Either you put it to market or they will. Those are the 2 reasons. So now you have a financial crisis that's getting ready to crash, and also you have a technological boom, arms race that's going to eliminate 90 to 95% of your jobs. What do you have to do? That's why you have the universal basic income and the 4th industrial revolution. That is the solution that they agreed upon and they all came up with. And the thing is, now they have to go door to door and sell it to people that have never seen it, never done it before, and nobody knows whether it's going to work.
I got to tell you, I really think that the people that are creating their own co-ops and they're breaking completely off of the system right now is the best way to go. I think that when they can be self-contained communities, I think they're the only ones that got a chance right now.
That is part of the universal basic income. That's why Bernie Sanders, he was before his time, but he's probably the best president for what's coming. But that's going to come. That's how come Donald Trump, no matter what he says, and he was dumb enough to believe that he could, jobs will not come back into the United States. Okay.
He didn't believe he could. He just, his ego is so swollen.
Donald Trump believed that he could.
Yeah, because his ego is so swollen. He thinks he's God.
Because he's not that smart.
Of course he's not.
So he believed that he could until he got there. And they told you couldn't. And they said, okay. And then they laid out all, when you we get to be president and you get to see everything. They said, well, I want to do this, this, and this, and this. They said, okay, we can do this, this, and this, and this. So here's all our data. Here's all our scenarios. Go for it, Chief. Figure out how we're gonna get it done.
I mean, honestly, do you really think he believe that he's read or he is informed about anything that he signed?
Yes.
I doubt it.
Yes, it has to be. Now,
You can say that.
whether he understands it or not is two different things. But yes, he has to be told.
I said, do you really believe he read that stuff that he signed?
That he read that stuff that he signed. Yeah, I believe it.
Yes,
They might
I
have
don't.
they might have given him an executive summary of it. I'm sure he didn't read all the details, but they give him an
I
executive
don't think he
summary.
read any of the details.
Well, I believe he did.
I believe he didn't.
Well, okay, we can't prove it either way, can we?
No, we cannot.
We cannot, and that's neither here nor there. The fact is that he can't do it anyway.
Well,
So worker co-ops are going to have to come because you have to invent your own job. So that means what? You're going to have to develop a co-op, will you not?
I
Because
agree with co-ops.
United States is getting out of the job business. In fact, the rest of the world, all governments are getting out of the job business. That's
Yeah.
what the universal basic income. We're going to give you enough to feed yourself, minimally clothe yourself, and give you minimal housing. The rest is on you. Is
Mm-hmm.
what it is.
I
But
think when it
in the
comes to
meantime,
restructuring and rebuilding America from within, I think the co-ops are the way that it's going to get done.
this is not an American or a Mexican or a Canadian restructuring. This is a global restructuring. Global. You're thinking too small.
I'm thinking what's best for us
You're
because
thinking
I can't.
you're thinking too small. Okay, it's global. It's global. If you're thinking about your house not burning up, but the rest of the neighborhood is burning up, and you're thinking about only your house, you're thinking too small, right? Because your house is gonna burn down with the rest of them, right? It's global. What you're thinking about is global. That's how come I said only certain people can actually be on this channel. And I am being generous because I could give you the work of Allah, but I'm not giving you the work of Allah because you don't know.
So you're Muslim?
No,
You're Muslim?
I'm a black. Do you know what a Gnostic is?
Yes.
Okay. Gnostic could be Kabbalah, could be a Kabbalist, could be a Sufi Muslim. He could be a Zen Buddhist. He could be a whole bunch of other things. Shintos. It could be a bunch of things. A Gnostic could be. But my being a black Gnostic, and I have explained it before, it's basically comes from Memphite theology. That's where we come ourselves black Gnostics because that's where most of the religions are derived from.
I believe in no religion at all. I believe in a divine creator, but I have want no part of any organized religion. I
And
think they're all corrupt.
religions that are institutions can be corrupt, but they're a practice and they're tools. Now you can be part of the institution or you can use the tools. It's up to you.
You can get the tools no matter if you're a part of the religious institution or not.
Exactly. But that's what I choose to call myself. And what you do is your business. That's what I choose to call myself.
Well, I did hear a few of the men on your, was it this video that I watched, and a few of them I didn't think were up to par, as you put it. So I don't know where you get them all from, but some of them were not up to par.
As far
One of them, one of them I recognized his voice.
What video are we talking about?
The one I commented on.
The one you can.
No. Let me take that back. I have to find it, and then I'll send you the link of the one I listened to.
Okay, I'm saying the one you commented on. You know, you talking about the hangout I did with Big.
It wasn't that one. It was
the hangout I did with Big JXX.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you mean they're not up to par? They're expressing their feelings.
Well,
about
yeah,
about the black community. You haven't listened to all the hangouts. So we're talking about one specific topic because
I felt like some of them were acting and reacting like a pack of wolves, and
why did you feel that way?
a- and when it come to an intellectual spark, I don't think that they were giving the intellectual spark. I
Why?
think they were just being
So
like a wolf
so
pack.
in other words, you can be vehement about the way you feel, but they can't. Why?
That wasn't what I was saying.
You mean if I would do if I were to I could actually bring them on if you want. I don't think that's wise. What I'm saying,
You
they,
could do it if you want to. I'll
they
respond in a way that I will choose to respond to them.
well, I don't want to feed live meat to the wolves right now, and you would be
And you
live
so
meat.
so let me
You
just say this. So you do recognize that they are a wolf pack minded few.
so well. What are women? If I brought on a group of women, what would they say?
Well, it depends on the women.
Please, trust me.
No, truly, right? Because every woman doesn't think in certain pack
Most of
theology.
the half of the stuff that you were saying is about the way you feel, and you weren't knowledgeable about this stuff. They are because they've been in my hangouts. They are. They know what's coming. They are because we've been talking about this for a year and a half. They're already up on up on the game, and shall we say? But the thing is, they're tired of getting abused by black women and black women hustling the system and throwing it back in their face. So naturally, they're rather upset. And they have very strong feelings about this stuff, especially they're the ones that get hit with the TANF bills and the child support bills and the government system that abuses them. They're tired of it. So yeah,
Let me
they're
just say
wrong
this.
about it.
As you pointed out earlier, if you are a man and you are on birth control and you don't produce a child, you don't have to worry about child support.
But do men have birth control?
There is a birth control pill for
Do,
men now,
no, it's not. It's not. Where
and
you
there's a condom.
condoms break.
And being in a relationship with a woman, if you choose not to have a child, you need to find a like-minded woman who doesn't want to have children,
So,
and that is going to
so,
be your partner.
in other words, so in other words, if that is the case, and we're holding men and women to the same standard, then we need to hold these women that are doing this kind of stuff responsible for what they're doing. We need to take their children.
What do you think that's going to do to the children when you take the children from her?
We don't care.
So you don't care what happens to the
What is
children?
happening to them now?
Depends on the
They're
situation.
not being raised properly now. What's going to happen to them?
Some aren't being
Most
raised
of
properly.
in my community, there's a whole lot more than some.
Now, I do agree with you. There are certain things that I've seen women do raising children. Um, I've seen women who are on assistance.
How many black
Not,
women do you know?
oh, I know a lot,
Do
a
you?
lot.
I know. I know personally about 4,000 of them. I've seen this stuff go down for the last 30 years.
Okay,
I
well,
know what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna tell you, I do agree with you on certain situations, because I do know. I'm not going to tell you how I know, but I have witnessed with my own eyes children on housing with no electricity turned on and no food in the refrigerator, even though the mother did have assistance. She sold her food stamps.
Mm-hmm.
She, gave her money away for drugs or
Mm-hmm.
whatever, and the
Mm-hmm.
children still went without. So I
Mm-hmm.
understand what you're saying. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm against that as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not for that.
Mm-hmm.
But not all women on welfare with children are doing those sorts of things.
Well, so why don't we do this? Why don't we make the fight even? Since men are such the pariahs and we're supposed to be the
I didn't
bad.
say that either,
Hold on.
because I know there are
Are you
very
gonna
good
let
men out there as well.
are you gonna let me finish? Are you gonna talk through me the whole conversation?
Go ahead.
Okay. Why don't we make this even, since men are are supposed to be the bastions of egalitarianism? Why don't we just take all the forms of birth control from the women, including abortion, and get down to just what you're saying: relationship and condoms, and that's it. And you're stuck with whatever else it is. So if basically if you have a baby by that man, we go back to the old-fashioned way, shotgun marriage.
And are these men are they gonna marry these women?
What what part of shotgun marriage did you not understand?
Shotgun, and then what's gonna happen in the relationship?
It is
He's
what
gonna
it
lord
is.
over her and beat her?
It is what it is.
No, thank you.
Well then,
Yes, no,
well then,
no.
okay. Well then, okay. Now it is what it is. You'll be forced to make better decisions, will you not?
So you're gonna force her to get beaten
I'm not gonna force you to do
with
anything.
an abusive
You know,
male?
if you decide to lay down and have a baby with by a man or get pregnant by a man, then
So
you are
my question to you is, if she's forced to have be married to a man who's
exactly
abusive, and she puts hold on, and she puts him to death for his abuse, is she going to get off scot
he
free for putting him to death?
if she decides to pick up something and defend herself, she decides to pick up something and defend herself. So be it.
Okay, so we're okay with her putting him to death
And go
for
for it.
beating her.
Go for it.
You're talking very barbaric. I don't see where it even needs to come to that.
It's called authority. It's called authority. It would be a far cry better than the mess we have now.
That's very barbaric, and I don't see that as being a positive
You feel
option.
we basically it will solve the
Why
problem,
bring
will it not?
hold on, why bring children into this world if the two people who are copulating
Because
want nothing to do with each other in the future?
because we want to make this even. Because you ask me questions,
No,
we
we
want
don't
to.
need even means nothing. My point is, if the two people, the two partners, male and female, who are copulating want nothing really to do with each other in the future. They want no part of each other as co-parents, and they want no part of each other in relationships. Why bring children into that kind of
Or you would.
dynamic?
Well, why? What it was? Well, don't we need to ask women why they do it?
Well, there you go. Go ask them.
I'm saying I'm not a woman. Go ask them because you're blaming men.
I'm not blaming men. I'm
Yes, you are.
saying,
Yes,
I'm
you are.
saying,
Yes, you
I'm
are.
saying, why?
What about the men? What about the men? What about the men? Who's the who has 31, 32 forms of birth control, not including abortion, plus condoms?
Let me just say this. Every form of birth control do not suit every woman's
I
body.
didn't say it did, but I'm saying is
Okay, well,
men.
it doesn't.
How many options do men have?
Let's see. Men can abstain. There's one.
Mm-hmm.
Men can use condoms. There's two.
Mm-hmm.
Men can use a male birth control. There's three.
There's no male birth control.
There is.
There is not.
There is.
There
I
is
will
not.
get the link for you and I will
It is
give
not.
it to you.
Has it been approved?
Yes, it has.
No, it hasn't.
Okay, so there's the male birth control.
Oh, what's the name of the male birth control pill? Let me look this up because because trust and believe, I'm part of the MGTOW inboard community. If there was a male birth control pill, they would have announced it, been all over MGTOW.
I will definitely, when I get off this hangout with you,
there
I will
is
find the link and I will give it to you.
there is an experimental. There's two experimental male birth control pills, but it messes with your hormones. They have not been FDA approved.
Well, thank you to a woman's world. That's what we got to deal with when we take birth control pills. So what makes you better off, you better than us, in order to take birth control pills?
Do you want violent men killing people? Yes or no?
Violent men are killing people as it is.
Do you want somebody on?
And they can't blame it on male birth control.
If you think what's going on now, and half that stuff is because you putting these guys or these boys on ADHD
So if in the same token, you're talking about the male birth control messes with the male hormones and it causes him to do goofy, whacked out stuff, what makes you think that what the complaints you have about women, hold on, what makes you think the complaints you have about women and the MGTOWs have about women aren't stemmed from birth control as well?
What I'm saying is, I ask you a question? Do you want extremely unstable, violent men out there in the community?
On a personal level, I am at the points in my life that where you guys think going your own way.
Can I ask you?
I don't date. Let me just say this. I'm going to tell you my personal.
No.
Women,
can I get a straight answer?
Yes, I'm going to give you a straight answer.
Can I ask you another question? How long a ramble do
I
we have
like
for
peace,
the
and I
same?
got peace because I'm not in a relationship with a man.
I'm not asking. I'm not saying that you have to be in a relationship with a man. When somebody walks in the mall with AK-47, are you in a relationship with them when they shoot you?
So you're going to blame a male birth control pill for men going wacko and shooting
Why do
people?
you think they haven't released it?
Well, if you're going to get technical, then there's certain foods you shouldn't eat because that plays a part in your male hormones as well. There's certain lack of sleep. There's so many different factors that cause people
Yes.
to go off.
If I give a pill to a guy who's a man and his hormones go wacky, because you're a female, right? You know what happens when your hormones go wacky. Okay, put
Yes.
that on steroids if
But
it's a male.
if I let me just say this, even though I get what you're saying, can a woman go out there and go shoot up a mall and say,
Yes, they
uh,
can.
hold on, can they really say that and say, I got to tell you, it's not my fault. It is not my fault. I have to blame it on my hormones. That's what caused me to go out there and shoot 10 million people.
Okay, if she does it, she can go. She can take the penalty for everybody else that goes out and does it. But I'm asking
Let,
you.
let me let me let me tell you, we in Vegas.
Can I finish? Can I
I'm
finish
going
the
to give you an
point?
example.
Can
I'm
I
going to
finish
give you an
the point?
example.
Can I
We
finish the
had a
point?
woman. We had a woman.
Can I finish my point?
Go ahead.
Because every time I start making a point, you want to give me a story. Okay.
Will you give me stories?
Yeah, what I'm saying is, but I let you finish your point before I give you
Okay,
a story.
continue, and then I'm gonna give you my point too.
Okay. I'm asking you a scenario. Okay. If you have what? You have 100 million, you have 100 million adult males out there, adult males, right?
Hmm.
If you give, say, 60% of them, which is 60 million adult males, a hormone pill that can possibly make them erratic, are you willing to do that?
No,
Thank you. Now, tell your
but there's
story.
still a condom.
Tell tell your story. I proved my point. Tell your story.
Oh, you didn't prove your point
Yes,
because
I
there's still a
did.
condom. There's still condoms. And
I we
why don't men want to use
you
condoms?
asked me how come they don't release the damn birth control
Okay,
pill. Did you
so
not?
we had a woman, and she went on a hormonal
Mm-hmm.
killing spree. Okay, she had her
Mm-hmm.
little baby in the back of the car in here in
Mm-hmm.
Vegas, and you probably know the story where she just ran over shitloads of
Mm-hmm.
people on
Mm-hmm.
on the strip.
Yep.
Do you think she got off scot free for
No,
that?
no. Nor should she. How about all
Okay,
those
just saying.
How about all those guys on that whack out on ADHD drugs and come up and they come in and they kill 20 people? Did they get off?
Well, no, they shouldn't either.
Okay. Your
But
point.
I mean, there comes a time, of accountability. So even though a woman's being hormonal, we know to reel that shit in, and we know not to do certain things. Are you telling me that a man who's on birth control and gets on this raging testosterone hormonal, as if he's on some steroids type thing, um, can't reel in his emotions, can't reel in his and check himself? Are you basically telling me he cannot be checked? He can't check himself
They
before he
give
does something crazy?
they have given him, that's how come they have done experiments on these particular guys. And that's why they don't release the pill. Are you willing to take that chance?
Well, we don't have to take that chance because there's condoms. And if women are on birth control and different
You
forms of birth control,
okay. We
such as
we
IUDs and what have you, if the male is on a form of birth control, even if it's just a condom, and a woman is on birth control, the chances of getting pregnant are slim.
you know what we call that? What you just did in red in basically the manosphere. You know what we just call that? You just did.
Hard telling what you guys call it.
It's called deflect, because the point I made, you deflected, you just went past it. You agreed with it and went past it and went on to something else. That's not what we're talking about. Because we talk about the condom and all that stuff we discussed about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Well, you said there's
And,
nothing
and you
against
and you
it,
said, you
and
asked me
I'm
what would
telling
I
you there
do, and I
is.
told you I do. You said that's draconian. So it is what it is.
What, beating a woman is draconian. It
I didn't
is
say beating a
barbaric.
woman. You asked me, but just because she gets married to a guy doesn't mean he's gonna beat her.
Well, what you were saying, if she doesn't fall in line,
If it doesn't mean that he's gonna beat her.
I think what needs to happen, if you're talking about relationships and people just cannot get along and they cannot hash it out, then it
Mhm.
is meant for them each to go their own way. Honestly,
Mhm.
it is
Okay,
meant for
well
them not to hook up. It's
let's
meant for them not to get into any type of relationship with each other at all. Say your highs and buys and passing, and let it be that.
so in other words, if she wants to, well, I'm all for that. If you want to leave with the baby, go with the baby.
Well, why does she even have to have a baby? She doesn't even have to
Well,
be
she shouldn't.
copulating with you.
Well,
Why does she need to
if,
copulate with you? She does not.
if she doesn't get pregnant, doesn't have a baby, there's no shotgun wedding, is there?
But why does she even have to be in a physical relationship with you at all in the first place?
Because men and women want sex. That's what they've been doing
Well,
since the beginning of
it
time.
depends on the people.
Men and women want sex. They've been doing that since the beginning of time.
Okay, and the ones that want sex then should not be bitching and complaining when they bring a child into this world, when they aren't protecting each other,
You
and they
you
don't want the child.
you
Then
asked
they need
me
to stop
you
bitching and complaining
you
about the child coming
you
into this
you
world.
you
It's both
asked
their
me
faults.
you asked me what would I do if we took away all those birth control. You asked me what I would do, and I said we should be developing birth control for men. They actually have it, but basically the state and mostly most women do not want it to happen because there won't be
Well,
no babies
there's
born.
also if a man is absolutely not wanting children at all, there is something called the vasectomy, which is pretty much bulletproof,
It is
and
bulletproof, but it's also permanent.
which is exactly what they're wanting, correct?
Not
These are
necessarily.
these men, these most of these men that you talk about, these MGTOWs, are always talking about they don't want to have children.
Do
They want nothing to do with
do
women.
do
And
human be
my
do
point is,
so human beings never
get a
change their mind.
vasectomy,
Human
huh?
beings human beings never change. So a guy
Let me just
so
say this.
oh,
I
no,
after I had my second
let me
after I
just
had
say
my
this.
second daughter,
I'm
I
gonna
got
ask you
my
a
tubes
question.
tied. The reason
I'm
why I got my tubes tied is because I got pregnant with my second daughter on birth control. And to prevent that from ever happening again, I went and got my tubes tied. The reason why I got my tubes tied is because I knew I couldn't afford any more children.
so
The
so
two
it,
I
so
had was all that I could
so
afford.
in other words, an 18-year-old kid or a 21-year-old man at the very beginning of his adulthood is supposed to decide whether he wants to have children or not for the rest of his life.
No, but he can use a condom. And then when he gets to the point where he absolutely knows he does not want to have children, I knew at 23 I didn't want to have any
Or,
more
or,
children,
or
and I
just
got my
so
tubes tied.
so basically the birth control, just like the birth control um is more preventative than a condom. Condoms break. And the second thing is, if you're a man, you know why men don't like condoms. Do you not?
Okay, this is the point. I hear these MGTOWs talking about how nasty women are. If women are so damn nasty, as you put it,
Are we talking about MGTOWs
then
now? Are we talking about
yes,
MGTOWs now? Okay,
yes.
you want to talk about MGTOWs?
Okay, but I'm just
Because
saying,
do you want
if
do you want
women
to
are
talk
so
do,
nasty,
do
why
you want
would you not want to put a condom on?
do you want to talk about MGTOWs or not? You want to talk about what we're talking about and stop deflecting and stay on one particular
I'm
subject?
being sarcastic. I'm sorry.
What is the reason men don't like using condoms? Because it don't feel
I have,
good.
I
Because it
have,
don't feel good. Have you ever
who
walked?
cares? Who
Huh?
cares? Let me just say this. If you knew the woman that you were with, what was potentially,
Are you a
um,
man?
had potentially
Are
had
you a
AIDS,
man?
would you go in without a
Are
condom?
are you a man?
I'm going to tell you, if I was in a
Are
sexual
you a
relationship,
man?
who cares? I would still
No,
choose
who
for
can?
that person to put on a
Okay,
condom.
okay. I can say who cares about having children because I'm a man and you're a woman. It matters if you're a woman, does it not?
You cannot even make excuses for
And
men.
no
You
bullshit.
cannot,
Yes,
if they're
bullshit.
complaining.
Bu-
No, you cannot.
oh,
You
oh,
cannot make excuses for men if they absolutely don't want to have children, because the way that they can prevent that is a condom.
So why don't they
and
wear
they can
them?
prevent getting STD. Who
Why don't they?
cares what's the reason? Who cares? If
Well,
you don't want a child, put on a condom.
Who cares? Is you're trying to make a? Well, you're trying to make a rule, or you're trying to make something that people will follow. How come they don't follow? If there's no reason of producing condoms and making people wear condoms if they don't wear them, right? Am I not correct?
Well, then if you don't wear a condom and you get a woman pregnant, that's your fault.
And that's
if you have to pay child support, that is your fault.
That's where the problem comes in. Okay.
No, there's no problem because you have no excuse.
Okay, so in other words, men that have babies without wearing condoms had to pay child support. So now we have to have this whole system and all this rigmarole about who pays for the baby that we have in this system, right? And then we have to have welfare for the women. We have to have Section 8 and all this other kerfuffle.
There wouldn't need to be any welfare if both parties who didn't want the children in the first place had birth control in place.
And you know what? If people actually stop killing each other and causing wars, there'll be sipping Coke and sipping tea and learning each other's language, sitting down peaceful.
I agree with you. That is exactly what we should be doing.
What is the problem with all of that? They're not robots, they're humans. That's what they do. How come women are illogical? That's what they are.
No, there's a lot of men who are just as illogical.
Bullshit.
Not putting a condom on and not wanting a child is illogical.
How come the woman doesn't make sure the condom's on?
Whenever I've had partners, I make sure a condom's on.
How about the women that don't?
Well, I don't know about that. Can't speak for them.
Exactly.
I'm speaking for myself.
Yes, you can. You know the reason. You just don't want you're deflecting. We're adults. In this hangout, in my hangouts, we don't bullshit, okay?
Oh,
we get to the truth. We get to the truth. And no, we don't. In other words, you can't tell me that you can't tell me that you've had kids and you've been around people for, most of your life that you don't know how come people do things.
I do know that they do things, but it's very stupid. And when they do those things, they have no reason or recourse to complain when they had a choice, and the choice was put a condom on.
And why don't they do it?
Well, I don't care why they don't do it, but they have no reason to complain.
No, it doesn't. I don't care is not an answer.
Well, I don't care means you have no reason to complain.
Okay, the thing is, I don't care doesn't fix the problem, does it? If you don't know why people do things, you can't fix the problem, can you?
I understand what you're saying, but the point is, hold on, what's more important? Okay, this is where you have to weigh your options, because you say that the men that follow you are logical. So logically speaking, do you want 5 to 25 minutes of pleasure and 22 to 25 years of child support? Or would you rather take a lesser degree on the 5 to 25 minutes of pleasure and no child support for 25 years? Those are decisions.
The logical answer is you would wear the condom. The thing is, we're talking about human beings. How come human beings do stupid shit?
Well, my point is the men that come to you bitching and complaining about child support really shouldn't be bitching and complaining about child support. Because they had choices.
They complain about the unfair system of child support. They don't have equal access to their children. There's a lot of reasons they complain.
Okay, when it comes to stuff like that, unless the father,
let me finish my point. Because you talked about them and the people that come to me, the people on my channel. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
And I take exception to that because there's no person on my channel or in my comment section that complains about not paying child support with kids that they have. What they complain about is what? Excess child support, sending them to jail and not being able to see their kids. That's what they complain about on my channel.
Okay.
Okay. So if you're going to insult my people, get it right.
Okay. Well, let me just say this. I had a great father. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Having said that, I know that there's some shitty mothers out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there's some great fathers out there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm for men getting children when it comes to the situation of who is the better parent.
Mm-hmm.
If the father is the better parent, then, and the father is willing to take his children, and this is the problem with our society, is a lot of men are not willing to take their children full
That's not
time.
correct.
Yes, it is. Let's be honest.
That's not
Some
correct.
some are very willing to take their children. They love their children and would take their children in a heartbeat,
So how come they can't?
because we do have a corrupt system when it comes to the
So how,
judicial system that
so how,
guides and governs over family court.
so how can you say the majority of men that have children wouldn't take their children if you don't know?
Because there are men who would not take their children.
I see. We said the majority of them.
Come on. There's exceptions to the rules, but there are a lot of men who don't want their children. Come on. Be
The
honest.
majority of men want their children.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are there men, yes or no,
Mm-hmm.
who don't want their children
Yes.
no matter
Yes.
what?
Yes. Are there women
Okay.
that hustle the system?
Yes. So we're being honest.
Yeah.
I am for children being in the best care of the best parent. It doesn't matter whether it's the female or the male.
Mm-hmm.
So if the man is the better parent and the man can give the child what that child needs as for success growing up and becoming prosperous adults, I am for the child being with the father, because
I
I
mean,
do know.
I would take you on the grand scope and explain to you why all this structure is happening and what's going on and what's driving it, um, because you're working on an ancient system and you have a new environment, and that's exactly what's going on.
I agree with you.
And
We're working on a system where
and
back in the day women couldn't work and men did work, and they gave the children to the mother because the father was working and the father was bringing in those tax dollars for the government, and that's what they wanted.
back in the day, depending on how far back in the day you're talking about, back in the day when that happened was only a very small window. When we talk about maybe 20 to 30, 20 to 25 years max. Back in the day, everybody worked because everybody had to eat. Women worked very hard, and they had to have a husband that worked harder because she could not survive by herself.
There was a time when women did not work
When,
in the
yeah,
system.
when was how what window was that?
That was between, no, well, because there were spurts off and on. Whenever there was a world war, then women were working, and then they stopped working, then they were working again, and then they stopped working.
I'm talking
So
about
there,
when even in the home, did women have to work very hard before
well, of
the
course,
modern
yes,
appliances? They
yes, they
had
did.
they worked very hard. So saying that women were inside the home, the reason
I'm talking about outside the home is what I'm speaking of.
before that they were on farms.
Not everybody.
If you Before the Industrial Revolution, they were on farms. In fact, until 19, what was it?
30.
No, no, it was until I think it was 1910 where it really started to crack. But basically into really the crossover came in. I think it's 1910
Hmm.
for the most part. Where because the farming revolution started in 1735 and slowly started pushing people off the land. But even then, 19th century, 90% of the people were on the land.
Well, I'm mainly talking about when we went into the IRS and had this Federal Reserve and everything, and then
Hmm.
tax dollars were collected mainly.
We going way into the weeds. Okay, we're going way into weeds. We talking about the big superstructure that forces the whole society, all the societies basically that fall into it, into a certain pattern, because you have to understand the pattern. That's what we do here.
Hmm.
The micro is too small because you can't understand anything from micro. In other words, what you're looking from a sheep level, we have to look at from shepherd level. You're looking at sheep level. We're looking at shepherd level,
Okay. Hmm.
because the mere fact is we're uh, the reason that we have this big kerfuffle over children, and children are no longer an asset to the parents. They're a liability. They're an asset.
That's not the children's fault though,
I didn't. Do we?
and it's not even the parents' fault.
Are we assigning fault?
Okay, just saying.
Or are we assigning fault? It's nobody's fault. It's the way that the civilization is going. The reason that you don't have it is because you don't have work. You don't need children's hands on a farm.
I mean, children farming is not the only thing. I mean, when I was raising my daughters, I took them to work with me, and was teaching them my trade. So
Well,
it's a matter of having a trade to teach them. If you're a plumber, you're going to if you can, you're going to teach your child, your skill. If you are a carpenter, you're going to teach your
how
child
old?
your skill.
How old is it? Okay, by the time a child can learn to be a plumber or a carpenter, how old is that child?
Um, I mean, that can be like 7 or 8 years old. They can start learning that.
Basically, by the time that child is an asset to you, doing that particular trade, the child is like 13 or 14 years old minimum.
What is your point? You have to get to some point with the age. I mean, of course, an infant and a toddler is not going to be an asset. Of
So,
course not.
but on a farm, when does a child start being productive?
Children start being productive on a farm at like 5.
At 3.
Yeah.
And
Well, not really 3.
the more the better, right?
Well, that was the ideas back then.
Yes. So basically, when you take them out of that environment, you put them in an urban environment where they cannot do that, especially the urban environment that like most people exist in. They
Well, because
basically
the children aren't being taught any trade. They're not being taught
how
any
how,
skills.
how many
Even in school, they're not being taught
how
anything.
many tradesmen do you need? Do you need?
Oh, you need all types of different tradesmen.
I know, but I'm saying is, it varies in ages to where they're actually going to be productive, but they're still not going to be productive for the
Whether
parents.
they're not productive or not. I mean, how many men go into these unions, these carpenter unions and stuff, and they start off as apprentices. They have no skill.
And
They are not.
how old are they?
They're adults.
Exactly. So by the time that child gets to be an asset to the family,
Well,
you put
there's grown men who aren't assets. Come on now.
I'm not grown men,
And grown women.
grown men and women are not part of a family. Parents, in other words, how many children are you going to have if they're no longer assets? I'm
So
going
you're
someplace with
basically so
this.
so you're basically saying that these women having these children they're not assets. You're basically saying they're expendable.
No, what I'm saying is they're liabilities to the parents, are assets to the state. That's like I'm state insist on paying for them. How
And
much?
and
How
what do
much?
you
How much?
and what do you
How
propose,
much is? How
and what
much
do you
is?
propose these parents do?
What I propose these parents? I'm not proposing them to do anything. I'm explaining why the system is the way it is, and
Well,
why
how
it's
can
there.
they, let me just say this, how can a child who is no asset to the parent be an asset to the state?
Okay, that goes into demographics. You need adults. You don't need children. You need adults. But the
Even
thing
even
is,
if the even even if the
let me
even if the
finish.
child becomes
Let
an
me
adult and the
finish.
child has no trade or no
Let me
education and can do
finish.
nothing,
Let me
how are they
finish.
an asset?
Let me finish. Okay. How do you get an adult without having a child?
How do you get an adult
How
without having a
can
child?
you have an adult without that adult being a child?
No, you cannot.
So by the time by the time 9 times out of 10, while that before the child becomes an asset, he's like 18, 19, and 20. Who is he valuable to?
But he's not. How is he an asset? Is my point.
In other words,
If you're not being taught anything,
he can be trained to work. He can be trained to fill in a job. He can be trained to sweep floors. He can be trained a whole bunch of things. That's how come they send him to school.
let me just say this. You even said it yourself. We live in a governing system that is pushing jobs completely out. So even if they get to adulthood and there is nothing to do, how are they still an asset?
I do not have time to teach you demographics in a hangout. I do not have time to teach you. In fact, I did a video. I did a whole. It took me 4 days to put together a video explaining the bare basics of demographics. In
Well,
fact,
give me the link and I will watch your video.
uh, it's on my Black Gnostic Speaks channel, and you can actually put Black.
You have two
I
channels.
have a MGTOW channel. I have an IBMOR channel. Well, MGTOW channels for MGTOW. My IBMOR channels for Black men, because you can't
Okay.
discuss Black men issues on MGTOW channel.
So which channel am I looking to find this video?
Black Gnostic Speaks and put demographics. It'll pop right up.
Okay.
I do not have time to teach you all these pieces, okay, in one hangout. That's what I'm saying. I cannot teach you this stuff in a comment section.
Okay.
Because you barely understand it now. Because you're faking, like they say, you're faking the funk. Your eyes are actually glazing over because you do not understand this stuff now. Because it took me years to understand it. So I know you don't understand it.
How old do you think I am?
It doesn't matter. You never studied this stuff.
I've studied a lot of stuff. Trust
You
me.
never studied. If I talked about demographics and why 2.2 children are an asset to the states, then you either know it or you don't. Because if you know it, it's very basic. You told me right up front.
It's a matter of agreement or disagreement, and I don't see a child being an asset to the state if the child has nothing to offer the state.
Because you don't know anything about demographics. That's why.
That's your perception. That's your perception.
You don't know any. Okay.
As to knowing the value. A child.
If I ask you what the integral of gravity was, the acceleration of gravity was, you either know it or you don't.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a matter of perception. You either give me the answer or you don't. If I ask you why 2.2 children is important to a state as far as demographics is concerned, either you know it or you don't. I could explain it to you, but the thing is, we're already well into the weeds. And the thing is, you still won't understand it until you actually go back and study it, because it won't make sense to you. But
so there's such a thing as there's such a thing as a 2.2 kid.
The 2.2, 2.1, 2.1, 2.2, depending on who you talk to, is the exact number of replacement, because there's going to be a certain amount of people that die by accidents and whatnot. If you go below 2.2 children, basically a woman has to replace herself and the man, because the men do not have children, right? So if a woman only has one child, she replaces herself, but she loses half the population. So
what do you think, since you're saying that you're talking about this demographic thing, and what do you think about Bill Gates and his trying to sterilize women from Africa and different countries, and prevent them from having children, but is allowing certain European countries to not be a part of that design?
Okay, what is the fertility rate in Africa right now?
I have no idea.
4.5, right? What's the fertility rate in Western Europe on average?
Probably
1.4, below replacement. What's going to happen in 2 generations? When you have two generations, three generations, when you have 4 billion people on the continent of Africa, and you have 300 million people or less on the continent of Europe, what's going to happen to Europe?
Okay, so
They're going to get
that's
taken over by the
that's.
growing by the
Let me just say
growing
this.
population.
This is how the Earth has always been.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it has.
No, it hasn't.
Through 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 every civilization, you have a growth and you have a decrease, a growth and a decrease.
Okay, okay. For most of this is why I say you haven't studied. Okay, for most of human history, what was the max number of people that were on the planet?
Well, it depends.
500 million people. What changed all that?
There were different reasons why there was a decrease and an increase, and part of the decrease had to do with the way the environment was and what was taking place.
Okay, that's part of it.
Pompeii was one decrease was that volcanic eruption basically annihilated everybody on the level, the ground level, and those who didn't get annihilated by the the volcanic
you're going way in the weeds.
eruption. I can go in the weeds. That's
It's,
what I do.
it's a simple answer, and you don't know what it is because you're going way past it.
I'm not going to be your mind reader. I'm not going to be on
I
your
mean,
page because I'm not one of your students.
in other words, I'm trying to see if you know the answer. That's what I'm trying to see.
Just because I'm not thinking like you do doesn't mean that I don't have a concept of what you're speaking of.
In other words, what changed it is the Industrial Revolution. If you had been on my page, this is a simple answer because everybody knows it.
That is in the last few hundred years. I'm talking prior to that.
So prior to that, at best you fluctuated between 250 million and 500 million people for at least for at least 10,000 years all over the planet. So now you go since the 19th century, you've gone from 500 million people or less to 7.5 billion. What do you think is you attributed that to?
I don't know where you think that perception is 100% accurate because prior to colonization in America, hold on, prior to colonization in America, there were over 62 million Native American people on this continent that were wiped out by the Europeans that came over here. So 62 million.
Yeah, you had 100 in World War II. You had 100 million people wiped out. You still have 7.5 billion.
But my point is, it depends on who's doing what.
It doesn't matter. The thing is, it's a global effect. What was the global effect that caused the population on the Earth to grow to 7.5 billion people when it never happened before?
Because there's different factors.
Like what?
One factor is people don't have to work quite as hard to make a living.
So what do you attribute that to?
Well, I attribute that to technology.
Okay. What's the other reason?
I mean, there's many factors. I mean,
it's a simple question. Now they have more food, right? They don't starve, right?
Depends on what you're talking about concerning food, because people are dying at rapid rates from cancer because of the food we eat right now.
Yeah, but the saying is, basically you have if you take all the people that die all over the world for whatever reason, and you still double still double basically every 30 years. What does that mean? You have more people surviving than you have people dying, does it not?
Well, it just depends.
What do you mean it depends on what?
I mean, it depends on many factors. I mean, they do culling with wars. I mean, that's what they're doing right now, the culling.
Damn, you have 7.5 billion people. How big a cull do you think they have to be to reduce the population to a point where they won't double again?
They're doing culling through food. They're doing culling. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Well, how come
I can send you links.
How come the population is increasing, even places where you say they're culling?
Well, that's only because that's the the stats that you have right now at this point. Take the stats in 10 years, take the stats in 15 years and tell me what you see.
We're talking about projections.
Yes.
The projections are in 10 years, we're going to have 9 billion people.
I doubt that.
And we just had a demographer. I just have, if you look on my page, on my Ibmore page, I have a very good link. A guy wrote a book. He was on the Coast to Coast show. I actually put the whole video, the whole talk up. He's a
So
demographer.
you're a Coast to Coast fan?
Huh?
You're a Coast to Coast fan? I hope you're not an Alex Jones fan.
Alex Jones, I can take or leave. Sometimes he comes up with good information. Sometimes he doesn't.
He's the biggest bullshit artist there is.
Of course he is. But that doesn't mean there's a lot of bullshit artists that are right. Okay, a lot of things that Alex Jones says are correct.
The only reason why he's right is because he gets it from underground news and underground news providers.
Doesn't matter where he gets it. Does it? Is he right or is he not right?
Well, it depends on what he's speaking of.
Is he right or is he not right? And that's where
certain things he's right about, but it's not from his own inclination that he has this proper information.
Matter. In other words, most authors write books from information they call from other people. Does it matter? What it matters is that the information is correct. It doesn't matter about the person. On this channel, it's either the information is correct or it is not correct. That's the only thing that matters. The guy's opinion doesn't matter. Is his information correct? Because all the information is all we want. His opinion, we can either take or leave.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
But the thing is about demographics, anybody that you talk to, governments set up programs by demographics. They use this stuff in and out all over the world. So basically, you have an opinion about demographics not being correct or not. In other words, they use stuff that works. Okay, it works.
So I'll check back in with you in 15 years. And would you say 9 million?
It'll probably in 15 years, unless I'm sorry,
900 million, not 9 million. 900 million?
9 billion.
9 billion, I'm sorry.
You know how I won't be, neither I nor you will be around if we get down to 900 million.
You think we won't be?
No, we won't be. Do you think you have 7.5 billion people? You think you're gonna make the cut?
Well, it just depends. It's all the luck of the draw.
Luck of the draw. I mean, the odds are is that you won't make the cut. You have a 1 in 5 chance of surviving to make the cut.
It depends on how well you put faith in your angels and you put faith in your divine creator.
You better make sure that it might not be your time to survive if you think about it.
And then it might be.
Then it might be. You have a 1 in 5 chance of surviving that cut.
Yeah.
So in 15 years. I would put my money on younger people.
Well, it just depends.
Well, it depends. I'm saying is if it's 900 million, you better, I don't even know if you want to live in a world where you're going to have that kind of disruption.
At the point things are going right now, not too many people want to be here right now as it is.
People think a whole lot of things until they're faced with the reality. And then that kind of reality, they don't want to face, trust and believe, because going to have.
I have a different belief structure. I'm not scared of death. I know that every energy source goes and it gets recreated somewhere else, or it gets redistributed somewhere else. Energy does not die. We are big balls of energy, and so we go somewhere.
And we go somewhere, but the thing is, that doesn't mean you're going to be on an earth plane doing it, does it?
Well, it doesn't matter if you are or you aren't.
Well, that's your own personal belief. On this forum, we have to deal with facts, not belief.
Okay. Well, and I mean, what else do you have? If you have a belief system that all this data that you have obtained and all this knowledge you obtained is 100% accurate. That is a belief system.
No, you know what? You know how I test my data.
Which is still a belief system.
No, not really.
It's not?
No, okay.
You believe that everything that you learn is factual. That is a belief system.
Because it is already born out into action.
Doesn't matter whether it's
If
action or
if I
inaction.
if I
It's still a belief system.
if I believe that I can throw a ball through a 10-foot brick wall, thick brick wall, and it comes bouncing back to me, is that a belief system or is it fact?
If you throw a tennis ball and you hit a wall and it comes back to you.
Mm-hmm. The result is the results fact or
So
belief?
are you believing that it's coming back to you?
If okay, let's put it this way. I throw if I believe I can throw a ball through a 10-foot wall, and I tried 100 times, and every time
Through or at?
through, I believe that I can throw it through the wall.
Oh, through.
But every time I try to throw it through the wall, it bounces off and comes back to me 100 times. And I said, okay, my belief is wrong. The fact is that I throw this ball at the wall, it's going to come back to me. Is that a belief or a fact?
Well, it depends, because you might just hit a brick that is decayed, and it might just go right
If
on through.
I do that,
And then when it goes right on through, you're
no,
going to
no, no,
say,
no.
hmm.
If I throw the ball at a wall 100 times and it bouncing back to me 100 times, is my belief, is that a belief or is that a fact that the ball came bouncing back?
Well, if it's already happened, then it would be a fact.
In other words, if it's already happened, it's a fact. So
Right,
that's
because
and, that, and that's and
you've
that's
already dealt with. That's
and that's
past thing, a
when I
past
trade
thing.
used to trade commodities 20 years ago. Okay, you had to deal with facts. If you did X and Y came back, it doesn't matter what you believed. You did X and Y came back. If that happened 100 times, then basically, guess what? I did X, with this Y is going to happen. And
That's
it's
something
based.
that's a proven dynamic.
It's a proven dynamic. So basically, that's how I form my opinion of the world, with proven dynamics. Either it works or it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, I toss it out and I don't tell it to anybody. I would, if I believe something, I give you my opinion about what I believe. I will tell you, this is what I believe. This is an opinion that I have. When I tell you that something is a fact, it's a
So
fact.
what happens when you do something and then it doesn't turn out as factual as you thought it was going to be?
Then I re-examine what I thought, because I want to be aligned with the facts.
Mm-hmm.
Demography exists for a reason, and it has been well tested by a whole host of people. Okay, just dealing with broad groups and not individuals.
So
But
those host of people, then you have a belief that what they've tested is factual, whether you have witnessed it yourself or not.
you can see, the thing is, you can test it out in the real world. You can see the results in the real world. It's not one of those things you can walk outside and test it out and realize, okay, yeah, it's a real thing. Just like the iPhone is a real thing. It was a concept, but when it's in your hand, it's a real thing. The internet is a real thing because we're talking on it. We can believe in it. The thing is, we're talking to each other. I have no idea where the hell you are, and you don't know where I am, but we're talking to each other like we're in the same room. It's a real thing. It's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of people that have a belief structure know that certain things, they feel things are the real thing as well. And they know that certain things are the real thing. But somebody who doesn't have a certain form of spirituality would not understand that real thing because they have not experienced it. Just like you said, you have something that is proven, that is factual, that you have witnessed. Well, certain people have belief structures that they have witnessed that other people have not witnessed.
You're a spiritual person. Do you believe there's rules to this game, this universal game?
I think yes, there are
There's
definite
rules,
rules to the
and
universe.
there's hardcore rules in the universe. Are there not? Are they
Of
not?
course.
Of course. Okay. There are rules. There's structures that are facts. Those are facts.
Right,
because
but
because
still people can
you
consider them
cannot be
beliefs.
you can't not build an intelligent system on beliefs. It have to be facts.
What,
Beliefs are people that assume facts that are not in evidence.
what do you think what do you think the definition of belief means?
Something that you hold true, that you hold to be, well, but sometimes not even be true, but you
Okay,
hold.
I'm going to get the definition for you.
Mm-hmm.
Just one
I don't
minute.
know how we got into spirituality, but we can go ahead.
Because I asked you about belief, and you said you
Mm-hmm.
don't believe, you only deal in
Well,
facts. And
when I believe something, it's an opinion, and a belief does not have to be tested, does it?
belief is usually tested.
No, not really.
Why do you say it's not?
Hmm? Not
Why
really.
do you
A lot of people believe in stuff or say they believe in stuff that is not tested, and they don't even know why they believe it. Somebody told it to them. It's like you
oh,
say that I get my opinions and stuff like because somebody told it to me and it hasn't been tested.
okay, the belief is an acceptance that a statement is true or that
Mm-hmm.
something exists.
Mm-hmm.
Trust, faith, and confidence in someone or
Mm-hmm.
something.
Mm-hmm.
So when you talk about what you have tested
Mm-hmm.
as being true and factual, it's still a belief system. That's my point.
A fact is a fact. A fact is not a belief. Either it is or it
I just
isn't.
read to you what the definition
Oh,
of belief
what's
is.
the
Is that
definition of a fact?
just a minute? Plus, you guys were kind of mean to Big J on that when you were speaking to him on that
Yeah,
hangout.
of course, because Big J doesn't like to have his his logic tested, and plus Big J talked a lot of smack and wrote a lot of wrote had uh, a lot of things to say about a lot of people in that hangout, including me. So
Like,
basically, huh? Well, you can
what
go
did
to
he
the
say?
video and find out. He had a lot of names to people that were illogical, a few other spicy names that he called us.
Well, they were kind of mean to him, though. So,
We don't
so
care about being mean. Either your facts line up or they don't. He didn't like his evidence tested.
okay, I'm going to tell you what facts
Mm-hmm.
definition is. A thing that is indisputable. The case, the most. That's something else. Okay, synonym: reality, actuality, certainty.
Do you see belief in any of that definition?
Well, belief
No, it doesn't.
coincides with it. Yes, it does. I'm going to go back to belief. You want me to read belief for
No.
you?
Okay. One does not mean the other. You can believe in a fact, but a fact does not. A fact needs evidence, does it not?
Well, usually a belief does as well.
No, it does. A belief does not necessarily have to have a fact.
Mm. Well, that's where we
Your
are
belief,
in disagreement.
my belief in God does not exist on a fact because I can't prove the existence of God to 100% certainty, can I?
Well, then why would somebody who is so intellectual as yourself believe in something that you cannot prove?
Because as Neo said in the Matrix, I choose to. It works for me. Is that okay with you?
All right, then. I guess. I don't believe in my divine creator without the facts. I
Okay.
believe because things have been proven to me.
We've been proven to you. Can you take that hard coded evidence, walk in front
Can
of the
I
alien?
can
No,
I substantiate my proof? Is that what you're asking
you,
me?
I'm asking
To
you.
you?
No. What I asked you, are you going to let me finish my question? Or are you going to interpret it for me?
Okay, go ahead.
Can you take your facts that's been proven to you, walk in front of an atheist, and prove with 100% certainty that your God exists?
Pretty much, yes.
You can.
Yes.
You can.
Yes.
So why the heck are you on YouTube? How come you're not in Rome with the Pope? Because he's looking for that.
Well, because I'm not a Catholic and I don't
You don't
believe
have to be a
in the
Catholic.
Catholic
Doesn't
God.
matter. There's only one God.
There is not.
There's only one God.
That is not true.
There's only one God.
I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Because even in the Bible, there's many, many gods
There's
named in
only
the Bible.
there's only one God. There's only one creator.
There's one divine creator.
There's only one creator.
There's one
Everything,
divine
everything after that is procreation.
or recreation. I agree
Well, we
with you.
well they
So there are
recreation.
many gods creating.
What I'm saying is, okay, there's only one creator, and everybody recreates from that existence. It's only one. Either you believe that or you don't. There aren't. If you're talking about many gods, there's only one.
Well, I know the God that the Catholic Pope and that church worships is a recreation.
Go talk to him, and if you talk to him in private, he'll give you a whole different story.
The Pope.
The Pope himself.
Have you spoken to the
You
Pope?
don't have to speak to him. You catch him in private, he'll give you a whole different story because they know the truth. It's only one. They say it's only one. It's only one God, no matter what you call him.
Yeah, I don't take the credit of the Roman Catholic Church as too much with too much validity. I'm sorry.
If you read the sacred texts all over the world, there's only one God. They just call them different names. They have different traditions and different myths and allegories they assign to them. But there's only one. They all say the
No,
basic.
because that is not true.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
every different God that you get across the world have different a different makeup. They have a different personage. They have a different qualities. So every God is not the same. The Israelite God is a God of war, is a God of turmoil, of destruction, and blah blah blah.
So is
Different
Shiva.
God. There is not the same God. There's not.
There are myths assigned to them, but if the creation stories are all the same, just
I disagree with
with
you on that
different
one.
words. I was down there and I saw the Aztec creation story, or the Aztec creation story and the Mayan creation story. They're exactly the same. In fact, I was down there. If I was down there because I'm a Gnostic, a Memphite Gnostic, and I was down there amongst the Mayan
So
temples.
are you talking about looking at the Mayan calendar? Is that
Oh
what you're
no,
talking
no,
about?
I'm talking about looking at the Mayan temples, and the guide was explaining to us the formation because it's in a specific formation. And as he was talking, and I was explaining to him, we're going back and forth about about religious symbols and religious principles. They all come from the same source.
Well, that's because that's a universal principle. That does
Exactly.
not mean
So that means
that there aren't different gods.
there's only one God.
Well, that is not what the Bible is talking about.
you have different aspects, just
No,
like
you have just like let me just say this. You are not your mother and you are not your father. You are a whole different being. There are
depend,
different gods that
depend,
stem from the divine creator. Doesn't mean they are the divine creator.
what is so if you take a mathematical equation and God created the universe, what did he create it from?
Well, what the scriptures say is nothing.
It doesn't say that.
What does it say then?
It says the same thing Memphite theology says. In the beginning there was God, and God walked across what? The waters, right?
No. That came later.
He didn't create the water.
Well, the water came later.
The water was already there.
I mean, I could tell you some visions that I had from a small
I,
child, and I could give you what was given to me.
okay, that's okay. You could, but you're not on this forum. Okay, because I'm not interested. That can't be proven. We can go to religious texts, and they all basically say the same thing.
Oh, if you can't go into that avenue, well, why are we even speaking about it in the first place?
I didn't start this. You did.
Well, I mean, you could have changed the topic and went somewhere else with it.
The thing is, can you're wherever you're at. I'm wherever I'm at. The only thing we have is what's in the middle that we can agree upon, and you can't find anything that we can agree upon. So it's either is or it
Let me
isn't.
ask you a question. Have you ever had anything supernatural happen to you that
Sure.
you, okay. And because of that something supernatural, is that something that you can tell the people that you speak to when it comes to all these politics, when it does not, it has nothing to do with the politics of this world? Can you bring this type of information to them and them accept that? Because that's something that has happened to you.
Okay, the way my oracle speaks to me is my oracle points me in the right direction. I have to go find. I said they'll point me in the direction. I have to go dig up and find the facts. I had to
I
make the.
agree with you
I
because
had
that
to make.
happens to me as well.
I have to make the facts line up, and they
I
have to
agree. I
be.
agree
They
with
have
you
to be
because that
bulletproof.
happens to me.
When I give you facts, they're bulletproof. What I'm telling you is
Mm,
bulletproof because I'm not the only one saying it, and everything lines up. Okay. Okay, you do not have DoD monitors like I do. I have them.
a
They listen to
DOD.
Department of Defense listens in on everything that I say, and they have for the last 15 years.
And you don't think that that has ever happened to me?
I don't know. But I know they do because they cut off my streams all the time. In fact, I know one
Things
of
have happened to
I
me as well.
I personally know one of them. Okay, I personally know one of them. And
Well,
I,
that
in fact,
stuff like that has happened to me as well.
in fact, I have, in fact, one of them, you know, I can't say who he is, but he got 2 raises for some of the work that I've done.
Mm.
So I know him, and he's gotten raises. In fact, you know, I can't tell where he started, but he's been gone back for retraining, and he said he got 2 promotions from the work I'm done. He was going to pay me to continue it. I just didn't. When I tell you something, it's bulletproof because it's not only what I believe, it's been researched and beaten to death. When I tell you about demographics, it's been beaten to death. You know, I'm just pointing out the obvious to you, pointing out the obvious to people, my members. When I tell you about the fourth industrial revolution, it's not something that I'm making up. It's been beaten to death. 6,000 of the richest, of the most influential people in the world on the globe are behind this, and it will get done. Everybody's in agreement that it has to be done. So it's not a United States thing or an English
Yeah, but
thing or
even
what.
even if you're talking globally, that does not make that the people that are in power make them right in everything that they're doing. They're not.
So
They're not
why?
infallible.
So in other words, I'm gonna break it down to a level that you can understand.
Oh God, here we go.
I'm breaking it down to a level that you understand.
You
Okay,
you know you saying that is extremely arrogant because you
it
don't
is
know what I
because
know.
if you knew what I knew, we would not be on the line discussing this at all. I wouldn't have to explain it to you. If I have to, like, I have a 4-year-old grandson. Okay, if he knew how to read, why the hell would I be teaching him how to read? If I put a book in front,
Let me just say
if I
I've
put a
witnessed and
book,
I've read a lot of things that are very supernatural. I've had
I
supernatural things happen to me. I've had the where you talk about the Department of Defense. I've had a shuttle ship go 10 feet. I'm driving on on this road, this freeway, not freeway, but highway road,
mhm.
and it goes 10 feet in front of my car. 5 feet hovering above my car, goes over across the highway, under the telephone poles, and shoots straight up in the air.
Well, you said I never had a department. I never had a
And let me
UFO.
tell you, and let me tell you what pursued right after that ship.
What was it?
4 white vans, you know, the white vans, the military
Yeah.
vans,
Uh-huh.
went going right, speeding down the road, passed me up right in front of me where that shuttle ship went right in front of me.
In real life, I have been doing a show with a partner of mine for about 15 years, and we focus on Black empowerment, um, Pan-African issues, especially with as an African continent. We have been contacted by the Department of Defense, the
Well, of
Chinese Red
course, because
Army. We're Chinese.
you're trying to build up
China,
you're trying
China.
to build up a culture of people, and they don't want that type of culture of people to
So they,
take power,
so I,
just like they didn't want Gaddafi.
so I, so I, there's a whole that's a whole nother story. But
I know there's a lot to that.
there's a whole nother story about Gaddafi, and most of the people have it wrong why they off Gaddafi, but that's a whole nother story. Well,
Well,
anyway,
I had no problem with Gaddafi because Gaddafi had his country. His country was very prosperous under his rule
why do you think they off Gaddafi?
because he was breaking away from the monetary system, the global monetary system. He backed all the money and the finances of his country with gold and silver and actual precious metals.
Okay, oh,
They wanted him, they didn't want him doing that.
is there more?
Well, there's a lot more, but I don't really want to get into it.
The reason they off Gaddafi is because they needed to save France. They needed to save France because they thought that they could hold the European Union together. Without the European Union rests on a three-legged stool: France, the UK, and Germany. Without one of those three members, the European Union will eventually crumble and die, and then you
Which
will
it
have
did,
which
which is doing
hasn't
right now.
it's doing right now because who left?
Well, the UK left first.
Exactly, they left first. But the thing is, France, if France gets booted out of Africa, they can no longer extract wealth. A
Of
quarter
course,
of the
well, what I mean, but France isn't the only problem in Africa.
I are you gonna let me finish?
Okay, go ahead.
Are we gonna wander?
Okay, go ahead.
It's like herding cats. Okay. Um, if Gaddafi was going to Gaddafi, the reason Gaddafi was off is because Gaddafi wanted to basically make the African Union a complete union.
Yeah.
In other words, cut everybody off, form the AU, use the gold back, whatever, gold back currencies, force everybody out, make everybody come through and do business with us, which France could not afford. China did not like it. Okay. A lot of people in Africa did not like it, but China did not like it, but France absolutely had to have their 14 African colonies because a quarter of in fact, there's people in the CFA, the certified franc authority countries that actually want to do an accounting since 1950, how much wealth France has extracted from them. But France, they figured out, we were trying to get numbers from the Chinese, wouldn't give it to us. They wouldn't give us the numbers because they know we would have published them. But they finally figured out that France extracts at least 22%, 22, 23% of its GDP from these African countries. And we're not including the breaks they get on raw materials, which if you include that, you talk about at least a third of it. France has the largest social system probably on the planet. Would you agree?
No.
France paid
one of them. It has one of them.
Who was the
But I wouldn't
largest?
say the largest. I would say Germany is.
No, France is larger than Germany. Actually, social system. They have the most elevated social system probably on the planet. In fact, time they talk about cutting the social system, they have protests and riots just about talking about cutting it. But if you lose 30% of your GDP, what happens to your social system?
It breaks down.
It will be gone. And if that happens, what's going to happen to France?
Well, France will succumb to the other surrounding countries' power.
Because
whoever's more powerful.
What's going to happen internally? You will have riots, will you not?
Oh, I mean that's minimal to what's going to happen.
You may have revolution, will you not?
Oh, of course.
And if France will have to exit the EU because or be kicked out of the EU to become unstable. To save France, they had to eliminate Gaddafi, which is which starts a whole nother chain of events, which we have talked about in infinitum on my Hangouts.
Well, I wish I was, listen to that one because
that's why I get 3,000 views on a Hangout, an 8-hour Hangout. Okay. In other words, most people don't know this, and I know most people don't know this because very few people are even interested in this stuff. And I know you don't know it because because I'm feeding you questions, you're not coming back with the right answers, and these are basic.
All I,
Everybody, people,
what I what I
Merkel. We
know is
thought
that
we thought that
Gaddafi was the example for a socialized system,
no,
and
no,
it was almost
no,
perfect.
no, no. It's not the reason. Good idea, but it's not the reason.
Well, that's your perception.
And
My
it's,
perception is he had probably the most perfect example of a socialized system.
that's your perception, that's your belief, but it's not. The facts don't line up. Is what it
Well,
is.
that's what you say.
Well, you can research it for yourself because we were doing this in real time back in 2011. This is on one. It's not something we were actually researching this stuff in real time back in 2011, and it predicted. It came out exactly uh, the way we thought it would. Once the Chinese and the Russians didn't vote on the UN Security Forum to block the no-fly zone, because without the no-fly zone, Gaddafi beats back the revolution and he stays in power. The only way that Gaddafi could have been defeated is that they imposed a no-fly zone, and no-fly zone could not have been um, produced if President Obama does not launch 1,000 crew missiles taking out his defense systems.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason he did that is because the Queen of England and France asked him to do it. He went against his own military to actually do that. Why would he
But
do that?
that all stems from this elite system, that is this Euro elite system that the American government is still under. We haven't broken free. We haven't broken free from any of that rule or reign.
You wouldn't break free from it because that is what keeps you in power. It's not breaking free from something. It's a system. The United States cannot stand by itself. It's a system.
Well, I agree with you. People think that we are our own power, and we have never broken away. We've
You
never broken away from England,
you
ever.
leave. You're not breaking away. England is the UK is attached to you, and the only reason they survive is because they're attached to you.
Yeah.
But that's way in the weeds.
When you say weeds, what is
In
that
other words,
terminology?
in other words, when I say way in the weeds, just I sound arrogant, but my subscribers know, just for me to explain it to you, you know, it's going to
Well,
take a while
I don't know your terminology. I'm not familiar with your
because I
terminology.
know you're not familiar. You're not familiar with it because you never studied it. Of course, you're not.
I'm not familiar with your terminology. This is your lingo.
If basically this is the lingo that is used to describe this stuff all over the world. Okay, it's not something I made up.
You're the first person I ever heard saying going into the weeds.
No, that's the old saying about going deep into
I've
the
never heard
weeds.
that saying before.
Are you kidding me?
No, never.
Okay.
That's why I'm telling you, your lingo I'm not
That's,
familiar with
that's
your
a
lingo.
that's a very
I may be familiar with the concepts. I'm not familiar with your lingo.
what okay. Once you understand what I mean when I say going into deep into the weeds, then the first time I say it, then you have understanding what I'm talking about.
No, I really don't. I still don't understand your concept of the weeds.
Okay. Going deep into the weeds. Okay. In other words, if you're out somewhere in a rural area, right, and you're
Mm-hmm.
on the road, right, okay, you have basically, especially in South, you have weeds, you have tall, overgrowth, right? You
Mm-hmm.
can call them weeds or whatever you want to call them. Okay. If you just want to go off and explore a little bit, right, off the main road, you're fairly safe. But if you want to go further and really want to know what that land is about, you have to go deep into the weeds. That means you got to get further and further away from what the main road.
Okay.
That's what deep in the weeds. That's where it comes
So
from.
I don't
So,
see
so,
that as a
so, in other,
negative.
so in other words, we're on a main point,
Well, let me
right?
just say this. Anybody that knows me knows I go off topic like this a
Yeah,
lot.
but the thing is, you go off topic, you also lose your point of where you're trying to go. Do you
No,
not?
it's because my mind is traveling. That's what I do.
And I know, but I'm saying you go way off topic because we're trying to get you going in a direction, and you're trying to go all the way deep into the weeds into something else, and you're gonna forget where you're trying to go. You won't get to the point.
I'm not forgetting where I'm going. I'm purposely going somewhere else because that's where I'm trying to go.
So when we go deep into the weeds, we have to get so we have to build up a whole nother structure so you can understand what I'm talking about. So you will accept what I'm talking about. I can just throw out something and say, oh, it's because of this. And what are you going to ask? Well, why is that? Why is that? Why is that? Then I have to go from base level to prove to you why it
Let me
exists.
ask you a question because I'm going to go deep in the weeds again. I'm going to go into Africa again. So remember when there was unrest with the Hutu and the Tutsi?
Way back, well,
And
that's back under Clinton.
right, I understand that.
Hmm.
So so what do you feel caused those chains of events to take place?
Oh, it's
What
oh,
was what was
okay.
going on in
The
your
cat.
mind? Let
We
me
don't
hear
know.
what your concept of it
Okay,
was.
we don't know what started it. We know what started. We don't know who actually
So
who
let
actually
me
fought.
ask you a question. Why was China sending machetes, very cheap machetes there? And what did China have to gain from this culling,
What
this tribal culling?
what? Okay, what do you use machetes for?
You use machetes to cut weeds down, and they were using them to kill people.
Okay, so if you cutting sugar cane and weeds and all the kind of stuff, which is because machetes are farm instruments, and not necessarily
Supposed to be, but
they're
that
not.
is not why China
If
sent them over there.
if you want to kill people efficiently, you don't do it with a machete, do you?
Well, it depends.
China also makes AK-47s. How come they didn't sell them cheap AK-47s like the United States or Russia?
Everybody had a part in that massacre, trust me.
In other words, why was China selling cheap machetes to Rwanda? Is because Rwanda needs what?
Let's hear it.
They need machetes to do their farm work, do they not?
That's not all they were using the machetes for.
I didn't say that, but why was, in other words, uh, if you need machetes to cut sugar cane, cut down weeds, do all kind of farming stuff, that's like they do all over the world, and you need a buyer, where are you going to go? You're going to go to the person that makes them cheapest, right?
But you're missing my point.
I understand.
What
So
did
in other,
China have to gain from sending them all
nothing.
those machetes?
It's called money.
But China wasn't making a ton of money off of those machetes. What
They
was the
would
real
okay.
reason?
The reason that China does things and start making things is to train their workforce. They have to sell these things to somebody. They also sell cheap machetes to South Africa. They sell cheap machetes to Uganda. There's cheap machetes to Central America. If you go to Central America, all the machetes are made by China. Have been for the
Okay,
last
I'm here.
20 some odd years.
Okay. So
But
besides the
that
machetes
they
and the
didn't.
machine guns that were coming into Rwanda, what do you think was really going on? Why
Oh,
everybody had their finger in that pinpoint in that point of Africa?
because there's this peace agreement going on, well, between the Hutus and the Tutsis, and for whatever reason, the Europeans did not want that to happen. So basically the
For
Europeans,
resources, there was something there that they wanted. There's no other reason for any main government or country like China or Russia or the United States
China
or
wasn't
even the
involved
UN
in that.
to want a part of it unless
China
there's something to
China
gain from it. They
China
never
was
do anything unless there's something
China
to
was
gain
not
from it.
involved in that. They weren't
China
involved
was
in it.
involved.
No, they weren't involved. They weren't involved. They didn't get nothing for it except selling machetes. Okay. What happened was, because you asked me the question, what happened was is that there was a general, there's a a general, if it was a Hutu or Tutsi general, I can't remember which one, but he was in a plane flying over Rwanda coming for peace talks, and somebody blew him out of the air with a
Yeah,
surface to air
I
missile.
remember that with a missile.
So unless China sold the whoever did it the surface to air missile, I would say China wasn't involved.
Okay, so what was the reason for shooting him out of the air?
Because they didn't want him to make it to the peace agreement.
I know, but why?
Because chaos, because if a group comes together and forms a strong government, it costs more money to do business in that area. They want to keep control of these particular governments. Rwanda is a very rich agricultural area. So what
Rich,
is there? It's
rich
called
with agriculture and what else?
it. What the thing is? Where does Europe eat? For 3,000 years, where has Europe gotten the bulk of its food?
Well, I know the resources that Africa has given,
Then you
yes,
already know the answer.
but it wasn't just about food.
It's food is what? Food is money. Okay.
Food is money, but that was not the only resource that they were getting out of Rwanda.
It,
There was another reason why they kicked off and started off this genocide,
to,
purposeful genocide.
Rwanda. There's other stuff there, but the thing is, food is a major reason you do something. You cut. France invaded the Ivory Coast because Bagbo wanted to sell cocoa to the Chinese rather than them, and Nestle said hell no. So
Mhm.
basically, France invaded, formed a coup against the Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire.
Ghana, you talking about Ghana?
Ivory Coast is not Ghana. Ghana is right next to the Ivory Coast.
So which country are you
Ghana,
talking about?
Ghana is English speaking. The Ivory Coast is French speaking. They're
Which
two
country
different.
though?
Which country? The Ivory Coast is a country. That's what you call it. Cote d'Ivoire is the Ivory Coast. It's the country's name. Look it up. Someone, what
Because
country? That's the name of the country. What are you talking about?
I have to look it up.
Unless you want to use the French one, which is Cote d'Ivoire, which means Ivory Coast
Mm.
in English. It's been the Ivory Coast for the last, say, 100 years.
I have to look that up because from what I understood, my brother was in the military, and they called it the Ivory Coast not because it was in the
The
actual
gold,
country.
the whole coast of there is called the Gold Coast.
Okay.
You're talking about all those little countries along the coast, from Senegal on down. It's called the Gold Coast. Ivory Coast is a country.
So were you in the military?
No,
Mm.
don't have to be. Look at a map. My expertise is in Pan African. Like
No,
I told you.
I just asked you that because something just came, like a vision just came over me.
No, never been in the military.
Okay.
But I'm sure there's people in the military that do follow me. In fact, I know there are. In fact, I've had them on my show. In fact, they've been in my hangouts. In fact, they're probably still in my hangouts.
Well, I mean, of course, you're going to get people from all walks of life that are going to listen to you if they resonate with you.
They monitor me.
Well, besides people monitoring you, you're going to have people from all walks of life that are going to resonate with you if you're teaching something that they think is valuable and that they can use, or that is a potential for a better system to govern them.
Do you know why they listen to me?
I mean, there's a multitude of reasons. I'm quite
Yeah,
sure.
the main reason why they listen to me, they can
You
tell
can
you.
tell me.
Because they're going to find, especially for Black people, they're going to find out things from me and here that they will not find anyplace else.
Okay.
Because nobody announced that the Chinese had basically taken over leadership of the world. Nobody's gonna. No, you'll find that out next year sometime when they actually admit it.
Hmm.
Nobody's gonna tell you that. Nobody will tell you about the fourth industrial revolution because most people don't know about it, even though it's in public. They've announced it, but a year and a half ago, everybody was bad mouthing me because they said it's not going to happen. Or the universal basic income is not a thing. It'll never get off the ground. Now you have speeches by Mark Zuckerberg talking about it
Hmm.
a year later.
Well, I
You're
mean,
gonna
this
hear.
is, yeah, let me just say this. The world governing system, or the economic structure, is all based on scripture, and the scripture in the Bible, when it talks about you won't be able to buy or sell. They're all they're pushing into prophecy, that all of those prophecies from the Bible, because that's what the structure is built on, the Bible.
The Bible is a book that reflects the structure, not vice versa.
They are purposefully getting the prophecies to manifest, is what I'm saying.
Prophecies prophecies are future events. Prophecies do not make things happen. They tell what's going to happen because of the, regardless of whatever it is. They don't make
Yeah,
things
but
happen.
I'm telling you that the way that they have this system structured, is based on the Bible, and they're purposefully making the prophecy seem like it's coming into existence, is what I'm saying.
Come again? What are you talking about?
Okay. Okay, so the Bible is basically a Aramaic Jewish type structure, right? Is what it's built on.
No, the New Testament is. The Old Testament is based on a combination of Egyptian and Jewish writings.
Right, which Jewish is, it comes from Aramaic, right?
No,
Oh, what's it come from?
it comes from it's Egyptian. Basically the Jews didn't have any writings before they entered into Egypt.
That is wrong.
They didn't have any writings before then.
No,
Yeah. When
because
look at your archaeology of when the first Jewish writings were. There's two. It's called The Bible on Earth. It's a very good book, and they have two Jewish archaeologists actually come back and tell you when the first scripture was actually put down and written. That was 686 BC.
you even agreed with me about the Babylonians. The Babylonian structure was way before the Egyptians.
The Babylonian banking system was
The fact that
invented.
it came from Babylon is the Babylon was way before Egypt.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
The Nile Valley civilization, depending on who you talk to, spans back at least 20,000 years into the past, 20,000 years BC, way before the Babylonians.
I'm going to give you something, and then you can tell me if you want to reference it or to find this information out.
The oldest, they just found a city, and they verified it, but they have to do further studies. That they found a city that they dated to be 180,000 years old, which spans back to what we think of as the beginning of the emergence of Homo sapiens.
Well, let me just say, Egypt is only dated back about 25,000 years. You know that, right?
Dated as far as the Egypt itself, but the civilization the society that built civilization goes back further than that.
Oh, of course it does, because that's all about
But
the Babylonian structure.
how Babylonia does not go back 25,000 years.
Babylonian goes before Egypt.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Where do people emerge from?
Hold on one second. Well, everybody was in that region, and that's not the only region people came from, but
There's
that's
those people are those
the new startup was in that region.
everything basically the Rift Valley and Lake, and basically they call it Lake Victoria, Lake Tanganyika is where people emerge from. All your anthropologists,
So you're basically thinking that civilization started with Egypt?
Egypt is a result of the civilization. That's the oldest civilization that they can find, but the society is far old. Civilizations are relatively new as far as how you define a civilization. As a hardcore civilizations are defined. A society is not a civilization as a definition is concerned, because you have to have there's certain things in place that you have to have for a civilization. Writing, urban life, city life, all that kind of stuff has to exist. And most societies are too spread out and too small for that. But the Babylonian civilization only goes back to BC 3100, and the Sphinx, and there's pyramids that are built. They had been Sudan and further down toward Ethiopia that are far older than that. And
I'm
for to
telling
do
you
that,
that the Babylon started long before that.
no, it didn't. What was the date that Babylon started? A recorded history that you can find.
I forget, but I know that was before.
31 BC, 3100 BC is Babylonian civilization that's recorded. The beginnings of the Babylonian civilization.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of distracted. I'm trying to find this scripture so that I can tell you where the Babylonians stem from and the so-called Semite Jew came from. Because before that, hold on.
If we're gonna get into, if we you can always bring a scripture book to the book, and we're gonna debate one book from another. And we're not gonna do that, are we?
I don't know. We might.
No, we're not. No, we're not, because it's gonna get into who wrote it. And the thing is, the structures, and stone structures, and data stone structures, and
You know
and
what got me into this point of view was the fact that you said, let's see, that you said the Jews' writing structure came from the Egyptians when it did not, and
yes,
where
it
it
did.
did.
Yes, it
It
did.
didn't.
It did. According to your scriptures, according to your scriptures,
Okay. So I would speak. Okay, I didn't even find the scripture, but the word I'm looking for is the Akkadians. The Akkadians were it was a very black society. The Akkadians were the first form of writing, created the first form of writing, and it was before the Egyptians. I don't know if you know anything about the Akkadians, and it's in Genesis. I want to say Genesis 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One of those books. I couldn't find it.
Okay, there's two forms of writing. And I just had to look it up because they had a debate with one of my subscribers saying that the people coming out of Africa did not found China. And we talked about the writing. I said, look at the writing. Okay, there's two forms of writing back in the ancient times. There's pictograph, or a derivation of pictographs, which is older, and what they call cuneiform, which is out of Babylon and that area, right?
What I'm speaking of is before cuneiform. I'm talking about before cuneiform.
Can you prove that outside of the Bible?
Actually, I had some information, and it's been so long since I studied this that I honestly could not give you the resources to find it.
The pictograph writings on Egyptian pyramids go back 20,000 years. So that's where you get Memphite theology, the forms that come from Memphite theology that they still use today, which Einstein actually used to.
What do you know about the Akkadians?
The Arcadians.
The Akkadians.
The Akkadians. Where were they located?
Mesopotamia.
Mesopotamia. Okay, Mesopotamia is where cuneiform came from. Where did they come out of?
I'm telling, but the cuneiform that Stitchins and all these different Jewish writers, where they got this information from the cuneiform, the Akkadians are the ones that taught these Midianites. The Midianites are the mixed people how to write.
So where did they come from? Where did they come from?
They were the original Mesopotamians.
Where did they come from before that?
Probably Africa.
Exactly. What part of Africa?
I would say mid-region Africa.
East Africa.
I think they were even deeper into Africa.
East Africa goes down to where the sub-Saharan Africa, sub-Saharan East Africa, called Lake Tanganyika, where the Twa and the Bushmen all came out of and spread out from there. They had
Okay.
that's where Lucy was found.
The point I'm trying to make is these Akkadians are were the oldest dating written um I
What
want to say
form?
manifesto. It was
What form?
before cuneiform.
I'll say what. In other words, before cuneiforms, there were pictographs or very
No,
derivation.
these were actual. They weren't pictographs. They were actual letter writings.
No, there wasn't. Okay,
It's
letter writing.
huh?
No, letter writing didn't come. Letter writing came way
I'm
after
not.
that.
I'm not talking about the cuneiform form of letter writing. I'm talking about a very ancient letter writing. It was before the cuneiform, and it was before the Egyptians.
There
It
was
was before the Babylonians.
there were there's nothing before the Nile Valley because they couldn't survive. There's a very reason that the Nile Valley.
There was something that did survive, and I can't even remember where I found the reference of it.
Exactly, you can't find it.
I can't find it only
You
because
can't
it's
find it.
been so long since I studied it. If I could remember, it's been over 15 years since I studied it.
Well, then the thing is, the archaeology is what we have
Do
to go
you
by.
ever study something and then put it in the back of your mind and then you don't use it, you lose it, so you forget
Tons
it?
of stuff, but the thing is, for this conversation, we have to go by what we can reference. You can't reference it.
Well, let me just say this, when I do find this information, because now I'm going to be driven to find it, and I will send it to you.
But basically, the only reason that they're arguing over over the age of the Egyptians, or the Egyptian of the Nile Valley civilization. We call them
Right.
Egyptian is actually a Greek word, but uh, the civilization we call the Egyptians. The only reason that they're doubting the dates is because they can't identify it, and they fear it probably goes back further than that. If you
I
talk
mean, it
to
probably does, but this is the thing. You're talking about people that have built the foundation of humanity off of 30,000 years, when in fact, the foundation of human beings, and it doesn't matter the species going in and out, whatever type of species of human they were that were coming in and out, dates back more than, I mean, they even have um, French caves, um, pictographs that you're speaking of that date back 250,000 years.
yeah, but they weren't formal forms of writing.
I get that, but
A pict a, pic-
if it's
a, pic-
250,
a pictograph, a drawing, and a pictograph are two different things. Pictographs,
I get you, but
listen, pictographs,
if they can date it back,
pic,
they can
pic,
carve and date it back more than
pic,
250,000 years. Then and they're saying that Egypt has been around for 25 to 30,000 years.
they can find is that well that's well before before Mesopotamia, and well before um well before the
Well,
Mesopotamian Valley
let
was
me just
even.
say this. How many times have archaeologists dug up in a certain region, mainly even in Egypt, layers, and they've found layers upon layers upon layers of civilization, so they can't really date back because they don't really know where to start from.
The thing is they have unearthed Mesopotamia, and every time they keep digging in Africa, they keep going back. They don't have the same things in the Middle East. That's how come they all agree now.
Mm,
That city that they found is 180,000 years old is 180,000 years old, which is not too far from the lake in South Africa. Okay, they
well, I
keep
mean,
finding
there's ancient civilizations. They're finding them all over the place, and they're once they dig them up, they're realizing that their original hypothesis of where humans started and
that's
when they
it
started.
all points back to the same place.
Not always.
It always
Not
points back to the
always.
same place. In
Not
fact,
always.
if it always points back to the same place.
Not always.
It is always point every time they come up. Every time because I
So
keep
let
up
me
with
ask
this.
you a question. Do you believe because the earth is a globe, so the earth is forever rotating on axes, and it's also changing by degrees as to where the north and the south pole are. So where our north and south pole is right now is not where it was 300,000 years ago. Do you agree with that?
as far it because it's in a cycle.
Right. You get
So
what I'm
what part?
saying.
What
You
part of?
understand what I'm saying?
In other words, what part? Because you well, then you should know that there's a 25,000 year cycle, right?
Well, of course, there's always a cycle.
No, do you understand about the 25 years, the great
Well, I
year,
mean, it
right?
doesn't even. I'm
No,
not even talking about a
no, no, no,
25-year cycle. I'm talking about
no. You didn't.
over.
You haven't heard me. You didn't hear me.
Okay, continue. Yes,
You
continue.
understand there's something called the great year, right? It's
I believe
25.
there's a whole lot of theories
No,
about
no.
what
No, it's a
transpires.
scientific fact called a great year because of the wobble of the earth.
Okay.
There's a scientific astronomical fact, not conjecture, not what's written, astronomical fact that you can look up from NASA. It's called the great year because it's a slow wobble that the earth rotates on, and the axis will shift and will point to a different location. That's how come you
Mhm.
get your North Star will change from one spot to the other, right?
Okay. Okay. I
So
don't
where
disagree with that.
where the North Pole is, or we consider the North Pole is 300,000 years ago, you have to look where you have to divide that by 25,000 years or whatever you want to divide it by of a great year, and they can tell you exactly where the North Pole was 300,000 years ago.
Well, I mean, that's lots of ancient civilizations were able to map out the place in the
You can
sky
you can map
depending
it.
on where they're at in
You can
time. They
you
like
can
they
you can
knew those
you
things.
can map it out now to a astronomical certainty right now.
I agree with that. There's no disputing that. I don't.
So
I have you have no
in
disputing it.
other words, yes, it's going to be in different places 300,000 years ago, but
Okay, so my point to you is,
and it could be
right now
exactly in
you
the
have
same place.
the continent of the continent of the Americas. You have the
Hmm.
African continent. You have the Euro continent that is exposed. So you're seeing all these different things, and we're only digging up artifacts that we are basically able to get to. So we haven't gotten to the South Pole and the North Pole, but once the poles change and the poles, let's give an example, say the pole is in Africa this time and it's in blah blah blah
No,
hear me out.
okay.
So once those masses, while we're talking about global warming, I really don't think we're under global
Oh,
warming as what people think it is.
can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If if the poles shift that drastically, do
It
you think
doesn't shift that drastically. It
if the
takes it inches its way to shifting.
if the poles shift that drastically, okay, what do you think will happen to us? The earth does not flip like that.
We go through cycles, is
The
what I'm
earth does
telling
not
you.
the earth does not flip like that. The
Okay,
magnetic lines of force may. Well, if the earth flips like that, we won't be around talking about it.
okay. Of course, it's not going to flip like that in 5, 7 years. I'm talking about over time. They already can prove that the poles are shifting and changing by a centimeter, 2 centimeters within a decade or 2 decades. You get what I'm
Mhm.
trying to say?
Uh-huh. But
Science is already proving
the
that.
magnetic lines of force, that doesn't mean that the poles
The
themselves.
polarities are changing, and they have changed
But
all over.
that doesn't mean that the earth will flip, that the magnetic lines of force will shift, and nobody knows what's going to happen if it does, do they?
Okay, I'm just trying to get to a point. I
Okay,
mean,
what's the
you're
point?
the point
I'm
is
going off
that
way off of the weeds of what you've been doing to me for the last 2 hours, 3 hours, right? But now you're trying to get to a point. So now it irritates you, right?
no, I'm
I'm
actually
a,
not irritated. No.
no, yeah, well, you're trying to get to a point. I've been saying that for how long?
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay,
Continue.
so this is my point. My point is whether it takes 400,000 years to change the poles.
Mm-hmm.
In 400,000 years, if we dig under where the poles are now, where the snow caps are now, and
Mm-hmm.
there's no longer snow caps there, what type of civilizations do you think are going to exist that we are going to find there?
Okay, I can.
Just like we have
It could
the
be any.
pyramids in Egypt.
It could be
What do you think
anything.
we're going to find there?
We could be anything. But for a discussion about a human civilization right now, can we use that?
Well, we can use Africa as a point of reference, but that
We could,
is not the only point of reference
and what I'm saying is, well, the thing is, it's the only point of reference that you can prove
right now.
right now. What do
I
we
mean, because
have?
let me
Are
just say
we
this.
are we 400,000 years in the future?
Okay, in the 1600s and the 1300s, they thought the Earth was flat. Is the Earth flat?
The Europeans thought the Earth was flat.
Okay, well, that's my point.
The Chinese and the Africans knew better.
Well, and so did the Mayans and everybody else.
Exactly.
But
So in other words,
we've
so
been
the,
under this European colonial and what have you rule for
so
how
so
long?
so you're being under European rule for how long? Do you believe the Earth is flat?
I don't know.
Because it's not true, right?
Of course not. It's even talked about in the Bible that the Earth is a sphere
So in other
came from
words,
nothing.
it came,
Before all the Europeans were thinking it was flat.
in other words, thing is a Gnostic. When you say it came from nothing, that means no thing. It doesn't mean there wasn't anything there.
Okay, well, that's your belief.
It's actually a fact.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of dark matter?
Yes, I have.
Yes, you have. Okay.
You want me to give you my perspective on dark matter?
No, you don't have to. I just need to know that you understand it, because I don't even want to hear your perspective on it. Okay. Because
Uh-huh.
because I have a feeling my head will hurt.
Your head will hurt.
Yeah, because I don't even want to know your perspective on it, because you're not a scientist. So I don't even want to know.
Yeah, well, I may not be a scientist, but I get
I don't even want to
divine.
know. I don't even want to know. Because if
Hmm.
you got it, if yeah, I wanted to know that do you understand that there's material, there's a baseline material uh, that exists that builds reality. Reality
Yeah.
is a structure that's built upon that particular matter.
Talking about the dark matter, and let me tell you something. Scientists have found a portion of that dark matter in every human brain. Did you know that?
You know what?
So when
Oh, in other
when we
words,
talk
you're gonna
about
make you
connection back to
no you
this
no
divine.
you're gonna make my head hurt. So that's why I said I don't want to talk about dark matter with you.
Okay,
Dark matter makes up everything. It doesn't make this portion of it in your brain. It makes up everything. That's what the whole structure is built on.
well, I mean, everything isn't dark matter, though.
Everything is dark matter.
I can tell you that it isn't.
Everything is dark matter.
If you say everything came out of dark matter, I
No,
would say yes.
everything is dark. Everything is built out of dark matter. The only thing is it changed the okay, you're not a scientist. But I will explain it to you just a little bit. Okay,
Hmm.
basically everything, every physical, we think physical structure that we believe is in existence. The underlying is there a series of complex fields that are acting upon the dark matter. Everything is dark matter. Everything is dark matter. The physical world we think is physical is actually lines of force that create the molecules and atoms and whatnot. If you look at an atom has no what we think of as matter.
Hmm.
It's like
It's
it's
called
like
antimatter.
there's no such thing as antimatter.
You need to look it up, and I can refer you to a book.
There's no such thing as antimatter.
There is antimatter.
There can be negative lines.
Matter has an actual weight to it,
It had
degree of weight,
it has okay weight. Now we're getting into like
mass, weight, and mass.
okay. If you were a scientist, you would know that weight is dependent on force, on basically attractions. Okay, mass mass is basically volume for the most part.
Mhm.
How big
Well,
how
an atom has a certain mass and weight.
exactly. It has a certain
So
mass.
my point to you,
It has
when
it
you
has
talk
a
about
it has
dark matter, certain dark matter is what they call antimatter, has no weight and no volume.
It cannot be perceived.
There you go.
It cannot
It
be
can't be, it
perceived.
can't, there's nothing that you can scale it by.
It'd be like a fish trying to weigh water. And you're
Well,
surrounded by
that's
it.
a very good
You're
example.
surrounded by it. You
That's a
cannot.
very
The
good
fish
example. I
cannot
can accept
perceive
that.
water. They just did an experiment where they blew up the God particle and found out they got more particles. Said, "Oh shit." That's what they call it the end of physics, because they've gone as far as as far as they can understand, that the
Hmm.
base is a baseline matter that they cannot perceive.
Hmm.
That's so they call it dark matter, because they don't have another answer for it, because dark matter cannot be felt, detected, or perceived. But
Hmm.
it's a mathematical equation for the universe to exist. It has to be there,
Hmm.
and that is the unperceived part, the non-visible part of dark matter is anywhere from 97% to 99.5%, depending on who's doing the equation.
Hmm.
So either you believe in a force field theory or solid state theory, as far as the universe is concerned,
Hmm.
and depending on who you talk to. But that is very far in the weeds. And with you not having a
I could
background,
I could take you really really far in the weeds, because
the,
I've got, let me tell you something, why I like being single. You know why I like being single?
okay.
Because being single gives me the fortitude to have free time to read up on all types of different information. Even if I don't speak on the information that I know, I read up on a lot of different types of information, science information, gamma ray bursts, all this type of information. It gives me a
Mm-hmm.
lot of time to speak to my creator and
Mm-hmm.
conversate with my creator one on one
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
with no interruptions.
Mm-hmm. I, my major when I was in college is chemistry. So I am basically a scientist. So I read it from a different perspective.
I don't doubt that you are, but I have my own guidance.
But the thing is, as a Gnostic, there's only one truth. And if things don't point to all line up with that truth, then
I would say this. I would say that if you were on one end of the earth and I was on the opposite end, and you were going one direction and I was going the other direction, we're still going in a sphere and we're still learning the same stuff.
yeah,
We may not have the same
but
verbiage for it, but
this
we're knowing the same stuff. The same stuff is being brought to our attention.
but the thing is, there's details. In other words, there's finer and finer details. Knowing an equation and solving the equation are two different things. There's finer
So
details to it.
basically saying you have been privy to the information and the mathematics of the divine creator, and you know how to solve the universe. Is that what
I'm
you're telling me?
no, I'm saying I'm closer to it.
Okay, that's what you think. That's your perception.
And well, that's a woman's answer. It either is or it isn't. I don't go by perceptions. It either is or isn't.
I know what's being presented to me. I know what
That's
I'm being
that's
taught.
what
I
that's what
know the direction and the knowledge that is
that's what
teaching me and guiding me.
that's what you know.
Right, but you don't know what I know, but
Uh,
you assume you know
But
what
see,
I
the
know.
thing is that that's what you know, and what you know. If you want me to believe that's what you know, you have to prove it to me. You haven't,
I don't have to make you believe. I
and I
already
know.
know
Well,
what
then,
I'm doing.
in
I
other words,
already know what's being presented to
so in
me.
other words, as far as I'm concerned,
I'm not
what,
trying to impress you. I don't know you from anybody.
hold on a second, hold on a second. What you know, and what you know, and what you feel that you know, whatever certainty that you know to, doesn't mean what squat to me.
Well, that likewise. So we are in agreement
So in other words,
in that perception.
the only thing that matters is what can be proven between us.
Well,
It's the only thing that
we
matters.
basically can touch on a lot of different information. So we both are being guided by somebody or something. Correct?
I have my oracle. My oracle showed. The only reason that I
You
didn't go.
call your information guide your oracle, and I call
Well,
mine my divine creator.
well, the thing is, I didn't want to die that day. So he said, you want all the information in the universe? I said yes, but said okay. Uh, and then I felt myself being taken up out of my body. I said, oh shit, I'm not ready for that. Okay, well, sit your ass back down. So I get it revealed to me one at a time, one piece at a time.
I get the same.
So that's fine for me.
And I
So
gotta tell you, usually I get some really big, deep revelation hit me after I've gone through some very, very emotional, have to control myself type of situation, bring me back to myself and my balance, and then something's a whammy is given to me.
yeah, Klaus, yeah, she is, but it is what it is. And I said, hey, I challenge, so she's got to be, I let her on. It is what it is. I let her speak her truth. But the thing is, with my oracle, I still got to go out and prove this stuff. It's not one of those things I see it and I believe it and I accept it. No, I got to see it.
Can I say something? I don't need to prove to
well,
prove it.
You don't.
I'm getting it proven to me. That's
You
what
don't.
happens to me.
You
Because
don't.
it gets proven to me.
You don't, but I do. Because
So,
I gotta go out. I have to go out and make it and reveal it to everybody else. You don't have the same mission that I have.
I don't. And I'm not disputing your mission. If that is your mission, that is
Exactly.
what you were put here for. That's that is
exactly
what. Okay, but don't negate what's coming to me as if it's trivial, because it's not trivial.
In other words, and my subs will tell you, when I say something, they call me on it. And I have to be right and I have to prove it. It's got to, when I give it to them, it's got to be bulletproof, because they will research it, and they do research it, so it's bulletproof. So when I say I believe something and it can't be proven, I say that, whether I'd accept it as a universal truth or not. I say that's what it is. I don't say that it is a fact. Those are two different things to me.
I don't have students under me, so I don't have to.
Well, then you don't.
I don't have to give them what's proven to me.
For this conversation, you do.
Well, I could tell you some information, but whether you're going to accept it or not is not my concern. I'm just going to put it out there, and you can take with it what you will.
Can it be proven?
It has been proven to me, yes.
To you, can it be proven to everybody else?
No, because they're not walking in my shoes.
Oh, well, then it doesn't belong in this conversation, does it?
Okay, I can tell you a story. I can tell you a story. You can believe it or you cannot believe it. I can tell you one of when somebody was robbing a grocery store where right by the salon that I was working at. I walked out the salon, was walking across the street, going to go to the bank, deposit my check, and I'm standing right in the middle of the parking lot driving area, and they pull out and they're headed right for me. And I'm standing there like a deer in its headlights. I can't move. I'm frozen. I'm right in the way. I'm picked up and moved over between 5 to 7 feet, and my shoes are still standing in the area that I was at.
Okay.
When the car goes past me.
Okay.
So how did I get out of the way? I didn't jump. I didn't move on my own accord. How did I get from A to B?
How did
you? I can't explain it.
Okay, so then you can't explain it. You don't know how you got there. It just happened, right?
It happened, and I know I didn't get myself there.
Okay, you got there, but you can't explain how you got there.
Cannot.
So in other words,
I can tell you my theory.
Yeah. Okay,
give me your theory. Is that I was picked up by an angelic force and moved over.
Okay. It could be that for a split second you could move faster than thought, and your shoes got left behind.
I doubt that happened because I was stunned.
So which you could have blanked out and forgotten it all, right? How did I get here?
I could have, but I doubt that's what happened.
You could have teleported from one spot to another, because that has been on record, that has been done.
Well, I don't recall doing it.
And then basically teleportation is scientifically possible.
Okay, explain it to me.
Have you ever heard of the quantum?
I've heard of teleportation, but I want to hear your take on it.
Have you ever heard of quantum entanglement?
Yes.
Okay. basically every particle in the universe is in communication with another particle. So basically, uh, under certain circumstances, you can actually be recreated from one spot to another, any place in the universe, and that's called basically teleportation.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are not solid, you're a vibration. You're not, you think you're solid, but you're not solid, you're a vibration. So your energy field, which you are, can actually be moved from one spot to another instantaneously, any place in the universe. That is called teleportation. Because everything in the universe vibrates at a certain frequency, so that frequency can be recreated any place in the universe, and that unique frequency or set of frequencies is you. That is teleportation. You could have been teleported. Your higher mind or your higher power says, okay, reform her over here. Boop.
Mm.
That is scientifically possible.
Well, and how many people would say you can't prove that?
They've proven it mathematically. And actually, they have proven it. That's why it's called quantum entanglement. How come two add two?
They've proven it with
two
a fact, or they've proven it
yeah,
with theory?
no, they split an atom, or they split a particle. They moved a particle hundreds of yards away, and they affect one particle, and it instantaneously affects the same particle that's hundreds of yards away. That's called quantum entanglement. It's mathematically possible.
Well, I'll take your word for it, because I really don't know how I got over there.
Okay, I'm saying there's a lot of explanations that could have put you over there. So yours is just as good as any. I'm not disputing that it did happen. It's possible. But the thing is, for this talk, we're talking facts. Now we're talking beliefs right now.
So you think that there aren't angelic beings, that they don't exist? You don't believe there are
I
beings
believe
from outside of this universe?
I believe they're not out. They can't be outside the universe. They're outside of our dimension, or what we
Our
can
dimension?
perceive, our perception. Just like, can you see, if you have Wi-Fi? Can you see Wi-Fi?
No, you cannot, but you can feel it.
Does it exist?
It does exist, and you can feel it.
Are there frequencies that are outside your perception?
Um, I feel frequencies, so I don't know which frequencies you're speaking of.
I said, are there in existence frequencies outside of your perception?
Well, I mean, there's so many different frequencies, so of course you're not going to feel all the frequencies.
So I'll take that as a yes.
Yes.
So there could be entities or intelligences outside of your perception. Does that mean they're not of this universe?
There's some that are out of this universe, and there's some that are in this universe. There are some, I would say, that when you talk about levels of, what's the word I'm looking for? Dimensional levels. I think that we are in several dimensional levels on this earth.
That's one way of explaining it.
So I think that certain levels coexist at the same simultaneously. Like
Of
you're,
course,
yes.
time is one of them, and that is the level of the gods of God, where they exist all together in one package, because God, or God, or the intelligence of God, whatever we want to call it, detects all these things simultaneously.
Mm-hmm. That I
So
agree with.
so an angelic being doesn't necessarily have to be outside of this universe. It's outside of your plane of existence, which
Mm-hmm.
is very narrow.
So I do know that I know that event and several others that I have experienced,
Mm-hmm.
that was definitely a signal to me that whatever I'm meant to do hadn't been done yet.
Okay.
So
I can say mine's has. So
what you have been set to do, you've done.
already done. Yeah,
So everything's complete. You're ready to leave this planet.
I could, because what I've been here to do has already been done. It's already in motion.
I can say that what I meant to do is in motion, but I think that I'm also meant to be a witness. And because of certain things that I have experienced as a young child,
Hmm.
I know that I am meant to be a witness for something
I won't
that's
be. I
about
won't
to take place.
when Africa rises and takes leadership of the planet. I won't be around, but it's already in motion. It's already basically a certainty. And
Well, I mean,
I have been part of that. And so basically, as far as I'm concerned, that's what I wanted, and that was my mission. So that's done. If the other pieces is basically
what you're asking for is basically a continuum. And let me tell you something. Beings come into this world and they are meant to set things into motion, and they are meant um to get things rolling in one lifetime, and then they'll come back and experience the fulfillment of that in another lifetime.
then that will be another me and not this one.
Okay, well, it may be a reincarnated you then
And
when you come back.
that will be another me, and not
But
this one.
don't be surprised if when you do come back as that reincarnated being, that you don't come back in a black body. You
By
may
then,
come back in a white body, an Asian body, or whatever.
by then it won't matter.
I'm just
Because
saying.
by then it won't matter because the way you look will be fluid.
While we're talking about multi-dimensional things, you're
No,
talking about a
no,
different dimension, and you may
no,
be coming back.
no, I'm not talking about different.
When Buddhists and everybody talk about reincarnation means just that. You incarnate in the same human body. So what I'm saying to you is you may leave and go into a fluid body and
No,
then
no,
reincarnate back into a human body, and the human
no.
body may not be a black body.
In other words, a black body, Asian body, or whatever it is that we think is not is they're all humans. They're varieties of human, and basically right now they're experimenting with basically changing the way you can change your structure, the way you look at almost at will. You
So
know,
you're talking about an avatar.
no, not talking about an avatar. I'm talking about changing your biology, changing your color, changing the way you look, changing your eyes. You can change your structure.
Hmm.
But on the biological level, the DNA level. By the time, if we talk about 100 years in the future, they're damn near there now. So it won't matter what color you are, will not matter.
Well, I mean, what color you are right now shouldn't matter either.
It shouldn't matter, but it does. But in 50 years in the future, it will be irrelevant.
Well, it should be irrelevant right now.
I'm not talking about what should be, what's going to be,
Well, that's a good thing.
because you can change it. In other words, what you could be black today, and in 6 months from now, you could be an Aryan with blue eyes.
Hmm.
The way you look, your phenotype, it will be irrelevant because you can change it. Just like just like right now, does it matter what color your hair is? It's irrelevant because you can do what? Change it. You might not be
Change.
change it. You can't change the texture, you know, for the most part. You can't change the texture, but the color you can
You can
change.
change the texture as well.
I mean,
It's a
for the most
chemical
part,
process.
it's a chemical process, but it's saying is the texture of your hair is the texture of your hair. You can mold you can shift the texture of your hair, but you cannot change the texture of your hair.
Well, it
You can't.
depends on the food you eat too, because that'll
Uh,
change your texture.
within parameters. What I'm saying is the texture, your DNA will pump out the same kind of hair. It can be healthy or not as healthy, but the thing is, it
Hmm.
will pump out the same kind of hair. You can't change that because that's at the DNA level. You can relax it to where it doesn't. the kinkiness of it, relax it, but the texture of your hair is the texture of your hair. That's at
Hmm.
the DNA level. But the color of your hair you can change at will.
So when you say you will come back fluid, that's what you're speaking of, or you're
Yeah,
talking about something
yeah,
else?
because your phenotype will be fluid. If 100 years from now,
Well, I mean, science doesn't have a full grasp. Even when they splice, they don't have a full grasp of what these chromosomes and junk DNA are doing. So, you could be a multitude of different things. Like, I mean, you you could have actual wings. You could have all types of different things that have been laying dormant in that junk DNA that
yeah.
science doesn't actually
As,
know
as,
about.
as the AI as the AI gets AIs get faster, and the machines actually splice the DNA and map all this stuff out, get more advanced, and just like Moore's law, it doubles every year. In 100 years, you will be able to do it.
I would tell you that I think that humankind is only going to go so far concerning that type of technology and information until, like has always happened to civilizations and people when they got too far,
Mm-hmm.
like the Tower of Babel. When it talks about the
Mm-hmm.
Tower of Babel, really is talking about a science progression, and then they got too far, they went too far with the with the science, and then they had to be knocked down from the divine creator because they were going to be a detriment to themselves. We're heading in that same direction.
Yeah,
So
but
you
we don't know how far we are as far as building the Tower of Babel, do we?
I think we're getting pretty close.
Okay,
I
that's a
think
thought.
within 20 years we're going to be there.
Nah, I don't believe so.
I think so because we've progressed within 100 years like nobody's business.
And it's
Once Tesla came out and brought all this technology out to the masses of governing systems, and everything is stemmed off of it.
mm-hmm,
Everything today, technology wise, stemmed off of what he brought to the forefront.
mm-hmm.
Within 100 years, we've progressed phenomenally
I was I
in
was
comparison.
I would suggest to you a book called The Singularity. I don't know if you've read it.
I haven't.
Okay, you need to read it
Okay, let me put that in my text note.
because you need to read it. You can actually look up The Singularity online. In fact, there's a guy that calls himself the Singularity Web Blog. That's all he does is talk about it. That's what's driving you right now. And the thing is
A
that
lot of different things drive me though.
I'm talking driving you as a collective you, not you personally.
Oh, okay. Do you know who it's by?
Kurzweil.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
In fact, he works for Google, making AIs in advanced technology. Google hired him about 10 years ago.
Oh, really?
He's driving the artificial intelligence sector.
And what's his name again?
Its last name is Kurzweil.
How do you
K
spell
U
that?
R T Z W E Kurtzweil. Kurzweil.
EWEI. What is it?
Kurtz
W
Weil.
E
Kurzweil.
I. Okay. All right, I'll look that up.
It's an old book. It's about 20, should be about 22 years old.
Hmm.
He's written several books in between, but Singularity was his most famous book. In fact, they have a whole university on Google's campus called the Singularity University. Talk
Hmm.
about advanced technology. So everything, but he basically maps all this stuff out, and basically he says that the changeover started basically in 17th century England. What he called the singularity curve, that's the upward curve, and we long since crossed over.
I don't see them having technology back then because that was near the dark ages, correct?
Okay, okay, that will go into culture. Okay, tech anything in technology is anything that nature did not create.
Okay, I get what you're saying now.
If it didn't grow out of your body, it doesn't grow naturally out of the ground. That is technology,
Okay.
human technology.
Okay.
So if you picked up, if you took some vines and you took a sharp rock and tied it to a stick, that is primitive human technology.
Okay, I get you because I was on another level with the technology issue.
You're talking about
Right.
advanced tech is different than technology. And for that time, that was advanced technology. Advanced technology is something that's more advanced than what you're experiencing now. So,
Mm-hmm.
so the iPhone is old tech, not
Right.
advanced technology anymore.
Right.
Advanced technology is AI robots actually taking your jobs,
Yeah.
which is going to have self-driving car vehicles, which the only reason that you don't have them now is because they can't work out the insurance
My
liability.
daughter has one.
A
The
self-driving
Tesla. Yeah, Tesla.
Yeah, the only reason that they haven't taken over is because they can't work out the insurance liability. Because I have a friend, part of my circle, he's an engineer at Ford.
So I mean Tesla, you could use the Tesla car can do that,
Mm-hmm.
but they give you the option to take the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're talking about is not having somebody drive at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They have you have, basically for the most part, unless you have you have to have a driver in the seat
Okay,
because of
yeah, you
insurance
do.
purposes.
Right.
In other words, what they want to happen and what probably will happen very rapidly. They keep saying, and if they could work out the insurance in the next 5 years, basically nobody would need to own a car
Mm-hmm.
because that's what Uber and Lyft were designed for. Uber and Lyft were not designed for physical people to drive the car because the 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 what they call it, the economic model doesn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
Economic works out model works out for a non-driver, for a self-driving car. That's what Uber
Mm-hmm.
and Lyft are designed for. You order the car when you want to go someplace. Order a car, van, bus, whatever you need. It shows up, takes you where you want to go. You get your whatever it is that you're done, and it picks you up at the appointed time to take you back. So if you
Mm-hmm.
have to go to Home Depot or whatever your home story is, you could uh, go to there in a one person vehicle just to get there, come back with a gang of stuff, and have a self driving truck pick you up, load your stuff, and bring you back.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need a vehicle for that. In fact,
You're
90% of
you're
people don't need
you're
it.
speaking on the technology that was in that Will Smith movie where
Yeah,
he's okay.
yeah.
Hmm.
But he actually owned this car. Well, most people, the model is built for you not to own your car. My cars are very expensive to own and
Mm-hmm.
insure and maintenance. So if you have, then basically how many times you actually use your car,
Mm-hmm.
unless you know, for most time, once or twice, once, maybe twice a day, for most part.
So when you talk about this technology, this human technology, are you talking about, and you're talking about AI, are you talking about what was represented in the Bicentennial Man, the movie?
It's about advanced technology. Human technology is anything that does not, is not something that grows out of you know, that has advanced since then. Anything that man has to shape out of the material of the earth and form to its fashion, whether it's clothes, shoes, rocks, I mean, sharpen the rocks because they're not sharp enough. He beats them against the flint to break them up so they become sharp as cutting tools. That is technology. and it has advanced since then because humans, for the most part, outside their natural environment, cannot survive without human technology. They can't.
Hmm.
There will be no people in Europe, China, wherever else outside of that small area where human beings were actually born in, because given their bodies, they cannot survive outside of that area.
Right, because you're born butt naked, and if you're in 0 degree and below zero temperatures, you're not going to survive.
It doesn't even, you don't
You
have
have
to be
no
that
fur.
low. You get below 50 and you're exposed, you will die.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. So human technology has been climbing for a very long time. That's what Kurzweil explained. In fact, you don't even have to buy the book. You just look him up. Ray Kurzweil, that's his first name. Ray, R-A-Y, Ray Kurzweil.
Oh, okay, I'm going to look him up.
You can look him up on YouTube. He's all over YouTube.
Yeah, I want to ask you if you know anything, since you read a lot of books, and I read this book. I want to say it's been about almost 25 years ago, and it was called, I got it from the library, and it was called American, what is it called? Uh, Scientific America.
The
And
magazine?
it was a book. It was a
Okay.
book. And when I went to go find it again, nobody says it exists. And I read the book, had
Mm-hmm.
the book in my hand. And at
Mm-hmm.
the time when I read it, I wasn't fully understanding what I was reading.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wanted to refer back on the book and read it again because I have more information, and the memory of the book and what I was reading is coming, certain things are coming back to me, like a recognition
Mm-hmm.
of an understanding of what was was presented to me in the book.
Okay.
And now I can't reference back to it. I can't
The,
find the book anymore.
the only Scientific American that I know of is the magazine. It's been around for
It
100
was an
years.
actual book. It was an actual book, and I want to say that the book was at least 40 years old.
I don't know. I mean,
And and the book was referring to gamma ray bursts, and what they were alluding to was ships coming in and out of this universe from those gamma ray bursts. And
mm,
when I wanted to go and reference back on it, I can't find the book.
okay. Well, they could have pulled a book from the library. It could be one of those hidden books. You just,
I know, but why present this book to me in the first place? And then when I had no full understanding of what I was reading, and then now that I have the understanding of it,
hey, some
why
people,
can't I refer back on it?
some people publish the book. It's out, and then for whatever reason, they take the book from the shelves.
Yeah,
And
and now it's as if it never existed.
well, because nobody has a record of it. So, Tragedy and Hope would have been one of those books. They pulled all the books. The people that had in their personal libraries, um, are the ones that had it. And they basically broke the plates and snatched all the books back. It would have never existed if people didn't know about it.
So why? Because the book is coded?
It's not because it's coded. It's because there's in other words, they print books. If you understand anything about the elite, okay, um, they don't all get together and mind meld. Okay, they have arguments that go back and forth, and people have to actually read the arguments and debate them. You have to read the stuff to debate them. So that's how they publish the books.
You're talking about like a secret society coding in the books.
It's not
So that
coded.
they're
It's not.
basically, they know what they're looking at, they know what they're reading, and they don't want the masses to know, so they pull the book.
So they pull the book. If people get a wind of it, they pull the book. It's not like it's
Well,
coded. It's the thing is they don't want to know about it. Most people just don't look. They
mhm.
put certain books out. There's several books, man, that they don't promote. It's not that they pull them; they don't promote. They only print limited copies of it. There's two books. Tragedy and Hope is famous, but there's
Mhm.
one book that I talking about the Bretton Woods system, which is Gold, Dollars, and Power. And the
Mhm.
authors never promoted it. It's never been sold, even though it's a wonderful book on the Bretton Woods system. Once the author,
Does the book have a ghostwriter? Because a
no,
lot of these have
no,
ghostwriters.
no, he's not a ghostwriter. He was assigned. They were writing history of the 20th century from a certain period, from I
Mhm.
think it's from 19 1850 to 1969. They were writing a particular history. Somebody did it in military. One, he did it in economics, and
Mm-hmm.
he was assigned to write about the Bretton Woods system, the dollar system, the modern dollar system that we're under,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it was 4 year project. He studied everything. He wrote up the book. Okay, it was a hidden book. He was a professor at the University of Texas,
Mm-hmm.
and I found the book by accident. Okay, because I needed to find something that would explain the dollar system because I didn't have a clue. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I knew about it, certain aspects about it, but I didn't have a basic grounding of the Bretton Woods and the dollar system.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of articles I was reading referred to it, but they didn't explain it, at least not to a layman like me.
Mm-hmm.
So I found a book. I found it by a lark. I put in the German question, and it happened to be pop up on Google, the German question. I said, okay. And it popped up in, Google Books, and it says, okay, the German question. They explained what it was. I said, oh, I never heard of this book. And it says, Gold, Dollars, and Power, the Bretton Woods from 1949 to 1971. I said, I never heard of this book. I said, I heard of the Bretton Woods system. They always talk about it, but nobody ever explains it. So
Mm-hmm.
I picked it up, I read it, and I said, oh shit, this explains everything from soup to
Do
nuts, the
do
whole
you
dollar
think
system.
that certain elites know that certain people are going to search out this information and they know exactly who the person is that's going to search it out, and they leave you breadcrumbs with this information? Like
Mm,
that word, that German word that made you
yeah,
is what got you linked into this
yeah.
information.
The German question. The reason I looked up the German question is because the Germans were really up in arms about the shenanigans that the United States and Goldman Sachs pulled with um, uh, all these debt instruments that they had spread all over the world. They were really upset about it,
Mm-hmm.
and there was something popped up about what are the Germans going to do. And they said, when then they said, what is the German question? I said, what the hell do they mean by the German question? And then so I researched it, and they had several entries, and then the Google book said, okay, the German question, and it had a little segment what the German question actually was. Happened to
Mm-hmm.
refer to that book. Boop, I got it. I read it. I spread it to my circle. We have a little internet thing. We spread it on the air. The Africans started reading, and next thing you know, I think his name was Glavin. Mr. Glavin is no longer at the University of Texas. He's been given a position by the Council of Foreign Relations to oversee a certain function. So they pulled him. He's never advertised the book. He's never promoted the book. He's never been interviewed about the book. None of that stuff.
I probably not that many people are very much aware of the book. That's possible. That's the
If
possibility.
unless
And it
you,
probably wasn't meant for very many people
it's
to get that information.
it's a paperback that cost me damn near $40. Why is this book so expensive? But the thing is, and once I read it, I know why it's expensive because it explains the Bretton Woods the dollar system from soup to nuts, and that's how come I know how the system is built. If you read that book, you will know how the system is built, how
Mhm.
the financial architecture of the world is built. You know why the United States went off the gold system. They said Nixon was evil and the fiat currency and blah blah blah. It's bullshit. He was forced out of the gold system by the French, which the French had been doing that since Napoleon, because
Mhm.
Napoleon tried to force the English off the gold system, and then the World War I was caused by the French forcing the Germans off the gold system because they wanted the Germans out of Africa. So the French are very good at forcing people off the gold system, and basically Charles de Gaulle hated the United States and the United States overlord in Europe, and basically the United States corporations coming in and buying up stuff in Europe with the dollars that they had because they were in control of the world currency. So Charles de Gaulle wanted to force the United States off the gold system, which it did. It forced them off the gold system. The United States went from 100% having 100% gold reserves in 1950 when the Bretton Woods system started to 25% 21 years later.
Mm-hmm.
And basically Nixon said, nope, we're not going to give you any more. And there's another guy, a young economist that he called in to research that to see what would happen if they forced the United States off the gold system. I'm trying to remember his name. He wrote another book called, trying to remember the name. I haven't read the book in a while, but he wrote another book, and that book came from the book came out of the research he did for the Nixon administration, saying what would happen if the United States got off the gold system on its own, and basically said if you would bluff. The world cannot create a financial architecture that fast, and basically the financial architecture of the world will collapse and
Mm-hmm.
descend back into chaos and back into war and whatnot, and Europe will go back to fighting all over again. So basically, they can say we're gonna bluff them.
Mm. So when you refer back to Nixon, what do you think about the correlation they're pushing off in mainstream media concerning Nixon and the what they say Trump is doing,
As far
and
as what?
basically claiming that Trump is the second Watergate?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
I know, but what's your perception of it?
They're comparing him to basically hiding, basically what they call high crimes and misdemeanors. Basically, he's on the same trajectory that.
Well, of course, he's.
So
I mean, I think Nixon was a puppet, and so is Trump. Even though I don't
he,
like Trump, I don't like his personage, but I feel that
it's,
he's a puppet for.
well, the thing is, what they're comparing him to Nixon is the cover up, the lying and the cover up. And Nixon
Right.
went after the press. Nixon went after Congress and whatnot, and basically they're lying to cover up things. Nixon did that. So Trump, in the essence, is doing almost the same thing Nixon did. I don't say, wouldn't say for the same reasons, but
Mm-mm.
he's basically doing the same thing. The only difference between Trump and Nixon was a hell of a lot smarter.
Well, I agree with you.
So what Trump is doing it, what Nixon did on purpose, Trump is doing by accident.
Right, because he's the ultimate puppet. He's the ultimate being. He's
He,
ultimately being manipulated.
he's not basic. Okay, this this is also going back into the weeds. Trump, if you read what was going on, and basically, I knew Trump was a, you know, if you know, as an analyst, and something I've been doing, trained to do, and been doing for the last 20 years,
Hmm.
it was very evident the climate that you are in. Okay, the climate that you're in, because the climate, it mirrors what happened back at the turn of the century, turn of the 20th century, going back to the 19th century, which is 1896, when
Hmm.
you had a populist and a socialist basically running for the president, openly running for the president of the United States. And you hadn't had that in over 100 years.
Right.
And that was evident that those two things showed up. And basically, they back then they beat back the populists and the socialists. In fact, put the socialists in prison. But you had Bernie Sanders as a socialist. So if you believe that there has to be balance in the universe and the same energy is coming back up, you have to have a populist. So basically, you had Trump is your populist and Bernie Sanders is your socialist.
So then
And it
how come it didn't play out that those two would go neck and neck with each other in the polls?
they
How come we got Hillary?
what is oh, you weren't going to get Hillary. Hillary you got as a Democrat because they did not want a socialist to be president.
Hmm.
So they thought a socialist was much more dangerous than a populist.
Right, because
So
we really do need to be under a socialist system right now.
you probably do, but the thing is, at that time the elite did not believe that. So basically they didn't like the populists or the socialists. So they took the lesser of two evils because they thought Hillary, even though they hated her guts and they did not like her,
Mm-hmm.
they went against they went against what we call the not the deep state, but the deep intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
They went against them. Said we don't want to we don't even though we know that you hate her, we don't want a populist or a socialist. So we can get rid of the socialists, but the thing is we got to have somebody run against the populists.
Mm-hmm.
Hillary would have won if it was not for the military intelligence. Now, if you believe Putin, Putin says a lot of people had a hand in.
I don't believe the Russian tampering with the polls, but I do
Uh,
believe the polls were tampered with.
now, Russia did release those emails for the Democratic convention. They did release those.
That they may have done, but when it come to hacking into the polls, I don't believe Russia's the one that hacked
They
into the
they
polls.
don't have to hack into the polls. They don't have to hack into the polls. All you got to do is release the information. Nobody's going to elect her. Bernie Sanders was killed off. She survived the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she wasn't going to survive the second one. The Russians did the first one, and she got past that one. And then the second one, right before the election, that laptop got revealed with the 650,000 emails, which
Mm-hmm.
nobody really ever saw too much of them,
Mm-hmm.
because right after they released them and she was done, they basically closed off that investigation. That was military. That was intelligence that actually released those emails, because they were not going to stand for Hillary Clinton to sit in the Oval Office. Period.
Mm-hmm.
If they had anything to do about it, and they didn't. I said that a year and a half before she even ran.
I
That
have
they.
another question for you.
Mm-hmm,
So he's done some very weird, crazy stuff with his tweets and what have you,
mm-hmm.
and
He's
things that
crazy.
he's well, I know they say that he has
No,
dementia.
he's crazy. Oh, he's crazy. Yeah, they knew
Well,
that.
he's crazy. Plus, he has dementia. And people who have dementia do some crazy shit. Trust me.
Mm-hmm,
My dad's wife had dementia, has dementia, and she did some really crazy stuff.
mm-hmm.
So, do you think that besides him being crazy, besides him having dementia, do you believe that he is purposely trying to get himself out of the presidency? Do you think
I,
he
I,
realizes that he's
I,
over his head and that
I
he
wouldn't.
is dealing with some deadly forces, and if he
I,
doesn't do what he's supposed to do, he's going to find himself um, assassinated? Do you think that he's trying to purposely get himself pulled out of the presidency?
okay, they would like to keep him for 4 years because it's a bad look.
Well, because they can get everything they want from him.
No, it's a bad look if you elect a guy in the United States, especially is supposed to be stable, and you impeach him 6 months later. It's a bad look. Nobody wants him impeached.
I
Really.
do.
Well, I mean, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people that matter. You don't matter.
Well,
Okay.
I feel like I better.
Okay, well, there you go. You right up to Washington, D.C. You say want Trump out and see how far that goes.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Well, before he got elected, I said if he does get elected, one of two things is going to happen within 6 months. One, he's going to get impeached, or two, he's going to get assassinated. Either way, he's going out.
The only way he will get assassinated is if he's close to starting a thermonuclear war. They cannot stand. They will get rid of him then if he's
It's
close
that
to that.
nutty. He's that nutty to do that. So
Mhm.
trust me, he's
That's
going
why.
out.
That's why they put all those generals between him and the button. Why you
No,
think that?
but remember, he
Why
knows
do you
more
think?
than the generals.
Why? Why do you think? Why did you think they insisted on putting 3 5-star generals in his Oval Office? They don't
Well,
trust him.
well, I don't trust him either, but it seems to me that a lot of things he's gotten away with doing, somebody has a power
He,
structure.
the
Somebody
mili-
has a force that
the,
is
the military.
allowing these
He
things to
is
take
he
place.
he is the military industry. He's the military boy. He is their boy. I hope you know what, DOD, do not cut my connection. I know y'all listening. Okay, don't cut the connection. This is new old news, but he's the DOD's boy, and
Hmm.
he needed babysitters. So I said,
Oh,
this is your.
I believe you. And let me tell you something. A lot of stuff that is foretold, and you talk about prophecies,
Mm-hmm,
a lot of stuff is put into play through music and lyrics and music. And if you listen to Natalie Merchant's song called
mm-hmm,
Golden Boy,
mm-hmm,
that song suits him. Depict him coming into power, everything. How long ago did she make that? In the 1990s, that song.
mm-hmm.
You got to listen to the lyrics. It's called
Okay,
Golden Boy.
I will listen to the lyrics. But the thing is that we knew Hillary Clinton was dead since been as far as being elected president was dead since Benghazi. The only people that still believe that Hillary Clinton can be president is Hillary Clinton.
Hmm.
They told her not to run.
Well, I didn't like her when I saw her giddy and laughing and giggling when Gaddafi was getting shanked with a knife
Of
and
course,
murdered.
of course, she was.
Anybody that can laugh and be giddy over that, over a man being brutalized like that,
Uh huh.
is not somebody you want as your president.
She, her, Samantha Powers, and Susan Rice set it up. They had to. They had to convince Obama to go against his military. Look it up. He went a
Oh, I believe everything you say, but
he went he
watching
went.
her face expression, explaining how they conquered, and talking about his brutalization
Mhm.
and being, I mean, like she was having an orgasm over
She
his death.
was. Her plan had come together. It's exactly what she envisioned. Yeah.
I could
Well, she'd have
never
got.
vote for somebody like
She
that.
could have. If she could have got what's his name out of Syria, she'd have had a double orgasm. Syria was a bridge too far. But we said that even before they went in. If Europe goes after Syria, and if you know anything about Syria's history, going back to Roman times, that is the that is the border between East and West.
Hmm.
It has been for it has been for 2,500 years. You go after Syria, you break it up, you're gonna have issues because that is the land bridge going right into Europe, and you
Hmm.
have issues. They went after Syria, and Syria, the Syrian war probably will be the European Union and maybe Europe's downfall.
You just triggered a thought process in me when you said that about East and West and Syria.
Hmm.
What the Silk Road was Silk Road
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about, going
yeah,
through Syria.
yeah.
Okay.
But if you know anything about if you know what you should know is if you believe in the Bible, you should
Hmm.
know where outside of Palestine, where were the Roman there was some Roman garrisons, except during uh, uh, the Passover. They were on the Syrian border.
Yeah, I remember that.
So Syria, the reason they were on the Syrian borders is because that's the separation between Europe and East.
Hmm.
Okay, it has been historically for a very very long time. So if you break it up, because this has been the boundary for 3,000 years. There's
Hmm.
been a boundary between Europe, or what we think of as Europe, and everybody else in the East. If you break it up, what's going to happen? You're going to have a whole lot of issues, and Europe has a
You know, it's
whole lot of
funny.
issues.
I did a Google map on Syria. I want
Mm-hmm.
to say about 10 years ago, maybe 11 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and the Google map showed me a spot in Syria, and I don't know why it was like, you ever get information and you know that this information is
Of
going to
course.
happen in the future?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly what happened looking at that map.
Mm-hmm.
And there was like a big, I want to say lake of water, but it was it went over and through the, like, there was a river and a lake,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and it was, I want to say it was more, let me think if I can pinpoint it in my brain where exactly it was. It
Mm-hmm.
was more to the east of Syria
Mm-hmm.
and up, more upper towards Europe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that triggers anything in your thought process, but it stuck out in my brain, that area.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew something was going to happen in that area. Like I could feel it coming. Do you get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's the land bridge between Syria and Turkey.
that exactly there.
Hmm.
Exactly there.
Hmm. That leads right into Europe.
Yes.
Hmm.
So what was popping into my head is that there was already a station there. There was a military station, a United States and a European military station, a covert military station that
Yeah,
was propped right there.
because that's where Turkey is. Turkey has been part of the is part of NATO for a very very long time.
Hmm.
So Turkey's part of NATO. So you will have intelligence, military intelligence, right there because that's the border.
Okay,
Still
but this
is.
this 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 military camp, I want to call it, was
Mhm.
right near this big body of water, right on the
Okay,
edge of it.
it could be. One side is the Mediterranean, and the other side is the Caspian Sea.
I don't think it was the Caspian Sea, but it could have been.
Because that's exactly where the Russians come out of Ukraine. It's Ukraine now, but it was Ukraine. I forget what they call it now, but that's Catherine the Great's warm water port going back since 1725.
Okay. I'm gonna try to do the Google map and look it up, and if I find exactly the location, I will definitely give you it because it prompted something in my psyche though
Hmm.
then.
Yeah, but everything the reason they listen to us because damn near everything we forecast comes to pass. In fact, I'm supposed to be working on. I had so much I got to get to, but there's something that Merkel was talking about. There's something we had talked about way back when in 2010. Is about the neuro the basically Germany taking the Northern Europeans east toward Russia.
Mhm.
That was 10 years ago. Not 10 years ago, 2010, so 7 years ago. And
Mhm.
very few people even think about it. But now that the European Union is actually breaking up, Germany has been waiting to leave uh, basically Europe or basically Western Europe for a long time.
Right, because they want to take over a certain power again.
Oh, they have more in common with the Russians than they do with the other.
Yeah, but they have a power plan in mind. That's what I'm saying.
The one saying is they already have an economic power. They're not going to beat Russia and China. It's just not. They've already taken over the globe. But the thing is, you want to be with a winning team. They want their piece of the pie, but they have neither technology or the manpower to beat the Russians or the Chinese.
There that same thing that came over me also came over me um up near the Siberian Peninsula, um and concerning Russia as well.
Um, yeah, it could be. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's going on, and that's like when something comes over you, you have to. That's a thread that you have to pull. You're not pulling threads. You can't
Mhm.
wait. You have to find out why. You have to become you're not a why person, but you got to become a why person because that's your oracle telling you, pointing something out to you. You have to dig. You're not digging. So,
I
so
I
in other
I
words,
I I dug a little, but
yeah.
I didn't see the significance, so I didn't dig anymore.
Well, okay. Let's see. That's why.
Now that time, see, this is what happens to me. I get information many years prior, and then
Mhm.
something triggers, and then I know what the information was
Yeah.
given to
Well,
me.
yeah. After the that's called hindsight.
Right.
Yeah.
But I
Hindsight is
mean,
fine. I wasn't developed for that. I'm not.
I feel that if it was meant for me to get the full scope of the information, then it would be laid out to me, and that even though I'm digging, I would have more of a perception of why I'm digging, and I was never given that. But it did trigger a thought process in me.
Okay. There's old saying, and it relates directly to physics. God said, if you wake one step, I will make two. Correct?
Hmm.
A body in motion stays in motion, right?
Hmm.
A body at rest does what?
Rest.
Stays at rest. If you don't make the first step, you never get in motion. It's simple
Hmm.
physics. Once you get in motion, if you stop, you stop. You have to keep digging.
See, but see, I get psychic pulse impulses, and so I got the psychic impulse when I
But
did the Google map.
but the thing is, it means nothing unless you back it up. That's just an indicator.
Okay. So you're saying when I get the psychic impulse, go
You
deeper.
keep digging. It even keep accumulating the pieces, and the puzzle will come.
Hmm.
But you're sitting back. Okay, give me another piece. Give me another piece. You're not looking. You're not in motion. You're not looking for the piece. You got to look for the piece. It'll make
Hmm.
itself apparent to you. That's what you're not doing. I can
Hmm.
tell you that. I can tell you that right now. Because
Right.
once you get the inspiration and it points you something, if you don't go digging for it, it's not it's not gonna wave to, oh, I'm over here. Come get me. Come get
So
me.
this is the thing. I'm very flighty. I know you can probably tell that. So
Yes, I can.
I can get so I'll get the impulse like I got the impulse in Syria 10 years ago, and the
Mm-hmm.
same impulse in the Siberian Peninsula
Mm-hmm.
concerning Russia
Mm-hmm.
and camps there. And then I'll get other information and I'll go with I buzz around the information all over that's given to me.
Because you don't have enough background. You don't read enough and have enough backgrounds to make sense of it when it hits you.
Right. And that is
When,
true
that's
because
the difference between me and you is I have enough background, so when I see it, I automatically know what it means because I have enough
right. See,
background.
and I'm
If I
different
said,
because I'll get it, the information,
and you don't know
and
what it
it'll
means,
resonate.
and you don't know
And
what it
then
means.
later
Hmm.
I'll want to refer back, and then certain reference points no longer exist.
Exactly. That's called missing. I've done that experiment with my anima for a long time. I asked for
Hmm.
something and it shows up, but doesn't show up in the form that I would like it to show up in.
Hmm.
So I asked for it again and said, "You already had it. It already showed up." Well, what happened? You didn't want it, so it got taken back. You got to wait till the next time around. Is what
Hmm.
it is. So you got to dig. If
Okay.
you're interested in it, you're not interested in it. It might show it to you, but you're not interested in it, so it goes away. What are
Yeah.
you gonna do? What are you gonna do with it?
But I really don't understand why those impulses in the Google map were given to me because I wasn't looking for it. Like I wasn't trying to find
You
that.
you trip over it accidentally, and it resonates
Yes.
because and if you actually were serious about it, more will show up.
Hmm.
But that's not your interest, so what it's wasted on you by even pointing it out to you. You're not gonna do anything with it.
So what's the point of pointing it out to me in the first place? I don't understand that.
It's called an accident. You trip over things. Oh, I found $1. Okay, what am I gonna do with $1? I don't know. You know, you trip over. It's an accident.
Hmm.
Are you gonna do something with it or you don't? Everybody has them. Do you
Well,
gonna
from
trip
now
over
on, now that you said that, I'll start to dig. And
if
if
you're
no,
interested in?
yeah, if nothing comes of it, then I'll just let it go. But at least
If
I'll.
if you dig and remember the pieces, if when the next piece drops in, it'll fit.
Hmm.
But you got to do some work.
True.
It doesn't. In other words, what you want is to pick up the piece, pick it up, and also see the whole picture.
Right, which I get frustrated if I don't see it. Then I want to move on to another picture.
Yeah, it's called lazy.
No, because I do investigate things that I feel pertain to me. And I couldn't understand how that was pertaining to me. So it
You
didn't.
you have to investigate things that don't feel pertain to you.
Okay.
Okay, it's called work. Work is when you don't feel.
Well,
It's
it's like
easy when
this.
you feel.
It's like this. When I do clients and I touch them and then I can pick up psychic,
Hmm.
pictures of them, their
Hmm.
life, their this, their
Hmm.
that,
Hmm. Hmm.
and then I feel, well, damn, I'm basically snooping into their life and they didn't invite me, so then I'll turn it off. Do you know what I'm
And
saying?
the thing is, okay, can you when the knowing comes to you, when it comes to knowing comes to different people different ways. When the knowing comes to you, Do you have enough knowing and information to answer their question? Because they're giving you the information so you can answer a question. Do you
Oh
understand what
yeah,
the
I can do
question is?
that.
Do you
Yeah.
understand what the question is?
Most of the time, yes, I know.
You know what I mean? That deep.
Sometimes though, I do feel that they're not asking a question, and when I feel they're not asking a question, then I feel like I need to turn it off.
You have to follow. You have to push that aside and follow where you're guided to go,
Hmm.
regardless of what they let them deal with the impact of it, because you're there to give them an answer. You have
Hmm.
to give them a complete answer. If you don't give them a complete answer, then they don't have a complete answer. They're gonna have to go someplace else for it. If you're
But what if,
guided to
what if
give,
they're not even asking me? Is my point. So I feel if they're not
they don't
asking,
because
they don't want to know.
they don't know the question to ask.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
And they might not like the answer you give them, but you have to give it because that's what you, if you're going, that's the difference between me and you. I'm a
Hmm.
Gnostic. I give them the answer that they need to have, period, whether they like it or not. And
Hmm.
I'm not nice about it. So when you hear me
Hmm.
talk about women, black women, especially on my videos, I'm giving them the answer that they need to hear. Section 8 is coming. Is your stupid ass that has 3 kids on Section 8 knowing that this particular character in office is going to be pregnant with your fourth child? Is that smart? Or are you being an idiot? You're being an idiot.
Well, it's not fair to the children either, as well,
It's not fair
because
to
they
the
need to be.
children. It's not fair
No.
to the children. So what basically you have this woman, when you the one that you referenced, she had 3 children already. You've been womb hustling the state since you were 15 years old because you never had a job. You're
Hmm.
32 years old. You have teenage children. You have another one that's 6, and you're pregnant again under this climate. And
Hmm.
there are no women out there with their foot up your ass telling you how stupid you are. No, no, there, baby. You know what? It's gonna be okay. We're gonna go fight Donald Trump's bullshit. What you need to do is go give her a right hand slap across her face and wake her ass up. Because this is not the time to play.
Hmm.
And that notice is a wake up call. You can no longer, you're 32 years old. You can no longer be stupid and entertaining low class men and the stuff that you've been doing. You need to wake up, and you need to wake up your sisters. It's a call to arms for your sisters,
Hmm.
because men shouldn't have to even discuss this. Women should actually be on the ground talking to these women,
I've got
telling
to
them how,
tell you, I've got to be honest with you. A lot of women will not take advice from another woman. There's an ego tripping that goes on, and they don't want to hear it from women. Whereas, even though they get pissed off at men for saying it, they're going
mm,
to listen. It's going to resonate more than it will from another woman.
but that doesn't have anything to do with you saying it and doing what you're supposed to do. Whether they accept it or not, you need to say it.
Hmm.
Them not wanting to hear it from you does not excuse you from saying it. My children not wanting to hear from me and hear what I got to say
Well,
when
I
they're
mean, I tell women my own example. I had my second daughter, and after I had my second daughter, I knew as a single
that's
person, I could
that's
not financially support another one after
that's
her. That was
being
the end of the
that's
story.
being nice. When you I would use that example, when there's a child walking in the middle of the street and there's traffic, you're not being nice. There, baby, come back to the side of the road. You know, you go there,
You snatch the baby
you
up.
snatch his little behind up, and you whip his little behind and say, dude, you never do that again.
Hmm.
You make sure that he never does that again, because that is serious. Same thing with females. This is not playtime anymore.
Hmm.
You know, this knucklehead is in office, and basically he's just a spearhead, because it's going to get worse. So
Hmm.
I don't have
That's true.
time to sugarcoat my words. Stop being a freaking idiot and grow the freak up and basically look out for your progeny that you do have. You do not have time to go out and loosely get pregnant without a father.
Hmm.
There's no more time for reckless behavior, because you and your children will be on the street. and nobody will be able to save you. Stop looking for people to save you so you can continue your reckless behavior.
See, I can respect what you're saying here because I feel as though you actually care for these women and you care for these children. There are a lot of men out there making videos that don't care for these women. They want destruction of these women. They want destruction of these kids.
They're tired of the
I can't
stupidity.
respect that.
They're sick and tired of the stupidity that's been going on for the last 40 years in the Black community. They're sick of it. They're absolutely 100% sick of it. And they'd rather see the community, rather than live another day in this community, they'd rather see a few people take the hit. Because if a situation was reversed and guys are out there randomly doing stuff, nobody would feel for them.
Well, I mean, that's the case. I mean, that's been happening, though.
Then nobody will feel for. So, in other words, if they have to take the hit and nobody's going to feel for them, why should they feel for you? Because nobody protected them. Why on earth would they feel for you? Regardless of whether you have children or not, why on earth would they feel for you? Because they have to feel the full weight and you don't.
I hear what you're saying.
That's what you're seeing. They're sick of it. They're sick because everything that happens in the Black community is always the Black man's fault.
Nobody's saying that, though.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not all the Black women's fault either.
No, if you listen to Black women, if you listen to society and the Black women, it's all Black man's fault.
I don't hear that from Black women. All the Black women that I know, they don't say that.
Yes, they do.
I don't know where this dynamic you're hearing is coming from. I don't hear Black women saying that.
You hear it all over YouTube. You hear it all over Facebook.
I hear some YouTube channels say it. I don't hear all Black women saying that.
In other words, I have 4 children. I have 5 kids. I'm on welfare, and they ain't no daddy. Right? What's the first thing they ask?
Where's the daddy?
Where's the daddy?
I mean, that's not blaming Black men, but I mean, you have to ask that question. Where is he?
Do you see women putting the foot up that woman's behind for having 5 kids and no daddy?
Well, it depends. Depends on the woman. It depends on the circumstances.
They don't. They said they're poor baby. If their daddies will come back and help you out and take care of their kids, life will be better for you.
I don't hear Black women on YouTube saying poor baby.
Yes, they do it all the time.
I'm not hearing it. I don't know where you're hearing it.
She didn't get pregnant by herself.
Well, that I hear, yes, and that's the truth.
Does his error excuse you from yours?
No, but neither should be excused.
No. It does his error. I'm talking to women specifically because they want to. First thing they want to do is do what the first thing you have to do at any program where you're gonna shift them something around is you have to do first person you have to point to is who?
Well, you have to point to yourself.
Black women don't do that. Who's the first person they point to?
Well, let me just say this. While you're saying Black women don't do that, I've seen a lot of Black men do the exact same thing. They don't take accountability for their actions as well. So when they're blaming Black women for getting pregnant with children they don't want, there's a way to prevent that. So they're not doing it either.
Trust and believe. If you listen to Black men talk to other Black men, because I've done it multiple times. If you on child support, and then within reason, if you got to pay child support, unless they're absolutely raping you, nobody feels sorry for you. Nobody feels sorry for you. A Black dude that has 5 kids and paying child support, nobody, you unless they're putting you in jail and you can't work or something, some dumb stuff like that, nobody feels sorry for you, dude. You did it to yourself. You gotta suffer through it. Sorry, but you did it to yourself. You can't blame the mother because the mother didn't whip your Peter out of your pants and shove it in. Okay, you did it to yourself. Unless you have something like paternity fraud or something like that, no Black man will say that. That the individual Black man might say it, but the Black men aren't going to co-sign that stuff. But Black women co-sign that all day.
No, no, I don't think you're
They,
listening to the channels
they,
that are out there now.
oh,
They're telling women to be very selective, um, shut your womb down. I mean,
mhm.
so you're not hearing what I'm hearing.
So did you see women go talk about that woman that was on Section 8, that had 3 children and one other in the womb, that had that piece of paper? Do you see women going in on her?
Can I ask you a question? Do you see men going in on the men who keep on popping baby out
We all do.
after baby out of
You know what?
baby mama
You
out
know
of after
you know
baby mama?
you know what we call them? And
No,
people
I don't.
and black women do not like us calling them that. We call them Pookie and Ray Ray. Call them Dirty Dick Rodneys. Call them Johnny Appleseeds. And we call them thugs. Why do you? We ask black. Why do you keep sleep? Okay, after the first baby, how come you keep sleeping with the same thug?
But
What's
this is
wrong
the
with you?
thing. Just this is the thing though. Nobody can categorize all black men as being that type of man because we know that's not factual.
Hmm.
In the same token, all black women aren't those women that you're speaking of.
But you know what? In the manosphere, and especially black manosphere, we take a lot of hits because these are the men that black women say that they like.
Not all black women. You're categorizing a group of black women as being all
Oh,
black women, and that's not the facts.
how many? Okay, we're talking about a general. We can't categorize all because guess what? We're gonna have to go into what 18 million different divisions. Do we not?
Well, yes, of
We
course.
talk about black women as a group.
Well, if black women have to be grouped in with the woman that has 7 kids out of wedlock from 7 different fathers, then you black men have to be grouped in the same
No, in
category
other
as
words, in other
Pookie
words,
and Ray Ray, as you put it.
in other words, if we take what I call a 92 octane, educated corporate women that make 6 figures, all the way down to the 85 octane, which is the ratchet chick on welfare, they all like the same kind of guy because they're telling us from all these different divisions, and there's 5 of them, they like the same kind of guy. What are we supposed to um, ascertain? It ain't just the welfare chicks; it's also the corporate chicks that like the same kind of guy. Those are the guys that they lay up with. So what are we supposed to ascertain? If you poll them all,
I don't know if that's a 100% factual what you're
it,
saying because I see a lot of corporate black women that are with white males. So
well, then we talking about the swirlers, but that is a small percentage. The swirlers are on some others. We ain't even gonna discuss that. That is too deep in the weeds. And then this is you're a female, and this is a male channel, and we start talking about that kind of stuff and bringing in Alan Roger Curry and all that kind of stuff. Then we completely go out of. But the swirlers are a very small percentage. They're less. They're like 1% of the population.
I don't know if you're factual with that because I see quite a bit of swirling going on.
Is 1% of it is 1% of the female population that's actually doing that.
Where are you getting these stats? I want
You
to look
can
them up.
if you if especially the stats that we have is in marriage, right? Only 28% of black women are actually married. Out of that, only 4% of the ones that are married to white men.
And while we're talking about percentages of marriage, what about black men? What's their percentage?
Of black men being married,
Yeah.
33%, a third,
Okay, so and what is black women again?
28%.
So you guys are going neck and neck with being married and not married.
5% is quite a big. Okay, if you
Not
look,
very much.
okay, the difference between that 5% difference, the difference between them is like 500,000 people. That's quite a bit.
Mm, if you were to say black men are married at 70 something percent and
No,
black women are married at 28%, then I would say you might be right. But a 5% difference is not really that much. It's still in the same ballpark.
when you translate them to people, total people. One thing is actually if you add all in the if you add the not the out of wedlock, but the interracial marriage rate, and you divide it, basically divided by 3 for black men, it's like if it's interracial as far as white women, it's I think it's 7% divided by 3. It's like
This is the
2%.
thing. If people say interracial and automatically assume as black and white, interracial could be anybody.
Inter,
Asian, Middle Eastern, Hispanic, South American. I mean,
inter,
it can be anything.
interracial is defined, especially interracial is defined pre 1965 was white and non-white. That's when the definition came about. So if you marry interracially, you're married into the white race or vice versa. So, but now there's a broader definition.
Yeah, because interracial doesn't just encompass white and black.
It's a definition. They changed the definition.
Well, the point is, it's not just white and black.
Not,
And
but even,
anyways, I mean, if we get technical, there is no white race. It's non-existent. It's a white mindset.
it's a class that's been set up.
Yeah, it's a mindset, actually.
It's a class. It's a legal class. In fact, there's a professor from Pakistan. He's black. He's black, and when he wants to be classified as black, and he's been fighting for 10 years to be classified as black. He's classified as white, and he's darker than me.
Okay, why is he classified as white?
Because of the area that he came from, Pakistanis or Middle Easterners are classified as white. It's a class. It's not a race.
Okay, good. I'm glad we agree on that, because people really push this white as a race thing, and white is not a race thing.
Well, they call it
construct.
It's a social class.
Yes.
And black is not a race, it's a class. That's how come you get what they call biracial people or multiracial people. If you have black in you, you're defined as black. You get dumped into the black class. That's how come Tiger Woods is defined as a black man.
Mm-hmm.
Because legally he's black. There's no such thing as a biracial. Like, if you got black in you, according to Ferguson, Plessy versus Ferguson, you are black.
Yeah.
But when I define it as when we talk about that, we talk about this is a struggle that black men go through, and they have to navigating through the legal system to get things done. It's difficult because we are a low class men, low caste men. So
let me just say this. When you're talking about the family structure, there's a lot of men who are going through the exact same thing concerning family court. So it's not just a black problem. It's also an every race of men problem. I'm like I said, I repeat, I am for whoever is the better parent.
Yeah.
Even as being a feminist, I consider myself a feminist. But when it comes to children, I know I've witnessed some really shitty mothers. I've witnessed mothers do some really horrific shit to kids. And if a parent, and I've seen fathers do horrific shit too. I've heard of stories of hot fathers. So when it comes to the judicial system, I feel a child needs to be where they can thrive, where they can
that's true.
manifest.
But the history of this nation and the court system, especially when it pertains to black men, in a court setting, most times a snowball has a better chance in hell than a black man in court.
I mean, I can agree with you.
So basically, for the most part, as far as this system is concerned, black men are virtually powerless.
They're not powerless if they have money. If they have resources to fight the system and get the best lawyer, they're going to win.
Sometimes.
If they can't, if they don't have those resources, they are not going to win, because the judicial system is built up on monetary gains.
Sometimes. And actually, there's plenty of examples where the dude had way more money and he still got took. Okay, in a family court, lots of them.
Well, and it also depends on the location of the family court.
Every time every time a black man wins in court and family court, there's a cheer that goes out around the world. Trust and believe. It ain't that many of them. Ain't that many of them. It's basically, like I said, a snowball has a better chance in hell than a black man does in court. Most times. Okay. So basically, when you hear a black man cheering that the system is, the black men are going to take a hit in the system, they cheer because they've been getting pummeled.
So even if the father can prove that the mother, and I'm not talking about bullshit lying, because a lot of that takes place in court. The parents are lying on each other to win their case. I'm talking about legitimate cases where the mother is abusive to the child and a detriment to the child. Are you still telling me that the court is not going to give that child to the father?
The only way that I've seen that a black man can get his parents over the mother, especially in the black community, is if that mother is a crack addicted hooker and she's in a program, so she can't take care of them. And even then, she can petition for her kids back.
Mm.
And that's common. Like I said, when a guy gets custody of his kids, um, the only most time you have a better chance uh, with a with. There's two kind of women you have a good chance with getting your children um, in a split. Is if she's white or she's Filipino.
And why is that?
Because white women do not want to go back on the market with biracial kids for the most part. So she's perfectly willing. She has them to give those children to the father because she can't take those biracial children in the white world where she's going. She can't take them, so she gives them to the father and the father's
I
family.
think you very much misunderstand that, because I know a lot of white women with biracial children, and they are the caretakers of those children.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the best chance. I'm not saying it happens 100%. I ain't saying 100%. Their best chance for the best chance.
That might have been the case in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and
No,
60s.
it still happens.
I haven't never heard of any.
It still happens. It still I see it all the time
With who though?
with
Give me an example.
white women and Filipinos. Because a Filipino coming over for the islands, she's here. If she wants to get divorced, she leaves the children with the father. And white,
Which is strange, because Filipinos have a high percentage of African blood in them.
yes, but their culture is different. It's not the blood, it's the culture. And she's here. If she's here, if she's gonna go on to get another husband, she will leave the children with the father. In their culture, they believe the children should be with the father anyway. But with white women, in fact, there's a that's that's extremely common. In fact, my son, he's married to a biracial woman, and and basically she wound up her and her three sisters wound up with her aunt. So if you're gonna you have a better chance with white women and with Filipino women than you will black women, because a lot of white women will sign over their children if it's a biracial. Um,
So your son's wife, who is
yeah,
mixed,
yeah.
the mother was white, and she gave the daughter to her black aunt.
Mm-hmm. Actually she was black, but they were on drugs. The father was white, but they wound up in custody of the aunt. The father wouldn't take him because he couldn't take him in the world where he was. But that's common. But those are stories that are in the neighborhood. That's common. That's not unusual. In a mixed environment, she might keep them. You see more white women keeping their children now, and it's over the last, I would say, last 10 or 15 years. You see
Yeah,
more. You
time
see more.
times
The-
changed.
But the thing, there's the exception is Jewish women. Jewish women will keep the children if they're mixed. They don't care. Jewish women will keep their mixed race children. But white women, no. If she's gonna go back on our market, she can't carry those. Even even black men that have dated white women will say that, because most white she can't. If she's going to reinvent herself, she can't reinvent herself with mixed children, because that's a
What
telltale sign.
what does reinvent mean?
Do you know what a mud shark is?
I've been called a mud shark. I don't know what the definition is.
A mud shark is a white woman that roots around in the mud, which they call the black mud, which is black men. That's a mud shark.
Okay.
And most white men will not date a woman that they consider a mud shark. So,
I was
so
recently
her
I was
odds.
recently called that by a Wigtow female.
Do you have mixed children?
Well, I'm mixed as well, but she didn't know that.
Oh, well, then you're not a mud shark. Oh,
Well, I'm not mixed with black though.
it doesn't matter. The thing is, you're not white. I mean, you might be biracial, but you're not pure white, as the way we
And
call it.
right. Well, she called me a mud shark, and I did. That was just recently.
I mean, do you have black children? I mean, mixed black children.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
One.
But you wouldn't be if you not wouldn't be considered a would you be considered a white woman
Depends on
if if
who's
they look
calling, who's saying.
if they looked at you, do you look like a white woman?
So people think that I am Hispanic a lot
Okay.
of times.
Okay.
I'm not Hispanic. I am Native American Indian and Irish.
That is in other words, that is basically the definition of a Latino without the Spanish surnames.
Well, because most Mexican females who are mixed with Spain and indigenous Indian are called mestizo, which is
Yeah.
also mixed.
Which is Latino. We call it Latino here, or Ladino.
Yeah, but I speak no Spanish. That's the
I
point.
know, I know. What I'm saying is, so in other words, the difference between Spain and Irish is a very small difference, right? They're white people, right?
Well, it depends. There's the dark Irish too.
I know. What I'm saying is, Spain is a white country, considered a white country.
I'm guessing. I don't know.
It is. It's considered a white country. So if you're mixed with European and Native American,
Hmm.
okay, and you're in a Latin country, that's where you get Latino or Ladino. The only difference is you're not your European ancestors don't come from a Latin country like
No,
Portugal or Spain.
no.
So you're not called a Latino, even though you would look like a Latino because you have basically the same mix.
Well, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, you would have the exact same. You have the exact same mix. It's just you don't have the culture that goes along with it.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
you were a mixed mestizo, or mixed with Native American and European. Now,
Hmm.
if your forefather came from Spain, you'd be a Latino, but he didn't.
Right.
So you look like them because you have the same mix as they do.
Well, yeah. So, but I was called a mud shark, and I didn't understand what she was talking about.
Yeah, well, she doesn't understand the definition of a mud shark, but that's how come white women leave their progeny with their fathers, with their black fathers. And that's been going on for a very long time, because she needs to blend back in. She needs to blend back. In fact, there was a lady. She was a writer for, was it PBS, or she was a writer for Wall Street Journal. There was some. She did a whole. No, she was a producer for PBS, and she did a whole series, a whole documentary about her mother and her, and her mother. Remember F Troop? There was Larry Storch. She married Larry Storch. Basically, she fell in love. She was a performer. She fell in love with a black comedian. She had a child, and when they're divorced, um, she took her child for a year, but she had to remarry. She didn't want to remarry a black guy, so she had to give her child to a family, a black family, to be raised. But that was
I can't see a woman doing that no matter what. I don't understand it.
uh well,
I see a woman giving the child to the father if she knows that when it comes to raising a child, she just does not have what it takes to raise a child. Like she absolutely is abusive. She knows she has dysfunction in her spirit, and she knows that if she raises the child is going to is going to have dysfunction. I get a woman giving up a child for that.
you
I
know
don't.
there's a very famous saying in MGTOW, and it's
Which
very true. You can either love women or you can understand them. You can't do both. You love women. I understand women.
hmm.
I got two daughters. I got two grown daughters.
I gotta tell you, there's a lot of the MGTOW that think they know women that they absolutely do not.
There's a lot of them that don't. They're learning. I know them.
Yeah.
I know them. Unfortunately, I know them. In fact, most cases, I know them better than they know themselves.
Well, that's a given, and just the same with certain men. Women know certain men, even if the man doesn't know what he's all about. Certain women do know what he's all about.
In other words, when I say I know women as a group,
Mm.
and I know the pattern. It's like it's to the point where the pattern is actually boring. Because I'm pointing it out. In fact, that's how come I can talk to women
So
because I.
if you're bored with if you're bored with women as a whole, then why would you get into relationships with them? Why would you even have any kind of interaction, like like personal interaction? It doesn't make sense. I have problems with certain men, but I won't say um that I would be bored with all men, because there's
When I
certain men
when
who
there's
have a
when,
grasp of
there-
reality.
there's a pattern that women have, but it's in other words, I used to laugh at it when I first found out it was funny. It was interesting, then it was funny, and then it's just boring. Oh, good grief. Okay, I know she's getting ready to do this. She's getting ready to do that. But it's like, oh, okay. Do we have to do this? Do you have to? I said, do you have to follow the pattern? Can you do something different for a change?
Well, of course we have patterns. Come on now.
Mm. But I said they're hard coded patterns.
Women are a creature of habit. Of course we have
It,
patterns. We're going to have patterns.
it goes beyond that. It goes actually beyond its biological, and they don't understand it. And when you talk to you tell them that it's going on, you know, it's in denial. They're in denial. But the thing is, on my male channel, which is it more is a male black male channel, and so when women hear me talk about women or about women's struggles, I'm not talking to women. I'm talking to men so they can understand women in a tone that men can understand,
Which is what? Derogatory towards women?
which is brutally honest.
Derogatory is what you're
No,
basically
no, no. If I want to get derogatory, I can get derogatory. So what you hear is brutally honest. When I want to get derogatory, it'll be worse than that. Because I can get derogatory and not cuss. And you
I mean,
probably,
nobody said all
you
derogatory words had to be cut.
in other words, yeah, if I want to get derogatory and women that do challenge me and want to get derogatory, I can get verbally insulting. In fact, um, most women give you, you know what, most women, that when I'm being derogatory, get upset about, believe it or not, when I call them a certain word, guess what it is when I call
Probably
them that?
cunt, because that's a word that irritates me.
It's cupcake.
Oh, cupcake is not a bad one.
The way I use it, it is.
Okay, let's hear it.
Cupcake is a cupcake comes from, an athletic sphere when you are soft and useless. If you're soft and useless, you're cupcake. You're soft and you're useless. You can't be used. So when I say screw your feelings, cupcake, in other words, stop being a kid, stop being a soft.
I got
Uh,
to tell you that's not that would never be a trigger for me.
if we were in a conversation for about 30 minutes and I was angry at you, it would be. Don't call me cupcake. I had just had a woman online.
I think it's not
She
really the
she
word cupcake that
she
pisses them off. It's the tone you use
she
when
preferred
you
me
use
calling
cupcake.
her. He preferred me calling her a bitch rather than a cupcake.
Mm.
Like my ex. There was one word I could not call my ex. If I said it to her, she would get highly upset. And I
Which
was calling
was.
her it's from Mork and Mindy. It's called a nimnot. Well, you're aware, so you've seen the series.
Of course.
Well, I don't know how old you are, so I have no idea.
I'm 49 years old.
Okay, when you don't understand Mork and Mindy, you understand nimnot. She couldn't stand me calling her a nimnot.
Uh-huh.
Call me a bitch rather than a nimnot.
And you called her a nimnot
When I
when?
was pissed off with her because she's doing something stupid, I said, nimnot, if you do that again, don't call me a nimnot.
So you basically want to push buttons, and then when you push the buttons, then you don't like the reaction you get.
I don't care. I'm trying to get that reaction from you because I want you to wake up. Because you're being stupid and you don't want to admit you're being stupid until I call it out. It's like a woman don't want me to call them a cupcake.
Uh-huh. So what?
Because
So what is the word that a woman can call you that will just absolutely piss you off?
a word, it depends on the person.
I'm talking about a woman calling you something.
A particular name?
Yes.
That's a good question. I had rough parents, so there's very little that can
Mm.
upset me. That's a good question. I don't know.
Two words that irritate me if somebody calls me stupid
Yeah,
or a cunt. Bitch is not really doesn't really bother me, but a cunt and and stupid are two words that
well,
will set me off.
most black men don't use cunt because that's a white man's word.
Hmm.
So when you call a woman a cunt, she's like black woman a cunt. She's like, eh,
Yeah,
that's a white
that's a
man's
word.
word. That's a
That's
white
a
man's
word
word.
I despise that word.
Yeah, white man don't call a woman a cunt. That means he's reducing her down to her slash. That's all you're worth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that stuff like that when you call a
like
woman her body part in a derogatory
yeah,
way,
like white men don't want to
that
be
sets me off.
white men don't want to be called loser. That sets them off.
Oh, well, thank you for letting me know that because that's what I'll be calling them when they start to give me some shit.
Yeah, they don't like to be called loser for
Well, I'll
whatever
probably
reason.
be using
Yeah.
that word then.
Mm. So they try it on black men and black men laugh. Don't mean nothing to us. Okay. So it's in context. Um, what there's the thing that pisses me off worse than anybody else is somebody thinking that they're smarter than me and they're not.
Hmm. Well, welcome to women's world because there's a lot of men who think they know more than certain women, and they know nothing about what that woman has studied or what that woman knows, even if she's not speaking on it. So because she's not speaking on the information, they automatically assume she doesn't know, which is not
because
factual.
because in a man's world, if you don't speak on it, then you don't know.
No,
You,
because
you,
I feel like if you don't
you,
bring it out in me, I'm not
you
going to speak on it. That's how
because
I feel.
that's how you feel, and men don't feel, they think.
Well, I feel like if you don't bring out the information in me, I'm not speaking on it.
Well then,
I'm not going to just donate my information to you.
in a man's world, you're basically you're dumb until you prove that you're not, because we go on facts and not feels.
Well, I'm not going to give you my information
Well
if
then,
you don't bring it out in me,
they think you're dumb because until you prove that you're not.
which is why I get pissed when somebody calls me
Well,
stupid.
then you're stupid until you prove that you're not.
Well, they're stupid for thinking I'm stupid.
Well, then they will think you're stupid until you prove that you're not, because men
I
challenge
don't
each
feel like
other.
why should I have to run around spitting
Well
out
then
my knowledge?
you don't need to be, you don't need to run in a circle of men, because men
Why? Because
because
I have
women,
to because I have to show my nuts. I have to show my
if
my cojones
do you
for the men.
do you want respect?
Why I don't have any cojones. Why do I have to show what I
Because
don't want to show that?
because respect from men is earned, not given.
Well, I don't feel like I got to spit all my knowledge out just because I don't feel like every man is worthy of what I know,
Well then you
of
will be
what
well
I
then,
can touch on.
then you need to be, then you will be deemed that until you prove otherwise.
Well, I feel like whatever. Then I'll just keep
Well then,
it. I'll keep
well
that
then,
secret to myself. Then.
well then you will be get you. Then men will think something of you until you prove that you are worthy of being thought otherwise.
Mm. Well, I don't go around spitting all my
Well
knowledge
then,
out because I don't have an ego like that. I don't feel like I need to.
that's a woman. You're getting angry because people should assume that you have knowledge that you don't, and it doesn't not work that way in the world of men. You have to prove yourself.
Mm.
You have to be challenged. That's the world of men. If you want to be respected in the world of men, you have to prove yourself.
I'm not really caring about being respected in the world of men or women. So I just trot along and I learn what I learn and I study what
Um,
I study
um, a,
and I
ma-
keep it to myself.
well, then a master is comfortable in the environment. If you, so in other words, if you're going to keep it to yourself, you're going to trot around, and they think that you're stupid. Why do you get upset? Of course, they're going to think you're stupid.
Mm.
Of course, they are, because you haven't proven yourself otherwise. Because they're
But
men.
I feel like if you're not worthy to bring it out in me, I'm not going to discuss it.
The thing is, then don't get upset about it when they think that you're stupid.
Well, that's an assumption. So
It
if they're
doesn't matter.
assuming,
In other words, that's the way the mechanism works. If you don't like the way the mechanism works, don't be in there, and don't
well,
get upset about it.
I pretty much don't go. It's just that
Okay.
when you were talking in the video, I was like, okay, well, what is the solution? And when you told me about,
You know how you know how
going outside of the cities, building farms, doing farms, and this and that, I
do
can
you
agree with that.
do you know how many did you see how many what comments I had on that video?
I didn't pay attention.
I had over 1,000 comments on that video. So how do you know you're not the fit the 100th person that asked me the same damn question?
Well, I mean, yes, I get what you're saying.
And if
So then
and,
why did you why did you respond to my comment? Especially since you blocked me.
huh?
And I don't even know why you blocked me
I'd have to
if you
go
blocked me.
because you okay. I'm gonna say it. You said something stupid, and you kept saying something stupid. So
let me
I
tell you,
blocked.
and I'm pretty sure you already know this about my personality from talking to me this many hours, but I do happen to bait conversations that I want to
Every,
discuss.
everybody does, but I'm a Gnostic. You have to ask me properly. baiting
Yeah, but
me,
I'm
baiting,
not disrespectful when I bait. I just bait.
and I have 6,000 subs. So the only reason that you're on the line is because I challenge people when it goes on too long to come on with a hangout, and that is my open policy.
Okay.
But if a woman comes on with a legitimate question and I answer them, or I haven't seen or if you haven't done your research, at least reading the comments, and you ask a random question, I don't have to. Basically, I don't have to respond or answer. I give you an answer out of courtesy. I'll answer you.
Mm-hmm.
And what most people want to do, what they want to keep the conversation going. I give
Right.
them an answer. Okay, what do you mean by that? I disagree with it. What do you mean by that?
But
I give them another answer.
legitimately putting the women aside and whatever grievances these men have with the women, those children have nothing to do with those grievances. I I don't like some of the actions that some of these mothers do. I don't like how they treat their children. I don't like how they supposedly nurture their children. I don't like how they educate their children.
Mhm.
Still in yet,
Okay, okay.
it's not the child's fault,
So in
is my
other
point.
words, how long do you accept bad behavior? Are you going to keep accepting bad behavior?
Well, I don't know if you can't change them. How do you expect me to change them? Let me just say this: I just recently got into it with a lot of the wigtail females, and the reason why I got into it with them was, and they got so emotionally upset with me, was me saying to them, "All white men are not the prize. I don't know where you think all white men
They don't
are
even.
this awesome catch for you,
They
when
don't.
in fact they are not."
They're not even dating them. Most of them.
And they, you don't know how hostile these women
Of course,
got towards me for just saying that.
because
I
that is
was
the
not disrespectful with them. I
that's
didn't say any disrespectful comments to them, and I
that's
got called every name in the book you could think of.
that's the only club they have against black men. That's the only club they have. So you take it from them, they don't have any.
But just over the topic of a hypothetical white male counterpart for them, set them completely off the
Of
deep end.
course. You're taking away their last hope, of course.
But I'm what I'm trying to tell them is, every
You
white man isn't a catch,
you're
just like every black man is not a
it's
loser.
it's a you're shattering their belief system.
I had to actually take the video and put it on private because they got that upset.
Of
And I
course.
was like, this is some psychotic,
Uh,
crazy
oh,
shit.
oh no, yeah. Now you're getting it.
You don't get upset. This isn't even, you don't even
Now
have a man, this
you,
white
you,
man,
you
this Disney prince that you think you
it's,
got.
it's,
He's not even in your
it's,
arms, and
it's,
you're getting upset with me?
it's the same thing with generational welfare and generational Section 8. At what point do you cut them off?
I've never seen that kind of aggression over a statement, because I know,
You
and I'm like,
welcome to the world of black men. You have been treated like a black man. Now you felt it, and
when I
that's
was defending black
and it,
women for all the things that, I was defending them on, which
they were
is,
fine with it. Yeah.
yeah, but let me say that a white man isn't a catch. Like, I'm like, do you know how many white men molest their
Well,
children or rape their children?
welcome
Do
to
you know what?
Ibmore.
Huh?
Welcome to Ibmore. We hear that all the time. You can't talk logic to them. The only way that the black gender wars as we know it will stop. The only way that black women will get back in line, or get back to the point where they're actually reasonable, that you can actually talk to them, is for the environment to change. And that's what you hear black men cheering for. It sucks. It's ripping off the band-aid. It sucks But now they'll listen.
Well, they're not listening to me, so I don't know where you think that I can tell them when I just made
You
one
know,
comment. One comment, one simple comment. The white man is not the prize.
they won't
And
listen
if
to you.
you think the white man is going to protect you when shit hits the fan, you're mistaken. If they can't protect their daughters and their daughters get raped, and they get molested and raped by family members and by strangers, and they're
Hmm.
not protecting their daughters at 3 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 and 13 and 14 and 15 years old, what makes you think they're going to protect you?
That's a belief that they have, but you can't tell them anything differently. That's what we have to work with. And they won't believe it until they get a little letter in the mail, and they haven't even been pulled off of Section 8. They haven't even been
Yeah, but
pulled.
a lot of these women that are that
It
are
was just a
highly
letter.
fired up about my comment don't
Mhm.
even have children. They haven't even procreated yet.
Yeah, I know.
And my point to them is, don't think, yeah, there's some good white men out there. I'm not disputing that. There are some good white men out there that are a catch, but all of them are not a catch.
They're
Just the
del-
same way all black men are not losers.
they're delusional. They're delusional to the point that they're not even contact. They don't even contact with reality. They think the way they've been rolling, they'll be rolling until the day they die. That's what they believe, even though the facts point differently.
Hmm. Well, they don't see the flip side of the disgusting white male. They've
Un-
never witnessed that.
until they do, and the ones that do are quiet about it because they're too ashamed to talk about it.
And I had a video, and I was gonna discuss to these women with what I experienced. I got raped at 3 years old by a white
Hmm.
male
Hmm.
teenager.
Hmm.
And then I was molested again at 11.
Hmm.
And I wanted to point out things to them concerning the psyche and the mental state of what that does to a child. And that if you think that black men are bad and that you think black men do this and that, well, I want to point out some things, some horrific things that do happen, and not just to myself, but to other women,
Hmm.
and that these men are also predators that you call
Hmm.
all black men that really aren't predators. And I want to show you what a predator does. And I couldn't do it. Tanya TKO told me to put it out. She said, go ahead, put it out, if you feel safe with putting the story out. But it was at the time when I was discussing that white men are not, they're not prizes. And I kept it to private. I didn't even put it out there because I felt that they couldn't utilize the information, and I wasn't going to give the information to
Because
them if they couldn't utilize it.
because you don't understand the feminine and females at their core. Because what's driving them is not logic; it's feeling, and it's a biological imperative. And they don't understand that. That's how come they don't understand why they feel what they feel. Because the information, when you give them the information, they don't take it. And number two, um, number one, if you give them the information, they won't take it. And number two, their biological imperative and their feelings so overwhelm them that they can't see it, because it's a
Hmm.
real simple answer. And all my guys know what it is. If you understand the female nature at its core, then it's natural why they would think that,
I'm
regardless
a
of what the
woman, and
facts are.
I've never witnessed that kind of illogical
It,
behavior
because
behind
because
something.
because you are biracial. Okay, you have a white father. So you see white men as in a different light. What they really want to be is you.
Well,
because
my
because
my father is Irish and Native American Indian, but my father isn't the one that molested me.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying, the
Yeah.
biological, if you understand the female nature at its core, a female is designed to do what? She's designed to give her offspring the best advantage of survival in any environment.
Yeah, but a white man doesn't automatically assure that, is my
But
point.
it's a white man does, individual white man not does not, but his color does.
How? I don't see it.
His color in her mind, who's at the top, who's at the top scale as far as the society is concerned, who's on top.
And you know what? Those tables can turn at the drop of a
They,
hat. So you can't
when
go by that type of shit.
when they turn, when they turn over time, her biological imperative will shift because her offspring need to be adapted to the environment that she's in. So if white people are on top, what she's going to seek is whiteness or white genes for her offspring, and she will embed that into the core of who she is. So that what they're acting on is not logic, it's feeling, it's biological imperative that they have that they do not understand and they cannot access and control. Because if they knew what it was, then they wouldn't act that way. They would know what's
Well,
happening.
and I also asked her, I said, I said, do you have that type of the animosity? And even Crystalline Carazon, I asked her when she was on this kick of, this whiteness and this blackness. And I was like, I thought you were beyond black and white. That's what you built your forum up on. I said, but you have this animosity towards white women. And my question is, do you all still have, do you have that kind of animosity towards your white male counterpart's mother, her sister, her auntie? I mean, his auntie. I mean, they're all white, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're hating what this woman produced, how could you possibly love, her son? If you're hating this woman, this particular status quo female woman, white woman, how could you possibly ever love
Oh, we getting deep
this
into we getting
this
deep
man?
into we getting deep into the weeds with this one. It's called the myth of white womanhood. It's 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 a myth of white womanhood. It's a very old, ancient, not an old ancient term. It's a term that came out. Well, I guess it was at the in the early 20th century, or actually before that. The myth of protecting white womanhood, which is actually used to keep black men away from white women.
Okay, I don't understand it, but you can explain it to me.
So in other words, to foster the idea that white women needed to be protected from the brutes of the black men, brutes of the black men, they had to elevate white womanhood to a certain status, and black women were considered below that status. So basically, black women were the concubine and not the mistress or the wife.
Mm-hmm.
So they suckle the babies, they do all that stuff, clean the house, suckle the babies. They followed orders of what black women called Miss Ann. And over time, since black people are in a matriarchy, they taught their daughters to basically, I have to take care of Miss Ann's kids. I have to clean Miss Ann's house. So eventually you're going to go get educated and you're going to become Miss Ann.
Mm-hmm.
So you become Miss Ann, you might be her equal as far as education. They might even earn the same amount of money. But what does Miss Ann have that you don't have?
Well, they can't say she's got this white man, because the white man was
Exactly.
all over the place.
Exactly. Who's as far as male status, and even black men who date white women, Donovan Sharp, he says the same thing as far as male status in the West. Who's at the top of the heap? White males.
I don't see it.
You don't
I have
you don't have to see.
because of what I went through.
Yeah, but you
I
are not.
I I
But you
don't
are
and
not.
I don't
You're not.
have anything bad against white men. I really don't. I don't hate white men. I don't have anything negative to say about certain. I do have certain white men,
But
but
but you are not a
I
black
I
woman.
just have no, I can't. I just can't bring myself to be intimate
We
with the
you
white man because
uh-huh.
of being what has happened and
Yeah, but
transpired to me as childhood.
you. What I'm saying is, and when women that has transpired too don't like. I'm not saying all black women, but as a group, This is a group internally. Internally, they want to be Miss Ann. So the weaves, the contacts, and all the other stuff that go along into they're trying to shape her body so that what they want to feel on the inside, their outside reflects what they want to see feel on the inside. They want to transform themselves into that creature that will give their offspring the best chance, and that is a white person, so they can give their children whiteness because in their biology is not logical. Giving giving that child light skin and green eyes or blue eyes, it will give him a better advantage than a dark chocolate child in this environment.
My dad said something to me when I was younger that really resonates with me now. And
Hmm.
he said mixed children suffer. That's
It's
what he said.
because yeah, because it's an identity crisis. But that doesn't have anything to do with the biological imperative because it's not logic. So I'm explaining it to you from the root, and you will not believe it until you see it play itself out in the real world. Most people don't. Most people don't. A lot of guys that are my subs that heard me say this didn't believe it until they actually saw it play out on the physical plane. In other words, play it out in the real world, and they see these patterns, and they said, "Okay." And I show video after video, showing them how this plays out in the real world.
Well, they were very upset with me because I said I don't see how you could possibly love this man whom you want to build a family with and have children with, knowing that you hate his mother, you hate his sister,
Hmm.
you hate his auntie, and you are going to hate your daughter who's going to be half white.
Do do women compete against other women for a man's affection or men's affection
Well, it
or
depends
men's
on the
attention?
woman because
Um,
I'm not that type.
I
So
know.
if
I'm saying, what have you observed?
I
Because
have
you
seen fighting, I have seen, actual fighting.
see in this male space. Okay, you're gonna have to come out of the woman uh out of your female brain for a second, because the
Hmm.
female brain focus inward instead of outward. A male brain focus outward because our role is to project and project outward. A
Hmm.
female's brain focuses inward because one, she has to accept material into her to her own, and he has to procreate from that. So she is internally focused. Males are
Hmm.
externally focused. So you're gonna have to come out of that for a
I
second.
can agree with that because I internalize a lot of stuff, even if
That's
I'm.
normal. That's normal.
Yeah.
You're not unusual. That's normal for a woman. That's why I'm explaining it to you. So I'm trying to invoke you to come out of that for a second so you can
Hmm.
understand what I'm talking about, because you keep referring back to yourself. And
Hmm.
I'm talking about a concept. The concept goes beyond human beings.
Hmm.
It goes, it's the esoteric feminine,
Hmm.
going all the way from the beginning of the universe,
Hmm.
all the way down. There's an esoteric masculine and there's an esoteric feminine.
I agree with that. That's the creation of the universe.
The creation of universe. The male acts upon the feminine to create.
Hmm.
Okay, he has creative power, but he doesn't have creative material.
Hmm.
The female, the dark energy, the dark matter is what the mind of God acts upon and uses the material to create, because the mind of the masculine energy does not have necessarily does not have a physical body. The physical body exists in the dark energy or the feminine, and he acts upon the feminine to create. They come together and basically recreate the universe. Those two
Hmm.
things. It's like in fact, I on my um, BGS for women, I actually went through the esoteric masculine for women, and I showed them the sperm cell. Okay, basically, um, basically, for the most part, an egg is pretty much inactive matter. Okay, the sperm carries the life. It's not the egg that carries the life. The sperm carries the life.
I would have to beg to differ with you on that one.
It's been proven. In fact, I have a video up. They just did it.
I
They
have information on my latest video if you want to check it out.
it's in fact it's come from the World Economic Forum. They just did it. They created an egg out of, what did they create the egg? It was a mouse. It was they created a mouse egg out of, what cell was it? It was created, was a skin cell. It was a mouse skin cell. And what they did is they spliced the what do they call them? The pairs, the chromosomes. They cut them in half, right? And they created a mouse. They created a mouse egg from skin cells. And they said uh, uh, they were trying to clone it. It didn't. They were trying to clone the cells, and the clone cells wouldn't clone. They were trying to
I'm
create
going
an
to tell you why.
embryo.
You want me to tell you why?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to explain it to you. They just proved it. They just proved it. And
They
it's
can
exact.
prove it because if it can't replicate and it can't divide and keep on dividing, then
Uh,
it's not going to create all the
what
things
they
it created that are meant to do this.
what they did, and you can go to World Economic Forum. In fact, it's all over. What they did was they spliced the chromosomes in half. Right? They took a skin cell, spliced the chromosomes in half, and they're trying to fertilize it. So what they did is they basically flooded it with sperm. The sperm actually uh, uh, it actually fertilized the skin cell. It grew into the mouse, and the mouse replicated, and it grew into a regular mouse, and it actually pro- procreated just like a normal mouse. So not only did it grow, it grow into a regular mouse. It also was able to reproduce, like I think, 5 or 6 generations after that.
But there's no way to replicate the ovum because the ovum is what can cause and creates every facet of the human cells, every single human cell in the body. So when it comes to the cells and the matter that create the heart, the lungs, the skin, the bones, all forms of tissue, hair, what have you, all gets created within the ovum. All of that gets
If
created.
the chromosomes are created within the ovum, but the chromosomes, the ovum, the ovum does not carry life. The sex, and all that is determined by the sperm.
Well, that's natural genetics. That's natural.
It,
That's natural
it,
creation.
in other words,
That's the design of natural creation. But there can be through the
you can't put two eggs together
oh
because
yes you
they
can. They have done that. And but the only thing that it can produce, if they do create with the two eggs, the DNA from the two eggs, two female eggs, the only thing it can create is another female. It cannot create a male.
in other
So
in other words, if they put two eggs together, it still has to be fertilized by sperm.
it's being fertilized by
Oh, yeah. It has
the other chromosomes from the other
you
female.
you can
They've done it already.
you
I'm
can
telling you.
you can clone. Cloning has
It's not a cloning. That's where you're wrong. It's
it's a
not a cloning because it's the genetics from the two females. The two females are going to only create a
it,
offspring of a female.
it
It's not
does
cloning.
it does they've tried that, and then what they found out, it was you have to fertilize it with sperm.
The sperm is going to give you the variety of sexes. It's going to give you the female and the
you
male.
have, you have to clone it.
And also because it is the male and the female portion of creation.
It-
So because the universe is a male and female created universe, the same thing goes with the natural reproduction of the human being. The sperm creates the spark. So if you ever hear women that say, I knew exactly when I got pregnant and when the sperm hit the egg, that spark, that energy, the what's the word I'm looking for? It starts with an
because
S.
I talked to a biologist, a DNA biologist.
I'm telling you, I studied this stuff for a long time.
I talked to in fact, I talked to a dude that did it. And I asked him the exact same question. And he says it has to be fertilized by sperm.
Okay, that's natural
No,
fertilization.
if you want to clone a human being, it's still you can design the cell, but the cell still has to be you can design, you can put two eggs together, they still have to
Let
be
me just say
fertilized.
this. There's no creation that's going to happen without the female ovum of any kind of creature.
That's not
It's
true.
not going to happen. It is
That's
true.
not true. It's not
It
true.
is true.
It's
I'd
not
like to
true.
talk to the guy that spoke to you because he's not
No, it's
giving you
not. I spoke to you. You
100%.
don't have to speak to me. You can look it up in the World Economic Forum. In
Oh,
fact,
I definitely want to speak to him. I would definitely write to him.
they have a video of it. It's a team of scientists that did it.
Well, I definitely would speak to him because what I know, what I've studied, there's no possible way for anything
They
to
just
manifest without
they
the ovum
just
because
did
the
they
ovum,
just did
the
it.
genetics, the
They
genetic
just they just did
matter
it.
inside the ovum of each egg is what gives the variety. You can have split cells. That's one thing. Like he can split a cell, but it's not going to manifest into a
They
mouse, a
they just
human
did it.
being, or anything other than
They
that without the
just did
ovum.
it. They just did it.
I don't believe that.
Well, you
I
don't
don't
have
believe that at all.
to.
I don't believe what he's telling you.
Do you have access to the internet?
I will tell you
You have
that
access.
the
Look at
sperm
look up motherless babies in World Economic Forum. It'll pop right up. The
I'm
whole
going to look it
video.
up.
The whole video will pop right up.
But I will tell you that I do know because the synergy and the energy that comes from the ovum is what really the fertilization, yes, from the sperm, but the synergy and the energy, the division, cell division comes from the ovum, and that's
No, it comes
facts.
from the sperm provides the
It
energy.
does not. I will give you the information, and you can look it up yourself.
I just gave you I just gave you what to look up on
Let me put that in my text message again. But I can give you the information because the
you
synergy comes from the ovum.
the video is the video and the research speaks for itself.
Okay,
And
hold on one
it's been
second.
tested and
What's the name of this doctor?
it's not even a doctor. Just the type. Go to you can, if you have a YouTube. Are you on a smartphone or a computer?
Well, I mean, I'm using my cell phone to put the notes in, and I'm gonna study it later.
In other words, all you got to do is go to YouTube and put in motherless baby,
Motherless.
motherless babies.
And who is this guy?
It doesn't have to be a guy. It's a team of people.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna look it up because
And
the information I've studied this for over 10 years concerning
done,
DNA and RNA.
it's been
And
it's been done and redone.
okay, because from what I know, the ovum is the only place that any reproduction of any animal, mammal, or whatever can happen because there. I'm telling you, because there is genetic information in the ovum.
You're telling me, but it's not true.
I'm going to give you the information, and
It
then you
doesn't
can
matter.
look it up.
It doesn't matter because it's not true. It's been proven not to be true.
I don't believe that at all.
Motherless babies.
I got to tell you that I do know that in order for you to get the two different genders, there's only one way to get that, and that is through sperm.
Scientists are predicting the birth of the first motherless babies. Researchers have created a mouse embryos without using an egg from a female. The study found that sperm could be fused with skin cells to create babies. Scientists often use adapted mouse embryos in experiments. These embryos normally die after a few days as they are not fully viable.
And you know why they're not viable?
Researchers injected and adapted the adapted mouse embryos with sperm and transferred them into normal embryos that matured into adult mice. The scientists say, in theory, any type of cell could be used could be fertilized by sperm. Once matured, the surviving mice were able to produce healthy offspring. This technique could allow gay male couples to produce babies that carry only their DNA. It could also help women who are infertile to conceive. Another application could be the preservation of endangered species. Scientists say the technique would need to be much more sophisticated to create human babies. In other words, they don't want to do it yet.
They don't want to do it yet, or they cannot do it yet.
Do you already have artificial wombs? Do you want to set this off? You know what kind of firestorm this is going to start with women?
I'm telling you. Let me give you an example, because not even that very long ago, my daughters were, I want to say, one was 4 and one was, let me see, how old are they? They're 5 years apart. My youngest one was 4, and I had a boss, and she was like, yeah, I'm in connection with some scientists, and they're asking for viable eggs from women for research.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been stocking up on eggs, and they've been stocking up on sperm from sperm banks. You have to start to question why they're doing these type of things. It's not just because they're trying to get certain people in vitro pregnant. There's much more reasoning than just one when they start doing stuff like that.
Because they're gonna start. They can, once you have a cell and you can genetically divide that cell or replicate that cell and you infuse it with sperm, you can create children that don't need mothers or fathers. You can create them artificially. Have you read the book Brave New World?
No, I haven't read that book.
If you have not read the book, you need to read the book. If not, find it online and listen to it. It's a very old book by Aldous Huxley. They talked about this 100 years ago.
Do your potty. Go pee pee. Hurry. So this is my question.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times they can bring things into fruition through petri dishes and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that is that after a few hours or whatever, whatever they created don't exist any longer.
Mm-hmm.
And there's reasons for that.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this is not it's not in this case though.
Well, I'm gonna read it, and I would have to have more than one study from one scientist concerning that.
Okay. When the World Economic Forums brings something out, it's well studied.
I have to check it out.
When the World Economic Forums brings something out, it's been in development for quite some time. Like the artificial womb, the artificial womb has been around for a while. They've got it down to the point where basically material science can make it a bag.
I remember back when I was married to my ex-husband, and he took me to a raw alien seminar, and they were talking this cloning shit all the time. Cloning.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with them?
Yeah.
Okay. So my question to them is, in theory, you're talking all this cloning stuff, but I haven't seen you actually produce a human being.
Because what would happen if they announced they cloned a human?
Well, this was in France. You know, the raw alien organization started from France. You know that, right?
Yeah. If tomorrow they announce they cloned their first human being, what do you think would happen around the world?
Well, they've said they cloned. Remember?
I'm saying if it came out on CNBC or whatever, the BBC, and they said, okay, we're announcing the first cloned human baby, what kind of firestorm would that set off?
Well, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, science has come out with shit that's upset, like stem cells. People are real pissed off about stem cells, but the science is still going on.
Okay, remember I said there's 2 levels to this game. There's the sheep level, and then there's manager level. What
Yes.
level are you thinking at right now?
Well, I mean, honestly, well, it depends on who you're speaking to concerning this information.
In other words, the reason that they haven't, or they haven't announced that they have cloned a human being, because that would set up a moral argument, right? Should human beings be cloned, right?
Well, it depends because it depends on how fanatical the
I'm I'm
religious
I'm not
the
depends what, and then now I'm asking for your opinion. Do you think that there will be moral arguments against cloning human beings?
well, yeah, because we haven't gone beyond the dogmatic religious mindset.
Exactly. So, what kind of firestorm would it set off around the world if you announced that you cloned a human being?
I get what you're saying. Still, you would think that they would, and like I said, the raw aliens were talking all that stuff, but they had no there was no facts to back up that they had actually done that.
If you can clone a sheep, you can clone a human being.
Well, we don't know for a fact we don't know for a fact everything is taking place like they
We
say they have.
we only manipulate. We don't create life. We manipulate it.
We're right because they have to have the original source of something because they can't create out of thin air matter.
Exactly, but they can manipulate it. So if the basically the mechanics work basically the same. If you can clone a sheep, you can clone a human being, but it's not a it's not a scientific argument. It's a moral argument. They can do it now. They basically once they have the artificial womb, you all you need is the material to cause an embryo, and
So
you
they're
basically
so
so
you're saying they're basically trying to manifest the matrix, the adult in the spider web womb.
hmm they're already I mean they've already done it. In fact, they're growing not sheep. They're growing. I think it was it goats
I think it was
embryos. I think it was a goat embryo. It's a and the thing is, technology always gets better. It doesn't get worse.
this is the thing though. They're missing certain points to this creation that
Like
are
what?
that well, for one, you can't there's no way for this being to be an animated spirit. Like spirit is
How
very important
how do you know?
because I know they cannot.
How do you know?
I've seen some of the creations they've created, and
Okay.
there is the actual spirit. When it talks about the breath of life, the actual
Mhm. Mhm.
spirit.
So
There's
that's probably why they use sperm.
mm,
That's the
well, that's
masculine
still.
principle.
Let me just say this though. Even I mean, they use eggs too to do stuff, but the point is that still you need the original source. Without the original source, nothing they can do will manifest.
Well,
And even if
they can't create life. All they can do is manipulate it.
manipulated, there's no way to
So,
go
and
from.
there's plenty of life material that they can use to manipulate it. Is there not?
Well, yeah, there's tons of creatures on the earth,
There's tons of creatures, including humans, billions of them.
right? Of course, but still.
So, in other words, whether they use a skin cell in sperm or they use egg in sperm, it's still they can still if they can actually duplicate the egg, because the
The,
egg
the skin
they can,
ce- the skin cell, that's what you're missing. I'm going to give you the information. What you're missing is that the skin cells absolutely cannot reproduce a full being.
yes
They
they did.
cannot. They
They did.
can't. They
They did.
cannot.
They
It
did.
doesn't have the
They did.
genetic
They did.
markers and
They did.
material
They
to do
did.
that.
They did. It's not they
In
can't.
order, for them to do, they may be able to do the outer ovum shell
No, they
from a
did.
skin cell.
They did.
I'm telling you, they have to take
They
the
did.
genetic matter inside
They
the
they,
the
they
ovum in order to do it.
no, they
And I
didn't.
am almost betting that is what they're leaving out for you
They,
in
they
that information.
that's not true.
Okay, I would definitely have to research. I have to see that information.
You look it up for yourself.
I'm going to as soon as I get off the phone. I need time to study it and read it.
Be my guest. They did it.
I will do that. But we still got off topic because there was another topic we were getting to before we
He
got off.
went into the weeds. What I tell you. You keep wanting to go into the weeds and you forget.
I think it was something with wigtail, something that you were talking about. I don't know, something like that.
I was talking about female nature, and we got way off into the weeds.
Okay.
Why they do what they do. And I just told you, you should remember that. It's female nature. It is the esoteric feminine. You can read, in fact, you can read the book, The Lucifer Principle. He documents that. That's female nature, is what it is.
So women are from Lucifer?
No, the Lucifer Principle. In other words, he said that what he says, Lucifer or Lucifer Principle, means that Mother Nature itself does not care about the individual. It cares about the group and perpetuating the group. So it will sacrifice individuals in that name. So he dubbed it the Lucifer Principle. That's what he calls it. Because Mother Nature is impersonal to the individual, but it only cares about pushing the group forward. In fact, he calls Mother Nature a bloody bitch.
Can be. Mother Nature is both a destroyer and a nurturer and a creator.
That's why he calls her a bloody bitch, because it's not about the individual. Even in nature, it's not about. Even in nature, it's not about the individual; it's about the group. Because in nature, if you watch a female giving birth, let's say in the African plain, say especially for an animal that's going to be hunted. Okay, if that baby cannot walk within a few hours of being born, then mother has to abandon that baby.
Well, it depends on the species and what they do, because elephants don't. The herd gets around the baby elephant and will protect the baby elephant.
Yeah, but elephants aren't hunted.
They can't. The babies are hunted.
The babies are hunted. All babies are hunted, but as a species, the elephants aren't hunted. But if you have even they were talking about. My mother was asking, how come a baby giraffe has to stand up? The mother has to pry that baby to stand up and walk like within minutes after it's born, because that baby has to walk. And it has to walk and travel, because if the baby stay stationary too long, the predators will come and eat not only the baby but her too. So if that baby cannot walk within hours after being born, the mother will have to abandon that baby.
But that, like I said, that still goes to species. It depends on the species of animal.
Depending on what kind of conditions that you're under.
Because every mother, no matter what mammal or animal it is first going to protect the offspring until if it can. Yes.
Yeah. And is he including for a human mother?
Yes.
If it can. If not, if not, under circumstances, she will abandon that baby too.
No, because mothers are most likely going to fight to death for their offspring.
It depends on what the condition she's under.
The only time a human mother is not going to fight to death is if there is something mechanically wrong with her brain.
And what condition she's under?
Which stems from mechanically wrong with her brain.
In other words, if she fights to the death, what's going to happen to her offspring?
Well, it depends on the age of the offspring.
No, if it's a baby, if she fights to the death, what's going to happen to the baby?
Oh, I hear you.
She can produce more. She can produce more offspring. The baby will die.
But human women are going to fight to the death for
And
the child, no matter
they're
what.
socialized now to do that. They're socialized now to do that. What if they weren't socialized to do that? Then that's a thought experiment. But the
That's
thing is, there's a thread of female nature that goes through the whole creation, and you have to understand it from the ground up. Then once you understand it from the ground up, you understand women because the patterns repeat.
well, while you're talking about patterns repeating, men's patterns repeat as well.
Of course they
The,
do.
o- the only time men's patterns don't completely repeat is when their intellect is elevated to a certain standard that is beyond the physical realm. Then they don't repeat. Then there's a certain type of spirit that kicks in to the mental state that does not repeat those things.
It would always repeat. It's just a higher level of the masculine, which is
Well,
which is closer to the universal masculine, which is the heart, which is creation, which is
which is
creating,
divinity,
which
is
is creating,
divinity.
which is creation.
Yeah. But when you're talking about a carnal thought process of men, that is very predictable as well.
Of course. How was if there wasn't a pattern, you couldn't understand it. It has to be.
Hmm. So while you say you get bored with men or with women, well, women get bored with men the same way, and
Uh,
we consider it predictable as well.
most okay. The thing is the patterns show up and people get bored with the patterns, but most people don't understand why the patterns exist. If women can't understand why their patterns exist, they damn sure can't understand why a male pattern exists. And most women don't really care that much about it. They just because it's not it's feeling. It's not like they have to be logical. Men care more about that than women do.
Mm.
I have to tell my mother about my daughter. Okay, and she, why did she do this? That she's a woman. That's what they do. Well, how come she's this that? She's a woman. That's what they do. You don't understand. What part of so you're a woman? How come you don't understand women? You're supposed to understand. If you're a woman, you're supposed to understand them, and they don't.
I understand. I understand women.
It's yeah, to a degree. To a degree, but you don't understand why the Big Towers do what they do. I do.
That's getting upset about saying that all white men were not a prize. Actually, did throw me for a loop because I did not expect them to be so emotionally bound to that concept.
You don't understand women, and you definitely don't understand black women. Because if you do, men understand it immediately. We know why they get upset. And in the Western world, white men understand it.
Some of the women didn't get upset, and I would have liked to have kept that video going because some of them had legitimate concepts to put out, and
Hmm.
they weren't irrational, and I would have liked to kept that video up. But they were these some of these wigtail females were coming out of the woodwork, and they were so emotionally distraught.
Yeah, of course, they're emotional. It's not logical.
Yeah, and I just didn't want to be a party to that type of emotional stress to them. You know what I mean? Like I didn't want to be the catalyst for that.
I like to beat them over the head with it. Grow up.
I didn't like that because I don't like to
Grow,
see women get out of control like that.
grow up. They have to grow up. This is irrational. Grow up. If you want a white man, go for it. But don't know. You have to know. you have to, you basically have to know what's behind it. Like black men, I don't care what they said, they can date white women all they want. It was lust after white women. All black men know that white women are dangerous to them.
How?
A white woman can get you killed on her word alone, and that has been true for the last 300 years, and it's still true. Do you see the movie Get Out?
No.
Oh, should see it. It's
Who's
out
it
on.
by?
It's what's his name? The comedian Jordan Peele. He's a
I don't know.
biracial dude, and he he basically put all the stereotypes about black men on camera all at once. And
Mm,
there's a scene where his white girlfriend is driving to her parents' house for the weekend with her, and the black boyfriend is in the passenger seat, and they hit a deer, and they call the cops, and um, the cop pulls her, cop comes talks to her, she asks her, "Are you okay?" Because her boyfriend's black. Are you okay? The myth of white womanhood. White womanhood must be protected at all cost, especially against dark men, black men.
this is the thing. White women. This is what I was trying to point out to the Bugtail females is that white women are just as unprotected as black women claim that they are by black males. White women suffer behind, you know, physical abuse,
Mm-hmm.
and spousal abuse
Mm-hmm.
and all types of things
Mm-hmm.
the same way that black women claim that happens to them. There's
Mm-hmm.
no difference.
Yeah,
Women
the only difference is that white men can abuse their women and get away with it.
and get away exactly, which was my point.
Black men cannot abuse
I
white women and get away with it.
I gave them a story of a female that was my neighbor's daughter, and she
Mm-hmm.
lived in upstate New York, and she was married to it was a white female, and she was married to this white Italian male. She had a
Mm-hmm.
daughter with him, and he was molesting her daughter and
Mm-hmm.
beating her. So when
Mm-hmm.
she went to the police station to
Mm-hmm.
confront the story to his commanders or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
she got no results.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, he tried to prevent her from taking her daughter out of state to protect her daughter from
Mm-hmm.
his molestation. She finally got out of state, came to Las Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a big court battle behind all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And she was not protected in upstate New York if she had stayed there, and her daughter was not protected
Yeah.
from this cop, this white male,
Why do you think that is?
because this is the status quo.
Because
This
white
is what
men,
goes on here.
because white males are at the top of the food chain.
Well, this is what I was
Black man,
trying to point out to them.
black man can black if a black woman said that about a black man and went to the cops and said that my daughter's being molested by this black man, they'd have him in cuffs and he'd
I
be
agree
put on
with you.
the station.
I agree with you, which is my point to them is that you don't know, the evils that go behind certain white men.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying all white men because there's some really great white men out there. That's not
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm putting out here. I'm letting you know that you need to fear certain men. They're not what you think they are. And they're not going to show their face to you, their true story or their true essence by just, getting in a relationship with them.
Even when
It may take time to uncover.
even if they saw it, they would still seek after him because it's part of their biological imperative. Doesn't matter, especially with women, because their logic centers are not big enough to override their emotional centers. It's not. So if they have a strong emotion, if a woman have a strong emotion or a strong biological emotion about something, she's basically going to try to carry it out. because there are
Well,
lots of
I try to tell them also that when it comes to evil, there's no greater evil than what white males have done.
they
So
white males have been raping black women for 200 years.
I'm not even just talking about rape, because that's happened to me as well. I'm not even talking about that evil. I am talking about pure sadistic, satanic evil.
They black women know that. They already know that. That
If
doesn't
they
matter.
know that, why would you think this person is the cream of the crop, and
Be, be, to
this is the prize?
to carry out that imperative, they have to do what? Delude themselves, right?
I really don't think they could possibly know that type of evil. I mean, I witnessed as a child white boys actually sticking firecrackers in cats' asses and lighting them on
Yeah,
fire.
yeah.
Do you know what type of sadistic mindset? And every
The- Our,
um
our history has them lynched. Black women know in their history they've lynched their men and their men, burned them alive, and cut their penises off. It's in our history. Every black child knows about it, and still they lust after white men. It doesn't matter.
the
If
most
anybody should, if any group of women should dislike white men, it should be who? Should be
most
black women.
likely,
Black
I
women.
would say white women.
No, black women. If there's a group of women should actually be disgusted by white men, it should be black women because of the history. It's been it's part of your cultural DNA. You know this. Well, why are you still lust after them?
No,
Because it does it.
the point is that they're not experiencing. They don't see that's a past ancestral thing. They don't see that what their ancestors had seen, so they don't take it in regard. But my point, I've seen things with my own eyes. I've seen things transpire, and every serial killer, what do they say about serial killers? They start doing what they do by to
Uh,
animals first.
yeah,
And
well, there's a lot of black women that have sex with white men on the low.
okay, repeat that.
There, in other words, you do know what I say when I say on the low means, right? On the
Yeah, I know on the low.
Yeah,
Who white men?
yeah, they have sex with white men on the
Oh
low.
yeah, of
They've been
course,
having
of
sex with
course.
white men for centuries. It's not new. It's just is that they think that white men are gonna wife them up and marry them in large numbers.
Which some are, and there's some really nice white men who are a catch. They are good for black women. I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm talking. Those aren't the type of men I'm speaking of.
I know what I'm saying is the thing is they're not they're because of being female and being driven by that female imperative. They're not going to believe you because their worldview will not allow them to believe you. They might even logically know that you're telling the truth, but it doesn't matter. And emotionally, they get upset. And most of these women that are getting upset um, have not really dated white men regularly.
I mean, I can't say that
Most of
I haven't dated white men. I don't date white men. I don't, I've never done that, but I have my precautionary guards up because of childhood.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, what you're experiencing is irrational. And if you can't explain it, well, most women can't. They can't explain. Well, why would they do that? The answer is really simple. The answer is simple. Why do black women want to bleach their skin, wear weave, put blue contacts in? Same reason.
Well, there's white women who do that kind of crazy stuff too, and they wanna look something else.
Hmm.
So I mean, you can't just say black women do that, because they're not the only ones that do that kind of thing.
Yeah, but in the numbers that we see.
I don't see black women trying to be like white women by their dress. I really don't. I think that it's just a trend. I think they're just, that's a cultural trend they're doing. I don't see
Yeah.
black women trying to be
Uh,
like white women.
what I'm saying is, in fact, I played a video out of the BBC that it's not just black women doing it. It's all women that aren't white. You see this pattern.
Well, that's because that's the culture.
I
If
mean,
the, if the culture
no,
if
no,
the
no, no.
culture was different,
All over the world. It's
right,
not
right,
in the Western world.
because the Euro culture has been a dominant force. That
Exactamundo. You got it. So if you go back to
like
if you go back to what I just said, the biological imperative of a female, you'll understand it. That's how come it's a female thing to do and not a male thing to do. For the most part, yeah, some males that will do it, but for the most part, it's a
oh,
female thing.
I see males being culturally appropriating, with or manifesting a Eurocentric look and mindset. It
But they're not
happens
gonna,
for men too.
and then they're not gonna, they're unless they're really brainwashed. They're not gonna bleach their skin.
I've heard stories of men bleaching their
You
skin as
must
well.
if that is the case, you have an underserved market. You need to go make bleaching skin for men, for black men especially. How long do you think you're going to be in business? Exactly.
Well, there are exceptions to that rule. Don't think that there are no black men that bleach their skin, because there are.
Okay. When we're talking about a group, we're talking about an imperative of a group. We're talking about a class or a dynamic. There's always going to be anomalies. It's like you
But
have
you know what? You can blame a lot of black men for that, have that type of mindset, because there have been a lot of black men who have dogged out dark-skinned women out their looks, and women get dogged so much they're going to eventually change it. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's true. There, that's true. Yes or no?
there are some.
There's a lot of men who dog out dark-skinned women.
Well,
They're
okay.
white. They're
Be, as a person who has a dark skinned daughter and a dark skin and the mother being dark skinned also,
okay. Well,
I can tell you exactly where it comes from. It comes from their mothers. Exactly where they
you're
come.
talking about mothers. The mother, the son's mother.
The son's mother, yeah.
Well,
My
yeah, that's the colorism.
because my son does, he married a biracial woman. He does not like dark skinned women, even though his sister is jet black and his mother's jet black. because because his grandmother is jet black, because his mother and his grandmother do not like being black. They do not like being dark.
And so, where was your input that countered that input?
He saw me with his mother.
Well, I mean, I understand that, but I'm saying, what did you
Culture,
do
culture,
to
culture
change the
is
psyche of
culture.
your son?
Culture is transmitted through the female.
Not always.
Culture is transmitted through the female, for the most part. Age 1 to 7, age 1 to 7, who you have children from age 1 to 7 is for in the tender years. Who is that child closest to?
Well, my children were close to me, yes.
Yeah, and as especially a boy, as that boy get, because I have a grandson, and as that boy gets older, like for, as he, the closer he gets to 7, the closer he gets to his dad. But his formative years are formed by his mother, and he will take those cues about he will take the cues about what woman to pick by how the mother feels about herself. If she's dark and she hates herself, he's not going to want a dark skinned woman because uh, there's a negative connotation to having dark skin. And if you ever been, there's I don't know if it, well, because I had never been with white women, so I don't know what white women talk about when the baby's born. Okay, but black women always talk about uh, first thing is first, even before they count toes and count fingers. First thing kids look is at what kind of hair does the child look like it's going to have, and what color does it look like the child's going to be, and then they count fingers and toes.
I don't think all black women do that. I really don't. I think you're discrediting certain black women. I don't think all black women do that. Why are you laughing? I've had friends
because,
who have
because,
black children and
because
I've never heard them do that.
okay. It comes by being black and being around lots and lots of black women and hearing what they talk about.
I don't buy that because I have dark skinned friends and they have dark skinned children. They have children by black men, and I've never heard them ever talk badly or even feel like that concerning the children to their
Are they
child.
mixed children?
No, not mixed at all.
Okay. If you're at the hospital and you see a group of black women gathered around, then you have to be there at the hospital because that's where you're going to see, or be there when the baby's introduced to the family, right? They will they study what kind of grayed hair that the child has. I got 3 grandsons, right? And the darkest one, which happens to be the youngest one, they determine that he has the best grade of hair. They all have curly hair, even though they're all black. They have because uh, uh, because their mother, their grandmother has curly hair, so basically they inherited the curly hair from her. But they all have curly hair. But there's a grade of curly hair, and they've determined which one has the quote unquote better grade of curly hair, which is the youngest grandson. And they also determine what color skin did they determine what color skin is which and what and how dark do they think the child's going to be, blah blah blah. And this is not an isolated incident. The reason that my ex loves me so much is because I like dark women. And she has a she has a dark complex that she got from her mother because her mother did not like being black, and she passed that complex on to her, and she passed that complex on to my dark daughter. And I heard that kind of stuff um, come out of my own daughters. I had one daughter
So
that's
what did you do to counter that feeling for your daughter?
you try to convince them that they're beautiful with the color that they are. I always say that first thing I tell her, my daughter, especially my dark daughter, is that um, you don't need makeup because you have natural makeup. I said dark skin is beautiful because it doesn't you don't have to fix it up. All you gotta do is keep it healthy, and
Hmm.
you'll be fine for the rest of your life. You never need to put makeup on your face at all because your skin has its own natural makeup. So
Okay.
all you have to do is be healthy and take care of it.
And she
But that's
believes you, or is it
she
what?
believes
Or
me, but that's not going to counter what her mother thinks.
so why didn't you set her mother aside and talk to her about that and tell her
I
what a detriment that is doing to her
I
daughter?
I did tell her. I did talk about her. I did. I always, darn near, sometimes getting into fights about the little snide things they would say about.
Is she from the Caribbean?
No,
Because that's a
Alabama,
lot of what the Caribbeans do.
it's Alabama.
So is she Haitian?
No, they're they're native. They're American black people. Okay. Now,
Okay.
I don't know what boat the ancestors came on, but they're American black people
Mm. Because
on both sides.
a lot of that colorism happens in the Caribbean.
It happened in Africa. In fact, I put Daughters of the Trade up as a video, and it happened there. And in fact, they told me it happened there on the west coast of Africa for the same doggone reason. It is what it is.
Hmm.
It's not as great because there's not that many what they call colored people. Like 90% of those people are jet black, but they call the Fanti or the mixed people fair
And
because I didn't think it was mixed
that's
people.
what I was getting to you with the Acadians, because the Acadians were considered a very strong hue of black. And when I'm talking about strong hue, I'm talking about as black as you get.
Those will be called Nubians.
They might be called Nubians now, but Nubians weren't as dark as the Acadians were then.
Okay.
So
If you
when the Jewish Midianite, or medium mixed child is what they call them, a Midianite, they weren't black like the Acadians were. They were mixed with other things.
such as
The Acadians taught those Midianites how to read and write.
okay,
Is my point. Was
okay.
my point earlier.
As the myth goes.
No, it wasn't actually a myth. I wish I could find the information to show you again. It's just like that book, the Scientific America book. Like
Mm-hmm.
the information comes to me, and then it disappears.
And what I'm saying is, it's in the ether, just like everything else.
Yeah.
And then for this form, we have to accept facts. So, other than that, it's a belief or a myth until proven otherwise.
Mm,
But anyway, we're getting long in the tooth,
yeah.
and I'm sure the sun's coming up where you are because I don't think you're on the West Coast.
I am on the West Coast.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, it was nice talking to you. We had a lot of topics. I can respect your point of view on a lot of things.
Well, at least we cleared it up.
Yeah. I can respect you, you saying what you say, concerning women. And now knowing that you have black daughters, I can respect you even more, because nobody in their right mind would want to cause harm to their own children or the future of their own children. So I respect you when it
And,
comes to that, because I
uh,
don't see you trying to harm black women.
well, the thing is about black culture is basically a matriarchy and it's clan based. And black people, regardless of what will happen at Donald Trump or anybody else will do, they are not going to let black kids be homeless, and they're not going to let black kids starve.
Well, it's not even just black kids I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about any parent that is on, public assistance. It doesn't matter what your race is. I don't want to see that happening in America. I don't want to see children going through that, no matter what race they are.
Yeah, but all good things come to an end. All good things come to an end. You're in a system. Capitalism is an extractive system, and the extractive system has you've been living at the top of the extractive system. And the king on the hill does not remain on the hill in perpetuity, even though they have tried, and they have in greed destroys all civilizations, all societies, and it will happen because that's human.
Yeah, I agree with that. But you know what's
And
funny is not even that many years ago, because my my grandmother on my mom's side and my grandmother on my dad's side, they both, like, my grandmother on my mother's side had a farm. She farmed. She was like one of the rare female farmers,
Mm-hmm.
like self farmers.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't have any slaves. She didn't have any, she did all the hard work herself.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad's mother, same thing. She had 8 kids, 9 kids. She grew her own garden. She grew her own food. She made her own food. She made her own things,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and that's not even how many years ago. And we've
Mm-hmm.
come out of that, self-sufficiency.
If you if okay, if you logically look, if you study this long enough and you logically look at it, without technology, without modern technology, the carrying capacity of the world, of the planet, is only like 500 million people. So without this technology, you're gonna have 7 billion people that will die out because the land without modern technology will not support it.
That's not what I heard from one scientist. One scientist said you can fit the world's population, that the myth of an overpopulated earth is bull. He said that you could fit every human being in the in Australia, and still have land to spare in Australia, and not touch any land over the globe.
Yeah, but you could put them on Australia, but if you put them on Australia where they have to eat, you will quickly turn Australia into a desert because the carrying capacity. I'm not talking about what you could fit, where you could fit people. Uh, you could fit most of the population of the world on into the state of Texas. But to eat without a system to support them, without an artificial system to support them, the carrying capacity of the land, of the globe, for human beings is 500 million people. Any more than that, they will start to die back because the land will not support that.
Hmm.
The only reason that the land supports it, you have this many people, have this much food, is because of the modern techniques that you actually use.
Hmm.
So you wouldn't get a total back to 500 million, but eventually what you have, without bringing food and resources and petroleum from different places and whatnot, because it's an energy civilization. If you don't have energy, you don't have farm equipment. You don't have farm equipment. You don't have water pumps. All these structures that are built to support 7.5 billion people, 7.5 billion people, you will die back to somewhere closer to like a billion.
Hmm.
Because the only thing that supports us, that it supports this many people, is the artificial environment that we have built around us. It's the only thing that supports it. And you can't talk to anybody that's worth his salt that will tell you anything differently. If you take away the technology that men have, then in fact, Native Americans will tell you that if you talk to Native Americans, why is it Native Americans? They will tell you the natural carrying capacity of the globe is less than 500 million. It's like more like 200.
I've never heard anybody from a tribe say that.
Yeah, I've heard the guy. He said it.
From
If
what
you
tribe? What tribe?
I can't remember, but he said it's about 200 million. If you're just in the Malthus equation, it's about 500 million. Basically, the Malthusians say 500 million without the modern technology, which the natural carrying capacity of the planet. Farming techniques and all that stuff allowed you to get more out of the soil. In fact, most of China basically is desert, because it eventually going to make the soil into the desert if you try to plow and grow food and that kind of stuff to support.
Well, I
Uh,
mean, I watch a lot of agriculture
hmm
videos, and a lot of them they build the soil back up. They do composting, and they refurbish the land, they till the land, then they go to other parts of the property that they
hmm
plant, and then they build back up so they
uh-huh.
they
And
switch on and off.
what do they fertilize the soil with?
It's the f- eh, co- eh, like composting, like
Composting
um,
and what?
and manure and animal manure.
And animal manure. Okay,
Mhm.
exactly.
But with animal manure, they have to give it a break because the heat and the what is the word on the actual mineral that it breaks down into. They have to let the soil rest
Mm-hmm.
with the cow manure or the
Mm-hmm.
animal manure.
It has to. It has to. It has to. It has to break down
Hmm.
and
Yeah,
into
and it
the
has to
soil.
rest.
Yeah, yeah. It has to break down, and it would say rest. It had the manure has to break down, and
Hmm.
it has to replenish the minerals that are in the soil.
Yes.
Then it basically the only place where you don't have to do that is replenish the soil is any place near a volcano,
Right. Well, yeah.
because the volcano will naturally replenish all the minerals in the soil. But
Right.
most parts of the planet don't have that. And if you can't artificially fertilize the soil, you can't grow enough food
Hmm.
to support 7.5 billion people without the techniques,
Yeah.
and be able to ship it from one place to another. At least
Yeah.
not unless even then, if you find a more equitable system, a better system of basically shipping food from one place to another without it spoiling,
Mhm.
freeze drying, or however you do it, you're still introducing what modern technology.
What I wanted to do, I wanted to move to New Mexico, and I wanted to start like a co-op, but I wanted to invite certain women from inner cities if they wanted to come, and I wanted to, do like a co-op with women, and build, have building structures, whether it be um like manufactured homes or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and then have women as a combined unit do a co-op. I don't know how well that would work out.
The thing is that I've been dealing with this. My group been dealing with this for 20 years, and Dr. Phil Valentine says as long as they're too well fed and they're too comfortable, they're not going to move. People don't move unless they're uncomfortable.
Well, mostly women who are in shelters and what have you, abuse shelters, they're I think they would be more open to that.
It depends, and you're taking them into an environment that's basically foreign to them. They're more comfortable staying where they're at,
Yeah.
and that's just human beings. Period.
Yeah.
Even the former slaves, when they were released, they said, "We're going to ship you to back to the continent where you can run your own country." Most of them refused. In fact, like 95% of them refused
Mhm.
because culture is sticky. You've been raised here. After 3 generations, you become part of the land and part of the culture.
Mhm.
And where you came from is foreign, but that's culture. But that's another thing that you're going to have to study.
Yeah.
What is culture? You start with the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Yeah, in fact, you can actually read. Um, Carol Quigley actually touches on this because he builds culture is the foundation of civilization, and he goes through a couple of chapters of culture, and he actually
Mhm.
says what it is and what the things that make it up from. He actually borrowed from Maslow, and he actually expanded upon it. And culture is very sticky. In fact, the Eucharist itself, and most people do not know exactly where it came from. They think the Eucharist is comes from Christianity, and it's much older than that. It's
Mhm.
one of the most original religious practices on the planet that human beings have, and we call that, what do they call that? We call that communion as far as Christianity is concerned, but it's Eucharist is the term for it, where you literally when the religions were female, you literally ate the Queen Mother's body and drank her blood, and that's where it's come from. So we see Jesus says, "As often as you think of me, eat this. This bread represents my body, and this wine represents my blood.
I've
I'm
never I've never heard of that, but
I'm literally sacrificing myself for the tribe, for my people.
Mm-hmm.
That's a form of sacrifice. The Eskimos, in fact, I saw it years ago. I was looking for the video because I saw it when I was a child. I didn't understand it. Where the Eskimo woman, the Eskimo grandmother, when she's no longer useful as the matriarch, what she will do is have her son leave her on an ice floe near a polar bear so that the polar bear can eat her.
Really?
Hmm. Because in her belief, she's at the end of her life. She's no longer useful. Put me on an ice floe. It's somewhere in the ice so that the polar bear can eat me, so that my son or my tribe can come back and kill that polar bear and be nourished by it. That is the Eucharist in the same form.
Hmm.
But that's my last artifact, or say interesting artifact for the day.
Well, thank you so much. It was a good conversation. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
it always goes longer than I expect. Anyway,
So you have a good night or whatever you're going to do.
all right, I'm gonna go sleep. Yeah,
Yeah,
whatever.
me too.
Good morning, because the sun's coming up. So,
Yeah, that's weird. Okay,
yeah.
thank you so much.
All right.
I'll
Bye
talk
bye.
to you later. Bye. Where is